10 billion people across the world were transported at the same time, descending into the world of slaughter. I stared at the system notification in front of me, unable to process it for several seconds. I had only just been reborn, yet I had already been thrown into a world crawling with zombies, monsters, and savage beasts. There were no second chances here. If I wanted to live, there was only one rule: kill. Cracked concrete lay under my feet. The buildings around me had been abandoned halfway through construction, their exposed rebar rusted dark red. Every so often, a beast-like growl drifted over from the distance, reminding me that this was not a game I could simply log out of. The system called us players, but losing meant death. Every person who descended into this world would awaken one initial skill. From highest to lowest, the ranks were SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. I had appeared inside an abandoned construction site. On the other side of a rust-covered wire fence, 3 other players were asking one another about their skills. The tall man, Li Yuwei, had awakened F-rank throwing. It doubled the force behind anything he threw. The heavy-set Wang Xiaofa had also received an F-rank skill, one that only increased his movement speed. Zhao Xiaojing spoke last. He raised one hand, and an apple-sized ball of fire formed above his palm. E-rank fireball. Maximum range, 10 meters. The instant they saw the flames, Li Yuwei and Wang Xiaofa crowded around him, calling him boss with every breath. They even began discussing the creation of a Black Tiger Guild right then and there. Zhao Xiaojing did not turn them down. He raised his chin and basked in their flattery, clearly already thinking of himself as the leader of this makeshift team. If an E-rank skill was enough to get them this excited, I was even more curious about what I would draw. Draw your initial skill? I confirmed. Drawing. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank air compression. Another F-rank skill. I raised my right hand and shaped my thumb and index finger into a gun, attempting to compress the air in front of me. A peanut-sized air bullet condensed into existence. It could travel no more than 2 meters, with barely enough force to knock over an empty soda can. In the world of slaughter, a skill like this was practically the same as having no skill at all. Without some other opportunity, I would have to rely on my experience to find a weapon and avoid fighting anything head-on. The monsters here generally had better attributes than ordinary humans. A random length of steel pipe might not be enough to keep me alive through the first night. Just as I was thinking about how to survive, a cold electronic voice suddenly sounded inside my head. Name: Chenmu. Age: 22. Sex: male. Blood type: O. Identity confirmed. 1 second SSS rank skill upgrade system binding in progress. Binding successful. A second system? Before I had time to investigate, a new notification appeared. A non-SSS rank skill has been detected in the host's possession. 1 tap upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained SSS rank air compression. The pitifully weak F rank skill had instantly risen to the highest possible rank. I felt out the ability again. The air was still under my control, but its compression strength, attack range, and maximum range of forms were now completely different. If I wanted, I could turn air into bullets, blades, or something even more destructive. The methods for using the skill had also been engraved directly into my memory. I did not need to practice. I already knew how to control the compression area, release direction, and proportion of force. After being trapped in a hopeless situation, the sensation of suddenly seizing the initiative finally allowed my tense body to relax a little. Hey kid, want to join us? Zhao Xiaojing waved to me from across the fence. Stick with me, and you'll at least have a better chance of staying alive. No, I did not like entrusting my life to strangers, and I had even less interest in calling someone with an E-rank skill my boss. The smile immediately vanished from Zhao Xiaojing's face. He walked over to the fence and conjured his fireball again, his tone turning threatening. I have an E-rank skill. Are you sure you want to refuse? Li Yuwei and Wang Xiaofa flanked him and joined in, claiming that the Black Tiger Guild was destined to become a major power. If I refused to join now, I would not even get a chance to regret it later. They called it cooperation, but their posture made it clear that they expected submission. The fireball kept dancing above Zhao Xiaojing's palm. The threat could not have been more obvious. I was about to shut them up when Li Yuwei's expression suddenly changed. What is that? A monstrous dog with large patches of rotting skin and exposed ribs was walking out from behind the rubble. The system identified it as a corpse hound. Both its strength and speed were higher than those of an ordinary player. It advanced slowly at first, testing its surroundings. Once it had confirmed that there was no more dangerous prey nearby, its blood-red eyes locked onto me. The fence gave Zhao Xiaojiang and the others a sense of security. There was nothing shielding my side. Zhao Xiaojiang, however, saw this as a chance to demonstrate his power. Submit now, and I might still save you. I ignored him and focused entirely on the corpse hound. This monster had arrived at exactly the right time. I needed to know just how powerful SSS rank air compression truly was. The corpse hound lowered its body, fixed its blood-red eyes on me, and charged. I raised my right hand and shaped it into a gun again. Once the beast entered my line of fire, I used only 20 or 30% of my power and gently pulled my thumb like a trigger. Boom. Compressed air erupted from my fingertip. The invisible shell struck the corpse hound first. Only then did the roar of air being ripped apart reach my ears. A violent pressure wave blasted dust outward, snapping the hem of my clothes in the wind. The corpse hound was torn apart on the spot, without even a scrap of its remains left behind. The shock wave continued forward, plowing an ever-widening semicircular trench through the ground. Rocks, trees, and a 6-story building in its path were all punched through and shattered. Dust curled away from both sides of the projectile's path. At its widest point, the destruction spanned 8 or 9 meters. The other side of the fence went completely silent. Zhao Xiaojiang and the other two stared at me, then at the trail that had nearly torn through the entire ruin. Not one of them mentioned joining the Black Tiger Guild again. That attack had been every bit as powerful as the main cannon of a warship. Even more astonishing, I had only used 20 or 30% of my strength. If I released it at full power, the entire urban district might not withstand the blast. Zhao Xiaojiang and the others clearly still did not want to believe I had caused that devastation. Li Yue opened his mouth several times, but never dared to ask. The fireball in Zhao Xiaojiang's palm had already gone out, and his earlier air of superiority had vanished with it. Corpse hound slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. After asking the system, I learned that slaughter points could be used both to upgrade skills and to buy weapons, ammunition, food, and water from the shop. That meant hunting monsters did more than remove threats. It could be converted directly into resources for survival. To other players, a single corpse hound might be a deadly enemy. To me now, it was more like walking currency. A sudden burst of screaming came from inside the fence. 2 more corpse hounds had charged out from the depths of the abandoned construction site, and Zhao Xiaojiang's group was their target. What are you panicking for? I have fireball. Zhao Xiaojiang hurled several fireballs in succession, but the corpse hounds were too fast. Each time, they changed direction before the projectiles could hit. His supposedly E-rank fireball could not even singe their fur. A 10-meter range sounded respectable, but in a real fight it gave him only one brief chance to aim. The more anxious Zhao Xiaojing became, the sloppier his throws grew. The fireballs struck the ground and concrete pillars, leaving nothing but a few scorched patches without dealing any effective damage. Seeing that things were going badly, Wang Xiaofa let the other 2 draw the hound's attention while he quietly opened the metal gate and rushed out. When Zhao Xiaojiang and Li Yue noticed, they also hurried toward the exit. The corpse hounds were about to catch them when Zhao Xiaojiang threw a fireball over his shoulder. He did not aim at the monsters. He struck Li Yue in the leg. Li Yue lost his balance, and the 2 corpse hounds immediately knocked him down. Zhao Xiaojing, save me. Li Yue slapped at the flames on his pants as he struggled to crawl toward the exit. The corpse hounds sank their teeth into his arm and leg and dragged him back inside the fence. Zhao Xiaojing never even looked back. He used the few seconds his companion had bought him to keep sprinting, shouting at Wang Xiaofa to hurry up and close the gate. Zhao Xiaojing made it through the entrance, then knocked the rusted metal gate over in his panic. The crash drew the corpse hound's attention. They released the dying Li Yue and resumed their pursuit. The fallen gate did not stop the monsters. Instead, it left the entrance completely open. The corpse hounds crossed the threshold, with barely a dozen meters left between them and Zhao Xiaojing. Use Chen Mu as bait. Zhao Xiaojing shouted at Wang Xiaofa. Otherwise, we're both going to die. Wang Xiaofa hesitated for only an instant before snatching a rock off the ground and using his speed boost to circle behind me. He raised his arm and aimed for the back of my head, intending to knock me unconscious first. The world of slaughter had begun less than half a day ago, and these people had already learned to trade someone else's life for their own. I judged the distance from the sound of his footsteps and confirmed the direction of his attack from the way Zhao Xiaojing was staring fixedly at the space behind me. The danger had not yet come close enough to require dodging, so I decided to test a second form of air compression. Without turning around, I compressed the air in front of his shoulder into an invisible blade. Just as Wang Xiaofa's arm began to fall, the blade sliced across. His weapon and right arm hit the ground together. Immediately afterward, a thin cord of compressed air wrapped around his neck and snapped tight. He struggled several times, then quickly stopped responding. Air was normally invisible and intangible, but once compressed to a high enough density, it could become as hard as metal. Bullets were ideal for long-range bursts of force. Blades and cords were far more precise and would not destroy the surrounding buildings the way my first shot had. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1% speed boost. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Unlimited Teleportation. My second SSS rank skill was now mine. Not only could I teleport instantly to any place I could see, but I could also return at any time to places I had previously visited. As long as the conditions of sight or memory were met, there was no cooldown and no limit on the number of uses. The original skill had only increased speed by 1%. It was even weaker than the F-rank movement skill Wang Xiaofa had just displayed. Yet the second system had not simply increased the numerical boost. It had elevated movement itself into a spatial leap. Wang Xiaofa's death made Zhao Xiaojing stop dead in his tracks. Everything that just happened, was that you? The two corpse hounds had already leaped at him from behind. I closed my 5 fingers, and 2 air blades pierced their heads from the side, pinning both bodies in midair. The hound's claws had stopped less than a meter from Zhao Xiaojing's back. He thought he had been saved and had just begun to look relieved when he saw the black blood clinging to the blades of air. The cold blood outlined parts of the transparent edges. It finally allowed Zhao Xiaojing to see that the ability he faced was nothing ordinary. He looked at the ruin left by my first blast, then at the corpse hounds suspended in the air. His voice began to tremble. SSS rank. This time, he had guessed correctly. Zhao Xiaojing knew I would not let him go, but he still refused to accept it. You only got lucky and drew an SSS rank skill. Without your skill, you might not beat me. He spoke as he backed away, flames gathering in his palm once more. He talked about fairness, but his body was already preparing a sneak attack. I activated unlimited teleportation and appeared in front of him from more than 10 meters away. The spatial shift required no running and had no noticeable delay. 1 second I was standing where I had been. The next, I was close enough to see the terror in Zhao Xiaojing's pupils. Luck is part of strength. I raised my hand, and an air blade swept across the side of his neck. Besides, I have more than one SSS rank skill. Zhao Xiaojing clutched his wound and fell. The system notification appeared immediately afterward. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Fireball. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank World-Ending Heavenly Fire. My third SSS rank skill. World-Ending Heavenly Fire was not merely an enlarged version of Fireball. I could control the flame's volume, temperature, release direction, and blast radius. Given enough time to prepare, the skill truly deserved the words world-ending. The 2 corpse hounds also gave me 1 slaughter point each. Then I heard a faint cry for help from inside the unfinished building. Li Yue was still alive, but his wounds were beyond saving. Even if he did not die immediately after being bitten by the corpse hounds, he was extremely likely to become infected. I teleported to his side and ended his suffering with an air blade. He saw me in his final moment, and his plea for help fell silent. I did not explain, nor did I force him to continue enduring the injuries the hounds had inflicted. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank throwing. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank 10,000-fold strength. In less than half a day, I had already obtained 4 SSS rank skills. I was able to do what needed to be done not because I had suddenly gone insane after being transported here. In my previous life, I had spent 15 years as a mercenary, living with death on battlefields for most of that time. Hesitation could sometimes be a sign of kindness. But once an enemy had already attacked and an injured person was beyond saving, hesitation would only get me killed as well. This world even actively rewarded players for killing one another. The rules would not disappear simply because I disliked them. All I could do was understand them first, then decide how to use them to stay alive. I opened the system panel to examine the uses of slaughter points, and 2 new functions unlocked at the same time. World Trading Center unlocked. World Chat Channel unlocked. The Trading Center was already filled with resource exchange listings. 10 billion players had only just arrived, and most had yet to find reliable food or water. Compared with a population of 10 billion, the current number of listings was still small. Some people offered clothing for water. Others traded tools for food. There were even players willing to share their shelter, asking only for teammates with offensive skills. The chat system was divided into randomized world channels and regional channels. The former randomly assigned players to different rooms each time, while the latter displayed only messages from nearby players. It did not explain the exact range. I entered the regional channel. I quickly saw people openly recruiting teams, while others offered food, shelter, or even suggestive promises as they begged for rescue. It was impossible to tell which posts were true, but at least I now knew there were plenty of other survivors nearby. More importantly, players had already confirmed that killing another player gave you a chance to obtain that person's skill. A player with F-rank swordsmanship was recruiting teammates at bus stop number 10. Someone trapped by zombies inside Garden Residential Complex was also publicly requesting rescue. The chat messages were of questionable reliability, but they told me that many survivors were still nearby. That explained the rewards I had just received. A player with D-rank ice magic publicly began recruiting members and immediately attracted a crowd of followers. If even a D-rank skill was this rare, revealing the 4 SSS rank skills in my possession would inevitably invite far more trouble. Hiding my strength was not about pretending to be weak. It was about preventing 10 billion players from treating me as a common target. Until I understood the rankings, guild system, and cross-region rules, I had no reason to reveal the ranks of my skills. I left the chat channel and opened the system shop. A Desert Eagle cost 1 slaughter point, as did 100 universal handgun rounds. 10 cans of beef cost 1 point, and 12 bottles of mineral water cost the same. The shop also sold sniper rifles, rockets, Gatling guns, and other weapons. Even a Gatling gun cost only 10 points. The prices looked cheap, but to an ordinary player, killing even one corpse hound might cost them their life. I spent 2 points to buy a case of mineral water and a case of canned beef. Purchase successful. Slaughter points -1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 case of mineral water. Purchase successful. Slaughter points -1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 case of canned beef. The system inventory had 10 slots, and identical items could be stacked. I took out 1 can and a bottle of water, quickly restored my strength, then used world-ending heavenly fire to form a tiny flame and burn the grease from my hands. The can held a generous amount of beef, and I soon finished every bite. I returned the remaining half bottle of water to my inventory. Items inside its slots did not hinder my movements, and I did not have to carry them on my body. I had just put away the water when a chorus of low growls sounded behind me. More than a dozen corpse hounds had emerged from the ruins and were closing in. The corpse hounds delivering themselves to my doorstep might as well have been food and water. I spread my arms and divided the compressed air into more than a dozen razor-sharp cords. Once every corpse hound had charged into range, I crossed my arms, drawing all the air blades closed at once. The hounds in this pack varied widely in size and breed. There were shepherds, golden retrievers, an Alaskan Malamute, and even one small dog. After mutating, however, their speed and aggression showed no obvious differences. The 18 monsters first spread out among the ruins, then accelerated simultaneously as if they had all received the same command. 30 meters. 15. 10. I did not attack early. The air cords were already spread across the paths of their charge. The more tightly they clustered, the more efficient my strike would be. All 18 corpse hounds lost the ability to move at the same instant. The battle ended almost immediately. Black blood briefly outlined the air blades. After making sure none had escaped, I relaxed my fingers, and all the compressed cords dispersed together. Corpse hound slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. The same notification appeared 18 times in succession. I easily earned 18 slaughter points and confirmed another advantage of the second system. It did not merely raise skills directly to SSS rank. It also raised their proficiency to 100%. I did not have to practice repeatedly. I could immediately understand every form and application of each ability. If I had received the rank without the proficiency, controlling more than a dozen air cords at once might easily have ended in disaster. The second system had spared me the most dangerous process of trial and error. That benefit was hardly inferior to the skill upgrades themselves. Now that all players have familiarized themselves with the world of slaughter, daily missions will be issued in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. 3 minutes later, I received my first daily mission. Proceed to the designated location and kill 5 mutant spiders. Complete the objective to receive a mission reward. A red marker appeared in my field of vision, 1,654 meters away. The system did not disclose the reward tier beforehand. It only stated that the kills had to be completed at the designated location. Daily missions might be the first reliable opportunity for every player to receive reward packs. I had no reason to give it up. Unlimited teleportation offered two methods of targeting a destination. The first allowed me to travel anywhere I could see with my own eyes. The second allowed me to return to any place I had previously visited. I first locked onto the roof of a building more than 30 stories tall, several hundred meters away. I appeared on top of it in an instant, then used the elevated view to locate the mission marker. I did not even feel weightless when the first spatial leap ended. Looking back, the unfinished buildings had shrunk into a distant patch of gray ruins. The higher vantage point expanded my view, which also expanded the range of my teleportation. After the second teleport, I appeared directly in front of an abandoned shopping mall. The place was as silent as a graveyard. I did not know whether other players had received the same mission, so I did not lower my guard. I passed through dust-covered hanging strips and entered the mall. The center of the ceiling had collapsed, exposing a length of dry bone beneath the rubble. The escalators had stopped entirely. I followed the stairs to the second floor, but saw only patches of old cobwebs that had long since lost their stickiness. My footsteps echoed repeatedly through the empty level. Most of the storefront glass on either side had shattered, and display shelves had toppled everywhere, but no monster appeared on its own. I checked the webs and the shadows. The mission marker remained fixed here. Having 4 SSS rank skills did not make me charge blindly into the deepest part of the building. Spiders excelled at ambushes, and an unfamiliar floor had countless blind spots. By first confirming the exits, stairs, and collapsed areas, I would at least know where to retreat if I encountered an unknown ability. The mission location could not be wrong for no reason. The mutant spiders were probably hiding in the dark. "Stop! Don't move!" A shout suddenly came from behind me. I was about to turn when a gunshot exploded through the mall. The bullet grazed past me without causing any harm. The shooter was in terrible condition, his arm trembling so badly that the shot had missed. Otherwise, he would have aimed at my body. Even so, the report inside the enclosed building left my eardrums ringing. The person holding the gun was a man, but a spider nearly the size of a human head was clamped tightly over his face. Its 8 legs had pierced his flesh, leaving only one bloodshot eye visible through the gaps. The man had wasted away until he was almost skin and bone, and even the hand holding the gun shook. He had clearly tried to tear the spider off by force, but had only ripped the wounds on his face wider. His breathing was rapid and shallow. He had to stop for air after every sentence. The facehugger spider's abdomen, on the other hand, kept swelling and contracting as it drained his blood. Its condition was clearly much better than that of its host. "Come here and get this thing off me." He aimed the gun at me again. "Or I'll kill you." His words were vicious, but his voice held nothing except fear. I could see that the spider was steadily draining his blood and stamina. If this continued, he would soon become a dried-out corpse. I focused on the monster attached to the man's face, and the system immediately displayed its information. Name: Mutant Facehugger Spider. Description: Specializes in ambushes and frontal surprise attacks. Once attached, it is extremely difficult for the target to break free. It will continuously drain the victim's blood until death. Each time it successfully drains one person's blood, the spider's level, size, speed, and other attributes will increase. When the man saw that I had not obeyed, he aimed at my head again. He was already beyond saving, and I had no intention of placing my life in the hands of someone who might fire at any moment. I pressed my thumb against my middle finger, rapidly compressed the air at my fingertip, and flicked it forward. "Last chance. Get over here." He tried to hide his panic with a roar, and his index finger had already begun to tighten. I was faster, and I did not need a gun to aim. Boom. The air bullet punched through his chest. The man fell on the spot, and the gun sagged with him. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank handgun proficiency. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank firearms mastery. I had obtained another skill, and once again, the drop rate had been 100%. Other players could only rely on luck when killing one another. The second system had evidently raised that probability to its absolute limit as well. Knowledge from firearms mastery rapidly unfolded inside my mind. I could immediately understand the structures, recoil, and firing habits of handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, and heavy weapons. Even if I picked up a weapon I had never seen before, I would know how to use it. After losing its host, the facehugger spider pulled out its legs and lunged at me. It was fast, but not faster than my fully mastered air compression. I condensed an invisible long sword in my palm and stabbed into its charge. The threat was directly in front of me, so I did not use an air cannon with a wider destructive area. The moment the spider leaped into the air, the longsword entered above its mouthparts and drove it toward the floor along with the force of its momentum. The air blade pierced its head and sank into the tile beneath it. The spider struggled several times, then went completely still. Mutant Facehugger Spider slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Only one of the 5 required kills had been completed. I took the handgun from the man and found several extra rounds. There were 9 shots in total, including those in the magazine. The gun was of little use to me, but I could list it at the trading center in exchange for resources, so I placed it in my system inventory. There was nothing else on the body worth taking. My 10 inventory slots had to be reserved for food, water, and genuinely valuable equipment. Ordinary junk would only make later decisions more difficult. I searched the mall's 2nd floor, but never found the other 4 spiders. The sun would set in only half an hour. I did not want to spend that time playing hide-and-seek inside an unfamiliar building, and I had no intention of traveling after dark. I checked the stockrooms behind the stores, the ventilation shafts, and the collapsed area. The spiders were either hiding deeper inside or had already been frightened away by the gunshot. Searching one room at a time would take at least another hour. If the spiders refused to come out, then I would eliminate the nest with them. I teleported to the roof of a tall building. From there, I could see 2 players approaching the mall along the intersection. Judging from their route, they had probably received the same mission. Neither had entered the mall's immediate area yet, and my attack would avoid the street they occupied. As for what the system would tell them after the mission site was destroyed, that was for the system to decide. When firelight began to illuminate the district, both players stopped and looked up at the sky above the mall. Even from 100 or 200 meters away, I could see them rapidly retreating, voluntarily leaving the area that might be struck by the collapsing building. I did not wait for them to enter the danger zone. I raised my right hand and activated world-ending heavenly fire. A ball of flame rapidly expanded above the mall, growing from the size of a human head to 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, and finally into a colossal sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter. Gathering the flames required time. As their volume increased, the surrounding air rapidly heated, and distant windows began reflecting an orange-red glow. Even though I deliberately restricted its power, the fireball still looked like a second sun. The true world-ending heavenly fire could destroy most of a city. I locked onto the mall alone and strictly controlled the area of effect. The instant the fireball fell, scorching waves surged in every direction. From my position atop the high-rise, I clearly watched the mall's walls and roof collapse layer by layer. The entire structure was soon swallowed by flame. Rebar and concrete at the center were crushed outright, while the outer sections of the building were knocked down by the shock wave. The fire did not spread farther into the district, proving that my control over its range had been exactly as intended. Dust and smoke rose into the sky, and the mission marker above the ruin disappeared. Now all that remained was to see whether those 4 spiders had hidden deeply enough. The moment the mall finished collapsing, my mission notification appeared. Kill mission completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an F-rank mission pack. The disappearance of the mission marker did not mean the mission had failed. The other 4 facehugger spiders had clearly been hiding somewhere inside the mall. World-ending heavenly fire had completed the remaining kills. The pack entered my system inventory for the time being. I planned to open it after finding a safe place to stay. Immediately afterward, the kill log began refreshing rapidly. Facehugger spider slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Facehugger spider slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Brain eater zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 slaughter points. In addition to the 4 mission targets, quite a few monsters had been hiding inside the mall. A single cast of world-ending heavenly fire earned me more than 50 slaughter points. Those notifications showed me the value of an area of effect skill in the clearest possible terms. Searching floor by floor was time-consuming and left me vulnerable to ambushes. One precisely controlled strike could complete the mission and clear the entire nest at once. As long as I controlled the affected area, the difference in efficiency was immeasurable. I was about to leave when a massive black shadow suddenly burst through the smoke and dust rising from the ruins. It was a mutant spider as large as an elephant. Cracks covered its brown carapace. Several sections had already fallen away, exposing injured flesh. It must have sensed the danger early and escaped the fireball's center, but the aftermath had still wounded it badly. Each impact of its 8 legs shattered the pavement, yet neither its enormous size nor its injuries had noticeably slowed it. The system had not included it among my mission targets, which meant the mall had concealed a powerful monster unrelated to the mission. The giant spider did not charge at me. It targeted the 2 players at the intersection. The man had only just summoned a longbow when a spear-like spider leg pierced his chest. He loosed an arrow in desperation and happened to strike a gap in the carapace, but it did not stop the monster. The giant spider sprayed a mass of slime over him, wrapping him completely and quickly taking away his ability to resist. I could see the battle, but I was too far away to hear what they had said beforehand. The man's arrow proved he possessed a ranged skill, but the gap between their strength was far too great. His shot only enraged the giant spider and made it finish the attack faster. At that distance, even consecutive teleports could not have changed the outcome of the first strike in time. Only when I saw the spider turn toward the remaining woman did I lock onto a nearby building and rapidly close the distance. Unlimited teleportation required me to see the destination first. Dust obscured part of the street, forcing me to move to a position with a clearer view before entering the battlefield. Those spatial shifts took only brief instants, but the giant spider's attacks were just as astonishingly fast. The woman collapsed onto the ground and screamed for help. She had barely shouted that she would pay any price when another spider leg fell and pierced her chest. The monster did not eat her immediately. It first pinned her to the ground. Her cries quickly weakened, and the wound in her chest was already fatal. By the time I teleported to her side, she had no possibility of surviving. Rather than let the giant spider devour her, I ended her suffering first with an air bullet. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Danger Sense. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Danger Sense. The instant the new skill finished upgrading, I sensed in advance that a spider leg was about to descend on my head. It was not an ordinary intuition. Before the attack truly happened, its trajectory appeared in my mind like an extremely brief preview. I knew the angle from which the leg would strike and exactly how much time I had to respond. I moved half a step sideways while wrapping 8 thin cords of air around the giant spider's legs. Its limbs stopped less than half a meter from me and could descend no farther. The monster strained with all its might, making the rubble beneath its feet jump repeatedly. The air cords were invisible, but they only tightened as it struggled. I had bound the joints where its protective shell was weakest. There was no need to challenge the hardest part of its body head-on. I sharply tightened the cords, severing its ability to move. Then I condensed a watermelon-sized fireball and sent it directly into its open mouth. The giant spider still tried to counterattack with its mouth parts. I waited until they opened completely before striking, allowing the fireball to bypass the outer carapace and enter its body. Boom. The fireball exploded inside the giant spider. Its body rapidly lost all support and crashed heavily into the ruins. Giant spider slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 slaughter points. SSS rank Danger Sense could reveal attacks that were about to target me. Combined with unlimited teleportation, it would become extraordinarily difficult for anyone else to touch me. It also filled a weakness in unlimited teleportation. Previously, I had to notice an attack before deciding where to go. Now, as soon as hostile intent took shape, Danger Sense would warn me in advance. After confirming that no new threats remained nearby, I left the ruins. The sun had nearly reached the horizon. Finding safe shelter had become my most important priority. The archer had died to the giant spider, costing me a chance to obtain another skill. Still, 3 slaughter points and SSS rank Danger Sense were valuable enough. I did not dwell on it. Instead, I searched for shelter before the sky went completely dark. Most of the buildings along the way were badly damaged. Their walls were cracked and their doors and windows missing, making it easy for monsters to break in while I slept. Even with Danger Sense to warn me, I did not want every attempt to rest to become a fight that could be interrupted at any moment. The light was fading rapidly. I knew nothing about whether monsters became stronger or more numerous at night. Continuing to explore in darkness would be less sensible than first establishing a temporary base where I could seal the doors and windows. From atop a high-rise, I surveyed the area and soon fixed my gaze on a glass building nearly 100 stories tall. The sign on its roof had once read, "Wisdom Hotel," but one of the characters had collapsed. A hole more than 10 meters across had also been punched through the building somewhere around the 30th or 40th floor. The edges of that opening had caved inward, clearly indicating a high-speed impact from something outside. If a monster had left the mark, neither its size nor its strength could have been small. Instead of entering the guest room floors directly, I went to the hole first to identify the source of danger. I had 2 other reasons for choosing a high-rise hotel. Guest rooms followed a repeating layout, and there were usually more intact doors than in an ordinary residence. The building was also tall enough for me to survey structures within a kilometer and plan the next day's route. The drawback was that the elevators no longer worked. If monsters were hiding inside, the enclosed corridors would restrict my escape. Unlimited teleportation reduced that risk. As long as the hole, a window, or the end of a hallway remained visible, I could instantly relocate to a position I had already seen. I teleported to the edge of the opening and found the bare frame of a fighter jet wedged inside. At that same moment, night fully covered the city. To inspect the interior, I bought a high-powered flashlight from the shop. Purchase successful. Slaughter points -1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-powered flashlight. The shop's minimum price seemed to be 1 point. Fortunately, the flashlight had an unlimited power supply and could be used indefinitely. I had considered buying night vision goggles, which also cost only 1 slaughter point. However, the low-tier night vision equipment in the shop was bulky, displayed the world in a single shade of green, and occupied the head slot. A high-powered flashlight revealed colors, tracks, and confined spaces more effectively, even if its beam exposed my direction. World-ending heavenly fire could also provide light, but its orange-red glow would distort colors, and the heat might ignite the hotel's fabrics. Spending that 1 slaughter point was not a waste. I climbed over the broken masonry and aimed the beam into the fighter's cockpit. A blackened skeleton was still strapped into the seat, with only a shattered metal shell remaining of its helmet. When the light passed over the empty eye sockets, a swarm of tiny spiders abruptly poured out and fled into the darkness. I instinctively raised an air blade, but did not attack. The little spiders cared only about escaping the light, and no system notification identified them as hostile monsters. Wasting time on a few harmless insects would have served no purpose. They showed no intention of attacking, so I did not waste time hunting them down. Just as I prepared to leave, Danger Sense suddenly showed me an image. A long creature would leap from inside the cockpit toward my face. I immediately leaned aside. The skeleton's jaw snapped open the next second. A parasite more than 2 meters long, formed from many flat body segments, shot out and streaked past the side of my face. Without my newly obtained Danger Sense, it would have practically landed on me. The skeleton itself had not come back to life. The real monster concealed inside those bones was this creature. After landing, it opened a circular mouth filled with layer upon spiral layer of sharp teeth. It looked like a mutated tapeworm. The fighter had most likely crashed into the hotel because its pilot had been infected by the parasite. That was only an inference from the scene, not something I had personally witnessed. Fire had destroyed the fighter's systems, making it impossible to recover the black box, and the skeleton carried no identifying records. The only facts I could confirm were these. The parasite had hidden inside the pilot's remains for a long time, and it actively sought new hosts. Many tiny backward-facing hooks were hidden across the parasite's body. They were probably used to anchor it inside a host and prevent expulsion. If it managed to enter a human body, an ordinary person would likely never get a chance to pull it out. The creature seemed afraid of firelight. The instant flames appeared in my palm, it turned and fled. I predicted its path and hurled a fireball ahead of it. Boom. Flames covered an area 3 or 4 meters across, and the parasite was quickly burned to death. The fireball covered a wider area than I had expected. Against a target that was not especially fast, I did not even need Danger Sense to predict its movement. Blocking the path ahead was enough. Mutant parasitic tapeworm slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. I then entered the hotel corridor, used an air bullet to destroy the lock on one guest room, and moved a shoe cabinet behind the door. The room was not excessively dusty, and at least the walls, door, and windows were intact. There were no fresh footprints along either side of the corridor and no traces of monsters inside the room. I inspected the bathroom, wardrobe, and space beneath the bed. Only after confirming that nothing was hiding there did I switch off the flashlight. I pulled away the dust-covered bedding and lay down on the mattress. Before resting, I took out the F-rank pack I had received for completing the daytime mission. The shoe cabinet behind the door could only delay an ordinary zombie. It would never stop a giant spider or parasitic monster. I placed a drinking glass beneath the door handle as well. If the door moved, the sound of the glass hitting the floor would provide a second warning. The window faced one of the city's main roads. I left the curtains slightly parted. That kept the room from being fully exposed while preserving a visible destination for unlimited teleportation. The hotel mattress was soft, completely unlike the hard plank beds I had grown used to in my previous life. Only after my body relaxed did the fatigue accumulated through an entire day of fighting truly make itself known. Now it was time to see how much my first mission reward was worth. Opening F-rank mission pack. Pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one beginner combat set. The set contained a submachine gun, 300 rounds of ammunition, a bulletproof vest, 2 grenades, 1 smoke grenade, and 1 flashbang. For an ordinary person who had only just entered the world of slaughter, this equipment could completely change their situation. The submachine gun could deal with monsters at close range. The bulletproof vest increased their margin for error, and the four-thrown weapons could help them break out or create a visual advantage. This was merely the lowest rank mission pack, yet its reward was enough to give an ordinary player basic fighting power. Missions of higher ranks would certainly be worth completing in the future. My skills were stronger than this equipment, and there was no need to fill my 10 system inventory slots with ordinary weapons. I listed the entire set at the World Trading Center and accepted bids only in food and water. If I kept the set, it would spend most of its time sitting in my inventory. Converting it into survival supplies would reduce the time I would later have to spend searching for everyday necessities. Bids began updating as soon as the listing went live. Weapons and ammunition were among the scarcest resources in the early stages of the world of slaughter, and many people were willing to offer everything they had. The current highest bid came from a player named Chin Lu, 2 cases of canned luncheon meat and 1 case of water. She also promised in a note that if it was not enough, she would continue compensating me after finding more food. The second and third place bids kept changing. Some people offered bread and canned goods, while others added tools, but none ever surpassed Chin Lu. She had offered every scarce resource she currently possessed, which showed how desperately she needed a set of weapons she could use immediately. I waited half an hour. When no one outbid her, I confirmed the trade. Trade successful. Beginner combat, set -1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 cases of canned luncheon meat, containing 24 cans, and 1 case of water, containing 12 bottles. The system completed the transaction directly. Neither party needed to meet, and there was no risk of the other side backing out at the last moment. Chin Lu's name remained in the transaction record, but apart from that, I still knew nothing about her skill or location. Identical items could stack. The 2 cases of canned food occupied only 1 slot, and the new water automatically merged with my original supply. I actually had more available inventory space than before the trade. I also listed the handgun and 9 rounds I had taken from the man at the mall, receiving a case of plain bread in return. The handgun itself was not very valuable, and it had little ammunition, yet people bid almost immediately. Clearly, the initial skills of most players were not enough to handle monsters directly. Real-world weapons remained hard currency in the early game. After the trade, I ate 2 pieces of bread, 1 can of luncheon meat, and drank a bottle of water. Ordinary players were still worrying about their next meal. My slaughter points and supplies could already support me for a long time. I reorganized my 10 inventory slots. Bread, canned food, and mineral water were stacked separately, with the remaining space reserved for mission items or rare equipment. As long as items belonged to the same category, increasing their quantity did not occupy additional slots. I closed the system panel and prepared to sleep. Bang! Boom! My eyes had barely closed when a series of gunshots and explosions sounded from the street below. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. In the flickering firelight, an off-road vehicle sped along the street with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of zombies behind it. Most zombies moved sluggishly during the day, but these could keep up even as the vehicle took high-speed turns. They shoved one another forward, and any that fell were immediately trampled by the ones behind them. The entire mass barely slowed. The horde looked like a black flood. The zombies had clearly become faster at night, and their stamina seemed limitless. As long as they remained alive, they could keep chasing forever. The people in the vehicle fired guns and threw explosives while deliberately circling the hotel. They seemed to treat hunting the horde as a game. Their shouts, gunfire, and explosions echoed again and again between the buildings. Modern weapons could certainly bring down some zombies, but the horde was far larger than the ammunition the vehicle could carry. Those people had no high-rank area skills, yet they continued provoking the monsters. It looked less like a plan and more like chasing the thrill of killing with the vehicle's speed. I wanted to wait for them to leave on their own, but the vehicle completed lap after lap without the slightest intention of changing course. If this continued, sleep would be the least of my problems. The entire hotel might be surrounded by the zombie horde. I put my equipment back on and walked toward the hole in the floor where the fighter had crashed through the building. Since they had no intention of leaving, I would have to end this midnight chase myself. I locked onto the speeding off-road vehicle, activated teleportation, and landed directly on its roof. The dull thump alerted the people inside. A man leaning halfway out a window while shooting at the horde immediately turned his gun toward me. The pressure of the wind from the speeding vehicle tugged constantly at my clothes. I used 10,000-fold strength to steady myself, yet my feet still left a shallow dent in the thin roof. "You're not a zombie?" He looked me up and down. "How did you get up there?" "You're too loud." The man froze, then burst into laughter. Another voice came from the driver's seat, urging him to knock me off and feed me to the horde. That would buy them some time. "So you climbed onto our vehicle because you want us to stop disturbing your sleep?" The others inside joined in the jeering. None stopped to consider how I had suddenly appeared on the roof of a vehicle traveling at high speed. The armed man was named Young Han. He pointed the gun at my head and declared that unless I possessed an S-rank skill, I was not qualified to join them. I had never come here to join them. The supposed offer was only mockery. Even C-rank skills were currently extremely rare in the public channels. He did not believe I could possibly have reached S-rank. As Young Han's finger pressed the trigger, I opened my palm. A jet of flame erupted instantly. Before he had a chance to fire, both he and his weapon were swallowed by the intense heat. I did not expand the flame's range. The off-road vehicle was still moving at high speed. If I detonated the fuel tank now, the horde would immediately block every escape route. I allowed the column of fire to cover only Young Han's position, ending the attack quickly. "Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank ammunition replenishment. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank unlimited ammunition. Congratulations on successfully killing a player. You have obtained all slaughter points in the target's possession. Slaughter points plus 10. The original F-rank skill had only a small chance of replenishing one bullet after a successful hit. Once upgraded to SSS rank, it automatically refilled the ammunition for any weapon I used, with no limit on the number of activations. It applied to every gun, cannon, and even larger weapon. Combined with firearms mastery, the two skills eliminated both the difficulty of operation and the cost of ammunition. Even if I obtained a strategic weapon in the future, it would never become useless because I did not know how to operate it or lacked supplies. Young Han's death startled the driver. The vehicle swerved violently and struck a utility pole beside the road. The broken pole crashed onto the hood, bringing the off-road vehicle to a complete stop. I jumped to the ground. The remaining man and woman inside hurried out as well. Smoke quickly began rising from the hood. An explosion was only a matter of time. Without the vehicle, the distance between us and the horde behind us was shrinking rapidly. The man introduced himself as Li Yunpeng. Instead of reflecting on why he had drawn the horde here, he raised his gun and demanded to know why I had destroyed their vehicle. The woman was even more direct. She proposed killing me and using the scent of blood to lure the zombies toward my corpse. They blamed me for both Young Han's death and the vehicle's crash, while ignoring the fact that Young Han had tried to shoot me first. As the woman spoke, she was already studying escape routes. Li Yunpeng kept turning to check how far away the horde was. "If you don't have the ability to finish what you started, then don't provoke them in the first place." My words enraged Li Yunpeng. He was about to pull the trigger when several air blades sliced through both the handgun and his fingers. I did not strike a fatal point immediately. I first made him incapable of shooting. The gun fell to the ground in 2 pieces, and only then did Li Yunpeng realize that I did not need equipment to attack. The woman saw that things had gone wrong and turned to run while my back was toward her. I swept an air cord across both her legs, taking away her ability to move. She made it only a few steps before falling onto the road. The woman who had just proposed using me to lure the zombies finally understood that she had chosen the wrong target. At the same time, the first zombies appeared at the far end of the street. The horde was only 200 or 300 meters away and rapidly closing in. Li Yunpeng knelt beside the road and stared at the approaching monsters. Then he suddenly began laughing with a twisted expression. From his laughter and shouting, it was clear he had concluded that without the off-road vehicle, everyone here would be swallowed by the horde. "You destroyed the car. None of us are getting out alive," he shouted at me. "Just wait. We're all going to be torn apart together." What he did not know was that I had never been the one who needed to worry. The woman who had lost her legs was still crawling into the distance. The zombie horde was almost here. There was no possibility of her leaving alive. I ended her suffering with an air bullet and refused to leave a skill I could have obtained for the zombies. She and Li Yunpeng had indeed planned to kill me, but I did not let the horde tear her apart slowly. The world of slaughter had no need for pointless torture. A decisive outcome was enough. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Farsight. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank 1000-mile vision. 1000-mile vision allowed me to see targets at extreme distances. It still was not the night vision ability I wanted, but it could greatly expand the visible range of unlimited teleportation. The original F-rank Farsight only extended the distance of normal vision slightly. After the upgrade, I could deliberately magnify faraway details. Buildings, roads, and moving targets within my line of sight all became extraordinarily clear. In unobstructed daylight terrain, my teleportation radius would multiply. Li Yunpeng looked at the horde less than 100 meters away and concluded that I would die here too. I did not argue. I simply raised one arm toward the onrushing zombies. A fireball rapidly expanded above my palm until it was 2 or 3 meters in diameter. Then it transformed into a colossal column of flame and blasted straight down the street. The horde was large, but the narrow street restricted its formation. Almost every zombie had crowded into the same line of attack. Rather than creating a fireball that covered an entire district, it was more effective to concentrate the power into one continuously projected column of fire. The zombies in front were incinerated instantly, while the monsters behind them continued pouring into the flames. In less than half a minute, the entire street fell silent again. Only walls blackened by heat and warped asphalt remained. I maintained the attack until thousand-mile vision confirmed that not a single standing target remained at the far end of the street. I did not stop early at any point, nor did I give remnants of the horde a chance to circle around from the sides. The kill notifications appeared too quickly to read. By the time the log stopped refreshing, I had obtained several hundred slaughter points. Li Yunpeng's earlier madness vanished completely. You have an S-rank skill? No. SSS rank. I ended the fight with an airblade. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank improved driving proficiency. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank divine driving. With this skill, the moment I touched a set of controls, I would instantly obtain maximum proficiency with the vehicle, whether it was a car, aircraft, or spacecraft. The skill contained more than the physical act of driving. It included the instruments, performance limits, and emergency procedures of different vehicles. Even if the fighter jet in the hotel were restored and handed to me, I could take off immediately. A chase that had disturbed my sleep ultimately brought me several hundred slaughter points and 3 new SSS rank skills. The gains far exceeded the losses. I teleported to a nearby rooftop. A moment later, the disabled off-road vehicle exploded in the street. After several more spatial jumps, I returned to my hotel room and finally slept peacefully until morning. Danger sense gave no warning during the night. Zombies still growled occasionally outside the window, but without gunfire attracting them, they did not gather around the hotel again. The next morning, I checked the room and found no signs of intrusion. The system shop did not sell toothbrushes or toothpaste, so I posted an offer at the trading center. 1 can of meat in exchange for toiletries. The listing immediately attracted a flood of comments. Some people were still desperate for food, while others offered all kinds of conditions in exchange for the can. Someone recognized me as the person who had sold the beginner combat set the night before, and others publicly asked to join my team. I ignored every message unrelated to the trade. 7 minutes later, a player offered a soft-bristled toothbrush and a 220-gram tube of green tea mint toothpaste. Trade successful. Can meet -1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Feiyong soft-bristled toothbrush and 1 tube of green tea mint toothpaste. I washed up using 1 bottle of mineral water. The sun had fully risen, but the mailbox icon in the upper right corner of my vision kept flashing. At a time when most people could not even guarantee themselves breakfast, using an entire bottle of water to wash up looked extravagant. But I could replenish my resources with slaughter points at any time. There was no reason to deliberately make myself live in misery. I opened the system message that had arrived at midnight. Heaven ranking and Earth ranking have been announced. The World of Slaughter's first global rankings had finally appeared. The World of Slaughter had clearly not published rankings merely to let players compare themselves. Ranking rewards would continually push everyone to hunt monsters and even attack one another. I checked the rules first. Heaven ranking, individual combat power ranking. Earth ranking, daily kill ranking. The Heaven and Earth rankings update and settle rewards every day at midnight. Only the top 100 names will be displayed. Any player ranked within the top 10% of the total population is eligible for a reward. Higher ranks receive more generous rewards. Specific rewards will be determined upon distribution. Even 10% of 10 billion players was an enormous number, but only the top 100 would be made public. I opened the Earth ranking. As expected, I was in first place. The system did not disclose the exact threshold for the top 10%. It would only confirm eligibility during settlement. To ordinary players, ranking rewards might become their main incentive to risk leaving their shelters. To me, the top 100 were the only players truly worth watching. Rank 1, Shenmue. Kills, 1,008. The monsters in the mall and the horde last night accounted for most of those kills. Second place had only 18, nearly 1,000 fewer than me. That gap also showed how difficult it was for most players to handle even a dozen ordinary monsters during the day. If the off-road vehicle had not gathered the horde on a single street last night, my kill count would not have exceeded 1,000, but I would still have remained in first place. Claim Earth Ranking Reward. I claimed it. Reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one resource map of your current city. The map merged directly into the system interface. It marked every storage point for food, drinking water, weapons, and ammunition across the city and could automatically plan routes. Its value went beyond gathering supplies. It could also help me judge which locations were most likely to attract other players. I tried zooming in and found that it even displayed small warehouses and convenience stores. Areas that had already been searched extensively appeared faded, while unexplored high-value locations retained conspicuous markers. The next time I needed a specific item, I would not have to test buildings one by one. I then opened the Heaven ranking. Rank 1, Shenmue. The Heaven ranking displayed only names, not combat power values. Perhaps the system did not want other people to infer the top player's strength from specific data. Claim Heaven ranking reward. Reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one Elite Difficulty Trial card. Elite Difficulty Trial card opens an Elite Trial ground. Completing it grants large quantities of special, unique rewards. Warning, you cannot leave before the mission is completed. The reward was tempting, but the risk could not have been stated more directly. Once the trial began, I would either complete it or remain trapped inside forever. I already possessed 9 SSS rank skills, but it was still unwise to enter an unknown dungeon blindly. Special, unique rewards implied that only one of each item might exist. The earlier I cleared the trial, the more likely I was to obtain them. Yet, cannot leave also meant that even teleportation might not cross the dungeon boundary. Both the potential gain and the cost of failure were high. I had to enter at my absolute best. While I hesitated, a countdown to the daily mission appeared. The system will issue today's daily mission in 3 minutes. All players, please prepare yourselves. The trial card had no expiration date, but the daily mission offered only one opportunity that day. I decided to complete the immediate objective first and add another layer of confidence before challenging the trial. 3 minutes later, a new coordinate appeared on the map, 4,300 meters away. The mission location was an abandoned chemical plant. There was only one target, but its type was described simply as mutant creature. This mission allowed teams. As long as any one member completed the kill, everyone in the party would receive the same reward. When the system suddenly relaxed its conditions, it usually meant that the target was more dangerous than yesterday's facehugger spiders. The reward would not be divided based on party size, making the mission extremely attractive to ordinary players. A person with a high-rank skill could lead a large number of members and let all of them share the result. No wonder guilds treated mission sites as opportunities to recruit and expand. I used 1,000-mile vision to look into the distance, then activated unlimited teleportation repeatedly. A trip that would have taken at least an hour on foot required less than 3 minutes. More than a dozen players had already gathered outside the chemical plant, but someone was keeping them beyond the metal gate. I asked a nearby man what was happening. He told me the Bloodwolf Guild intended to monopolize the mission. Only players with E-rank skills, or those with practical F-rank combat skills, were qualified to join them. There's a D-rank ability user inside, the man whispered. Even if we all forced our way in together, we couldn't win. Fighting them would just be giving away our skills. He had spent 1 slaughter point on a handgun for the mission, only to be barred from entering. No wonder his face was filled with resentment. The other players outside the gate were in similar situations. Some carried metal rods, some had just purchased bows or crossbows from the shop, and others had no proper weapons at all. Their only hope was to join a team led by someone strong. More players continued arriving. Some applied on the spot and claimed to have combat skills. The Bloodwolf Guild took applicants inside to verify their abilities, and anyone caught lying was soon injured and thrown back out. People with genuine offensive abilities remained within the walls. The gatekeepers also recorded their skill types, evidently assigning positions for the coming battle rather than allowing newcomers to share the reward unconditionally. Their refusal to begin the mission made it clear that they wanted to use this opportunity to recruit more members. I also wanted to assess the target's strength first, so I walked to the gate. I'm an E-rank ability user. The guard looked me up and down, his eyes full of suspicion. In the end, he still pulled the gate open just wide enough for one person to pass. You'd better not be lying, or I'll break your legs. I did not argue and walked straight into the chemical plant. Behind me, some people said I did not look like a high-rank player, while others waited to watch me get thrown out again. I heard the man who had spoken to me defend me once, but the others quickly shouted him down. In their experience, people with high-rank skills immediately put on the airs of the powerful. The calmer I seemed, the more I looked like a liar. They would soon learn that claiming E-rank was simply my attempt to keep a low profile. A young man with a buzz cut handled the verification. He gripped a plastic club and ordered me to demonstrate my skill immediately, his tone already suggesting that he was prepared to attack. Right here. Where else? Stop wasting time. I raised my right hand and condensed only a strictly suppressed ball of flame. The buzzcut man leaned closer for a better look. The fireball suddenly rose, frightening him into taking several steps back. Even world-ending Heavenly Fire's minimum output was stronger than an ordinary fireball. I had to restrict both its temperature and its size to make it look close to E-rank. Otherwise, a simple verification would expose my identity. I did not attack anyone. I threw the fireball at an empty metal drum 10 meters away. Bang! Boom! The drum was blasted 7 or 8 meters into the air. By the time it fell, it had been torn into several pieces. Even though I had reduced the power as much as possible, the result still far exceeded an ordinary fireball. The shock wave stirred the dust all around us and knocked the buzzcut man, who had been closest, onto the ground. The people waiting outside to see me thrown out stretched their necks toward the noise. Only when the pieces of the drum fell did they accept that the blast had not been an illusion. The buzzcut man sat on the ground with a deathly pale face. The people outside who had questioned me immediately fell silent as well. Applause came from inside the plant. A man in a trench coat walked over and introduced himself as Tao Yong, vice leader of the Blood Wolf Guild. He directly announced that I had passed the verification and officially joined the guild, then patted my shoulder and promised that they would make me a priority for development. He behaved with the warmth of someone who had known me for years, but his words repeatedly emphasized the Blood Wolf family. This was not merely a welcome. He was reminding me that passing the test meant accepting guild membership by default. The buzzcut man urged me to thank the vice leader, but Tao Yong kicked him away on the spot. Who gave you permission to talk to my brother that way? He turned back to me and smiled, explaining that his subordinate did not understand proper manners. The reason his recruitment attitude had changed so quickly was simple. He valued the offensive power I had displayed. The buzzcut man flew 7 or 8 meters. Blood already stained the corner of his mouth, but he immediately lowered his head and apologized. With that one kick, Tao Yong both demonstrated how highly he valued me and showed every member exactly who held the power of life and death. I did not expose the act for the time being. I followed the instructions and opened the party interface, but did not actually join. There were more than 20 people inside the plant's walls, including me. After confirming that no more suitable recruits remained, Tao Yong ordered 2 subordinates to push open the warehouse doors. The group carried a chaotic assortment of weapons. Some had guns, some bows, and some fought barehanded with nothing but their skills. Tao Yong placed the members with weaker offensive abilities at the front, while always remaining in a safe position himself. The metal doors had not moved in years, and the hinges released a piercing scrape. The 2 men forced them open only 2 meters before they would move no farther. Tao Yong ordered them to go inside and investigate. Neither wanted to, but they did not dare disobey. If low-level members refused, the guild might kill them on the spot. If they obeyed, there was at least a chance of returning alive. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. There was no response from inside the warehouse. There were no gunshots or screams from its depths. It had become even quieter than before. That silence only made the people outside more afraid to approach. Tao Yong did not investigate personally. He continued, making the lowest-ranking members bear the risk. Tao Yong stepped forward and shouted into the darkness. The next instant, both metal doors were struck from the inside and toppled. The 2 men who had entered flew out like cannonballs and landed near me. Their waists and abdomens had been horribly deformed, but each still had one final breath. Everyone focused on the dark warehouse. I concealed 2 thin air cords behind me and quickly ended the men's suffering. Their internal organs had already suffered devastating damage. Even an ordinary healing skill would probably have failed to save them. The last value they could leave behind was keeping their kills from going to the monster. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank arrow split. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank 10,000 arrows. The original skill could split one arrow into two. After the upgrade, a single arrow could become 10,000. Once I found a suitable bow or a way to condense energy into arrows, this skill could cover a wide area in an instant. Combined with 1,000-mile vision, it could even launch attacks from extreme distances. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank hidden weapons. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Hidden Weapons Grandmaster. Hidden Weapons Grandmaster granted me the highest possible control over throwing knives, steel needles, and other thrown weapons. Combined with 10,000-fold strength and unrestricted acceleration, even an ordinary object could become a devastating weapon. The mission target had not officially appeared, yet I had already obtained 2 SSS rank skills. Heavy footsteps came from the depths of the warehouse, accompanied by chains repeatedly striking the floor. Using the light entering through the fallen doors, I finally saw the monster. It was a giant zombie 3 or 4 meters tall, with a round head, a thick neck, and muscles like a moving mountain. Shackles encircled its ankles. Massive iron gauntlets covered its hands, connected by a chain as thick as a human arm. A metal respirator covered its mouth, and 2 tubes ran from its shoulders to the lower part of its back. The broad finger marks left on the scout's waists matched its palms exactly. It had not even needed the gauntlets. It had crushed 2 grown adults nearly to death with nothing but its grip. It possessed none of a normal person's awareness. Only the urge to attack remained in its blood-red eyes. Everyone spread out, form a ring, and take turns drawing aggro. Tao Yong immediately ordered. I moved with the crowd without rushing to attack. The party interface remained on the confirmation screen. As long as I did not press accept, the Bloodwolf Guild would not share my final kill. Tao Yong removed his trench coat, and a subordinate presented a silver greatsword with a distinctly European design in both hands. The blade was nearly 2 meters long, far too large for an ordinary person to wield one-handed, but he held it steadily. The guild had existed for only a short time and could not possibly have proven its leadership abilities already. Tao Yong's position as vice leader most likely came from the D-rank skill the people outside had mentioned. I wanted to see his ability clearly before deciding whether that greatsword was worth adding to my collection. Once the battle began, more than 20 different abilities struck the giant zombie at the same time. Fireballs, ice, enhanced bullets, and various buffs looked impressive, but accomplished almost nothing. F-rank flames left only scorch marks on its skin. Ice had barely covered its ankles when the monster raised a leg and shattered all of it. Someone accelerated bullets and fired at its eyes, but the giant zombie only had to turn its head to block them with the metal respirator. A member with increased defense tried to draw its attention from the front. One punch still left him unable to stand. Some members fired at it. Others increased their defenses, and still others deliberately made noise from the sides, taking turns diverting the monster's attention from their teammates. The giant zombie, however, needed only one punch to take an ordinary player out of the fight. Its movements were not agile, and the paths of its attacks were easy to read. But space inside the warehouse was limited, and the sweeping chain extended its striking range. Even when low-rank players saw an attack coming, the difference in strength made it difficult to evade completely. Tao Yong still did not attack. He circled the perimeter with the silver greatsword in hand, waiting for the monster to turn its back. Even after someone fell to an iron fist, he refused to reveal his attack early. At last, the giant zombie cornered one player and raised its right fist to strike. Tao Yong closed in quickly from behind, lifted the sword with both hands, and slashed down with all his strength. A cold flash swept past, severing the giant zombie's entire right arm at the shoulder. A layer of frost covered the great sword, and ice rapidly sealed the stump. The attack was indeed far beyond an ordinary F-rank skill. The player in the corner escaped death. Tao Yong also showed confidence for the first time, evidently believing that freezing the wound would prevent regeneration. But the monster had not lost its ability to fight. With its left hand, it crushed the ice on its shoulder. Then it picked up the severed limb and forcibly pressed the 2 cut surfaces together. Masses of new tissue grew rapidly, reattaching the arm within seconds. The restored hand flexed all 5 fingers, then formed a fist again. Its strength had not noticeably declined. Severing limbs alone could not kill it. The entire core of its body had to be destroyed at once. Tao Yong had clearly never encountered regeneration like this. The giant zombie turned and swung its fist. He had no time to evade and could only hold the greatsword vertically in front of himself as a shield. Bang! Tao Yong and his sword flew more than 10 meters and crashed into a pile of abandoned metal drums. To my surprise, he soon used the greatsword to push himself back to his feet. He muttered something under his breath, and green light descended onto his head. The serious injuries he had just suffered rapidly healed, leaving almost no visible trace. The healing did not activate automatically. Tao Yong had to trigger it himself, and the holy sword had to remain in his hand. That limitation gave me a clearer understanding of the skill structure. The Frost Greatsword and the healing ability clearly belonged to the same skill system. The giant zombie charged at Tao Yong again. The other members were afraid of being caught in the attack and retreated one after another. Tao Yong could only raise his sword to meet it, using the rotation of his body to launch a more powerful heavy slash. This time, the iron gauntlet blocked the blade head-on, suffering only a tiny mark. Tao Yong's offensive force was not the problem. The real difference came from the weapon and the monster's defense. He had chosen the wrong place for a direct collision, and the frost could not penetrate the intact gauntlet. The monster could move all 5 fingers of its right hand. It grabbed the blade and yanked. The greatsword immediately left Tao Yong's hands, flew dozens of meters, and stabbed into the ground. Without his weapon, Tao Yong could only evade the iron fists in disarray. What are you still watching for? Use your fireball. I had already seen his ability clearly and confirmed that the giant zombie's regeneration required enough bodily tissue to remain. Continuing to watch would only waste more skills on the monster. Many players outside the gate were waiting for the mission result. If the Bloodwolf members continued dying, not only might the monster become stronger, but fewer and fewer skills would remain for me to obtain. I raised my hand and expanded a fireball to 0.5 meter. The surrounding players looked delighted at first. When the fireball grew to 1 meter, they began retreating. At 2 meters, everyone searched for cover. By the time its diameter exceeded 3 meters, no one believed it was an ordinary E-rank skill. Sensing the threat, the giant zombie abandoned Tao Yong and charged at me. Its chains dragged sparks across the floor, and its heavy footsteps made the entire warehouse shake. It raised its left fist to guard its head and pulled its right arm back to gather force, clearly preparing to knock me away before touching the fireball. Danger Sense simultaneously showed me the path of its next sweeping strike. I did not declare victory while the fireball was still forming. I waited until it truly entered a straight line of fire, then used air compression to generate propulsion. Compressed air erupted behind the fireball, instantly increasing its speed while concentrating the energy into a smaller frontal area. The giant zombie barely managed to raise its iron fists in front of its chest. Boom! The 3-meter fireball accelerated instantly and swallowed the giant zombie head-on. It tried to raise the gauntlets to block, but the intense heat melted them first, then punched through its entire body. The fireball continued through the plant's left wall. The unsupported section of the building collapsed, and the concrete around the breach glowed like molten rock. When the smoke cleared, the giant zombie had vanished. Only 2 fleeting outlines of its feet remained on the floor. This was not a severed limb or a serious wound. Its entire body had been completely destroyed by the heat. No matter how powerful its regeneration, it could not continue without any tissue left behind. Giant zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. Kill mission completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an E-rank mission pack. The mission was successfully completed. Tao Yong and the other members received no reward because I had never truly joined their party. They had treated me as a new member moments ago. Now, the way they looked at me had changed completely. Tao Yong climbed to his feet, and his first question was who I really was. The players outside the metal gate had also witnessed the attack. Some guessed that my skill was at least A rank and might even be an S rank ability that had never appeared publicly. I offered no explanation. Revealing my true rank would only give me another conspicuous label in addition to my identity on the heaven ranking. The Bloodwolf Guild had witnessed the power firsthand. Whether they knew the exact rank would not change their next choice. Vice Leader, our mission failed. The Bloodwolf members began receiving notifications. The mission target has been killed. Mission failed. Tao Yong finally realized what had happened. You didn't join the party? Why would I? The recruiting smile vanished from his face. He signaled a subordinate to retrieve the silver greatsword. Green light descended again, healing the injuries the giant zombie had inflicted. That also confirmed that the greatsword was the physical core of the skill. Without it, Tao Yong could use neither the frost attack nor the healing ability. At his order, more than a dozen guild members aimed their guns and skills at me at the same time. You don't dare shoot the monster, but you'll attack the person who killed it? I asked. Tao Yong then stated his conclusion directly. An area attack like the one I had used could not possibly be activated repeatedly. I had deliberately hidden inside the party because I needed other people to wear the monster down first, which also meant my skill had a strict use limit or cooldown. I did not refute him immediately. My silence made him even more certain that he was right, and kept the others from scattering prematurely in fear. "Hand over your resources, and I'll still give you a chance to work for Bloodwolf," he said. "Otherwise, you can't dodge this many people shooting at once." His reasoning sounded logical, provided I had only one skill. Even if world-ending Heavenly Fire truly entered a cooldown, I still had air compression, unlimited teleportation, 10,000-fold strength, and the two ranged abilities I had just obtained. Their numerical advantage had nowhere near the value he imagined. "I refuse." Tao Yong raised his sword and gave the order. The Bloodwolf members began chambering their guns, while flames and frost gathered in their hands. I held both arms straight out and transformed compressed air into multiple fine cords, wrapping them separately around the first 3 people preparing to attack. They abruptly left the ground, their gun barrels forced upward. No matter how they clawed at their necks, they could not touch what actually bound them. I closed my fingers, and all 3 attacks stopped at once. "Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Flame Spray. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Dragon Flame Breath. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Freeze. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Frost Domain. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Bullet Acceleration. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Unrestricted Acceleration." Someone tried to use the shadows to circle behind me. I moved my ring finger slightly, and 2 air blades sealed his route in advance. Dragon Flame Breath could continuously project extremely hot flames. Frost Domain could reduce the temperature across a wide area and freeze its targets. Unrestricted Acceleration was not limited to bullets. Any moving object under my control could receive a speed boost. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Shadow Step. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Phantom Movement. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Thermal Sensing Eyes. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Demonic Eyes. Demonic Eyes was the visual ability I had needed all along. It did more than sense heat and cold. It also allowed me to see as clearly at night as during the day. Phantom Movement could leave nearly indistinguishable afterimages at close range, making it well suited to continuous changes of direction. Once Demonic Eyes was combined with 1,000-mile vision, it would be much harder for anything to escape my observation, whether by day, by night, or behind an obstruction while still emitting heat. The remaining members finally began retreating, but they had already obeyed the order and aimed their weapons at me. It was too late to leave now. Air cords tightened from different directions. The battle never turned into a prolonged firefight. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Defense Boost. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Indestructible Golden Body. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Quick Draw Slash. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Unlimited Quick Draw Slash. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Water Spray. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Heavenly Waters Descent. Indestructible Golden Body reinforced my physical defense. Unlimited Quick Draw Slash removed charging time and usage limits. Heavenly Waters Descent could summon water on a massive scale. The 3 skills respectively strengthened my survival, close combat, and area control. Tao Yong told me to stop, but his voice was clearly trembling. Only now did he understand that the fireball was not my sole means of attacking. The final 2 members respectively tried to seize control of my body and conceal their presence. I used Danger Sense to determine the timing of their attacks, then sent air blades through their positions. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Object Control. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Object Control. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Presence Concealment. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Complete Invisibility. SSS rank Object Control allowed me to manipulate objects from a distance, while Complete Invisibility concealed both my appearance and my presence. At the current stage, ordinary detection abilities would have great difficulty finding me. Every Bloodwolf member present except Tao Yong had lost the ability to fight. That round had earned me exactly 10 SSS rank skills. Quite a few people had died to the giant zombie earlier. If I had ended the battle sooner, I could have obtained even more abilities. All 10 of these people had raised guns or activated skills. There was no ambiguity about the outcome of the fight. I also did not cross the walls to hunt ordinary players who had never participated in the attack. In any case, the one thing this world would never lack was players and monsters. There was no reason to dwell on an opportunity already lost. I returned my gaze to Tao Yong. His D-rank skill should be the most valuable one at the scene, which was why I had deliberately saved him for last. Tao Yong tightened his grip on the silver greatsword and tried to bargain for his life. I admit my attitude was wrong just now, but it isn't a crime deserving death. When I did not respond, he immediately raised the offer. I can help make you the leader of the Bloodwolf Guild. We already have more than 100 members. With your strength, you could develop it into the greatest guild in the world. He spoke faster and faster, moving from his authority as vice leader to the members' resources, trying to prove that he was still useful. But he had been the one who ordered everyone to open fire. His promises would last only until he regained the advantage. If I have that kind of strength, what do I need you for? My question left Tao Yong silent. He quickly abandoned negotiation and rotated his wrist, pressing his palm tightly to the sword's hilt once more. It looks like there's a 90% chance I die here today. 100%. Tao Yong roared and suddenly charged with his sword, trying to seize the initiative. His footsteps were faster than when he had attacked the giant zombie, and frost covered the edge of the blade again. His final healing spell had restored his body to its best condition, and this attack held nothing back. I did not declare the result in advance, nor did I swing a weapon directly. Several cords of compressed air already crossed his charging path. I used unrestricted acceleration to make them vibrate at high frequency. Tao Yong ran into the invisible cords himself. Unrestricted acceleration made the air lines oscillate at an extreme frequency, turning them into invisible wire saws. The harder Tao Yong charged, the more completely they cut through his body. He had barely taken one step when all four limbs lost their strength and he fell to the ground. The silver greatsword landed in the distance. He never even saw when I had attacked. "Aren't you going to heal yourself?" I asked. "That skill can only handle ordinary injuries." Tao Yong looked at his condition and finally stopped struggling. "It can't heal something this severe. Make it quick." I ended the fight with an air blade. "Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained D-rank Paladin. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Angelic Paladin. The original D-rank Paladin could summon a Paladin's sword with a frost effect and came with basic healing. After the upgrade, I could summon a Radiant Holy Sword and a Radiant Pegasus, while its healing ability became Angel's Blessing. The Radiant Pegasus could travel across the ground and fly. The Radiant Holy Sword's frost effect was upgraded into dual Holy Light and frost damage. For the first time, I had a reliable means of flight and no longer had to depend entirely on visible destinations to move through the air. As long as I had one breath remaining, Angel's Blessing could restore my body to perfect condition within 1 second. It still required me to remain alive and successfully activate it, so it could not reverse true death. Even so, it was enough to treat the vast majority of fatal injuries. Combined with danger sense and indestructible golden body, my survivability rose another level. Tao Yong's skill did not disappoint me. When the people outside the gate saw that the Bloodwolf Guild had been completely wiped out, they fled in different directions. I did not pursue them. Being decisive in killing did not mean killing indiscriminately. Those people had neither obeyed Tao Yong's order to attack me nor tried to stop me from leaving. There was no reason to turn every witness into an enemy. I took out the E-rank pack from the daily mission. Opening E-rank mission pack. Pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. Attribute points could permanently increase base abilities such as strength, speed, evasion, defense, and stamina without relying on skill activation. I did not put all 10 into one area. I added 1 or 2 points to each of the major attributes. Strength and stamina determined how long I could continue fighting. Speed and evasion affected my reactions without skills, while defense provided a final layer of protection. A balanced distribution prevented any obvious weakness for now. Once I understood the efficiency of attribute growth, I could specialize later. The changes became apparent the moment I finished assigning the points. My movements felt lighter, my strength became more concentrated, and both my muscles and stamina improved noticeably. That kind of permanent enhancement suited me better than an ordinary weapon. I had now accumulated more than 20 SSS rank skills, with Angel's Blessing as a recovery guarantee. Leaving the Elite Trial card inside my inventory any longer would only waste an opportunity to grow stronger. I chose to use it. A black card engraved with golden runes appeared between my fingers. Following the method implanted by the system, I fired it forward. The card disintegrated in midair and formed a continuously rotating portal. Nothing could be seen beyond it. I took a deep breath and stepped through. The entrance disappeared the instant my trailing foot touched the ground. The system notification offered no exit option, proving that the warning on the card had taken effect. From this moment on, I could return to the original world only by completing the trial. A ruined street surrounded me. Several high-rises had been burned black, every window was shattered, and broken glass and rubble covered the ground. The environment resembled the city outside, but its silence felt even more unnatural. A centipede the length of a finger crawled out through a hole in the manhole cover beside my feet. I was about to step on it when danger sense suddenly warned me. I switched to an air blade and cut the centipede in half from a distance. Green blood struck the pavement, immediately releasing white smoke and bubbles along with an intense smell of sulfur. The blood from a single tiny centipede corroded a hole the size of a tennis ball into the ground. If I had stepped down with the sole of my shoe, the corrosive blood would have touched my body first. Danger sense was not warning that I could not defeat an insect. It was warning that the method of attack itself would cause harm. This could not possibly be the final objective of an elite trial. Dense crawling noises soon came from beneath the manhole cover. Then something below lifted the heavy lid and allowed it to slam back down. Bang! The second impact was stronger and sent the cover even higher. The creatures underground were steadily gathering force. Only a few more collisions remained before they broke through. Patches of centipedes first emerged from the holes around the manhole cover. Then the force underground threw the entire lid away. Boom! Countless centipedes erupted 2 or 3 meters into the air from the sewer, then rained across the street. The moment they righted themselves, all of them locked onto me and converged from every direction. The swarm was so dense that the ground was almost impossible to see. The front ranks piled over one another, while more continued pouring from the manhole behind them. If I stood still for several seconds, they would completely cover my shoes and pant legs. The blood of the tiny centipede had already proven corrosive. I did not know whether these monsters' fangs carried the same effect, so naturally, I would not let them touch me. When the centipede tide reached the tips of my shoes, I teleported 20 or 30 meters away. They did not lose their target. The entire swarm immediately turned and resumed the chase. That conveniently concentrated the scattered insects again. I raised my hand. A fireball 5 or 6 meters across, already condensed in midair, fell directly into the centipede tide. I did not use air blades. Cutting them would spray corrosive bodily fluids across a wide area, while flames could destroy both the monsters and their venom before they came close. Boom! The creatures at the center were instantly reduced to charcoal. The exploding wave of fire continued outward, swallowing layer after layer of centipedes behind them. Their corrosive fluids burst under the heat, filling the street with a rapid chain of explosions. One fireball could clear only a limited area. The centipedes in the sewers seemed endless. As soon as one group burned away, a new swarm emerged from the manhole. They did not retreat from the flames. The monsters behind continued forward over the charred bodies of their own kind. I had to keep changing my destination to prevent an opening from forming in any direction. I continuously condensed enormous fireballs in the air and controlled them to cover different sections of the district. Firelight painted the nearby high-rises orange-red, while centipede ash accumulated in ever thicker layers across the ground. The extermination continued for a long time. Only after I had released more than 100 fireballs did the eruption from the manhole finally slow, leaving just a few centipedes crawling out at a time. Repeated casting consumed no stamina and triggered no cooldown. With an ordinary area skill, even if its power were sufficient, the caster would probably be exhausted by hundreds of thousands of monsters first. Unfortunately, these small creatures were too weak to count toward kill rewards. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of centipedes would have sent my slaughter points soaring again. To ordinary players, however, they were still extremely dangerous. Modern weapons could not spare one bullet for every centipede, while killing them at close range would expose the attacker to their corrosive blood. Without an area skill, crossing this insect tide would be nearly impossible. The Elite Trial's first stage had actually been a test of ability types. No matter how high someone's single target damage was, if they could not continuously cover a broad area, the swarm would drown them. I was about to confirm whether the trial had ended when a series of heavy metallic scraping sounds rang out nearby, like many knife points dragging across the ground at once. Danger sense activated instantly. I teleported 10 meters backward. 2 silver blades, each 2 or 3 meters long, stabbed through the spot where I had stood and crossed to carve a gigantic X-shaped fissure into the ground. The pavement bulged upward on both sides the next second. A giant centipede with a red back and silver belly emerged from underground. It stood 5 or 6 meters tall and measured nearly 20 meters long. Its densely packed legs all gleamed like metal blades. Its emergence hurled a large mass of rubble into the air, yet the creature's back armor did not show any obvious scratches. Ordinary bullets probably could not even penetrate that shell. Its foremost 4 legs had evolved completely into long silver blades. The upper 2 were even longer and had launched the ambush just now. Its head resembled an enlarged king cobra, except that a flat human face covered its front, and its opening mandibles were filled with sharp teeth. Now this was an opponent worthy of an elite trial's final target. The giant centipede roared. All 100 legs exerted force at once, propelling its enormous body at an astonishing speed. I condensed 1 fireball in each hand to test its frontal defenses. The monster brought down its 2-bladed forelimbs. The edges did not even touch the fireballs directly. The pressure waves created by the slashes split both flames apart. The residual force continued forward and left gashes more than 10 meters long and over a finger deep in the street. That proved it relied on more than sharp blades. The strength in its forelimbs was equally astonishing. Wearing it down from the front with small fireballs would accomplish nothing and only allow it to close the distance quickly. It reached me in the blink of an eye, for blades descending from different angles. Danger sense revealed their paths in advance. I teleported into the blind spot behind its back. Several air cords immediately wrapped around the 4-bladed limbs, while more than 100 fireballs and long air knives formed above its head. I did not concentrate every attack on one point. The fireballs produced repeated thermal expansion and contraction, while the air knives struck along the joints between armor plates. The 2 forces alternated to break down the shell. Explosions and the shriek of sliced air descended together. The giant centipede's shell endured at first, but cracks began appearing after the continuous barrage. It twisted its body violently, trying to use its 100 legs to sever the air cords. Every sweep of those legs left dense knife marks in the ground. If I bound it too low, its own bladed limbs might repeatedly strike the cords. I could only keep adjusting the angle and secure the points of force around the roots of its 4 main blade arms. I increased both the number and thickness of the cords, then added unrestricted acceleration. The air lines vibrated at high frequency and cut through the cracks in the shell. The 4-bladed limbs separated from its body one after another and crashed onto the road with metallic clangs. Briefly free, the monster immediately turned, opened its jaws, and sprayed a stream of filthy green liquid. This was no desperate death throw. It was the creature's true ranged attack. The spray covered several meters in front of me and continued spreading after striking the ground. I had already seen the result before the attack occurred and teleported away. The liquid struck the ground with a foul stench and corroded a 1-meter-deep pit into the street in mere seconds. Its venom was far more dangerous than that of the small centipedes. I would not give it another chance to approach. Hundreds of air cords wrapped around the giant centipede from every direction, forcibly sealing its mouthparts as well. Its corrosive fluid could not harm its own body, so forcing it back down its throat caused no damage. But without its forelimbs, the creature's struggles had clearly weakened. The air cords avoided the mouth and severed limbs from which fluids were leaking. The venom could corrode solid matter, but it could not directly dissolve restraints formed from compressed air that continuously renewed itself. Only after confirming that its severed limbs were not regenerating did I close my 5 fingers around every air cord and pull back violently. Hundreds of air cords tightened simultaneously, and the giant centipede's struggle ended at once. Its enormous body separated at different points, breaking into more than 100 sections that collapsed across the street. Even if it possessed regenerative abilities, a body divided so completely could not continue fighting. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have cleared the elite trial ground. Mission rewards distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 additional inventory slots, 1 overlord centipede larva, 1 venomous dagger, and 5 bottles of replenishment fluid. My inventory capacity increased from 10 slots to 20, which had great long-term value. The overlord centipede larva was effectively a trainable pet that could follow my orders. With continued growth, it could evolve into the giant centipede I had just fought, or even a stronger form. The system currently kept the larva sealed in an independent state. It would not crawl around in physical space. I could release it for training in a suitable environment, preventing it from being exposed to danger before it had matured. The venomous dagger looked ordinary, but its blade carried centipede venom. Merely breaking the skin would rapidly corrode a severe wound into the target. The dagger was ideal for concealed attacks and took less inventory space than a gun. With Hidden Weapons Grandmaster, I did not even need to hold it. I could still hit a target accurately by throwing it. The 5 bottles of replenishment fluid could restore stamina, increase satiety, and reduce negative conditions such as hunger. They were suited to extended battles or environments where eating was impossible. The system listed no obvious side effects, but I still would not consume them casually without need. The elite trial had proven that an unknown stage might prevent players from leaving halfway through. These 5 bottles should be reserved for a genuine battle of endurance. The rewards did not directly grant new skills. Instead, they respectively improved my storage space, pet, weapon, and endurance. They truly matched the description, special and unique. You will be forcibly removed from the trial ground in 3 minutes. You may also choose to leave immediately. A swirling portal appeared beside me. Only ruined streets remained nearby, and 3 minutes was not enough for meaningful exploration, so I walked straight through the entrance. Only half my body had emerged from the portal when continuous gunfire and a cry for help sounded in front of me. "Stay back. Get away from me." The exit had not returned me to the chemical plant or last night's hotel. I had appeared in an unfamiliar plaza. It seemed the destination after completing the trial was random. A man with a gun saw me suddenly appear and immediately shouted for me to join forces with him, warning that otherwise, everyone would drown. Spent shell casings and several bodies littered the plaza, while drag marks left by flowing water surrounded the fountain. The battle had clearly been underway before I appeared. I did not answer first. I studied the monster beside the plaza fountain. It was a water giant 3 meters tall. Its lower body merged with the fountain water. Its upper half only vaguely resembled a person, with thick arms like animal claws, while a disproportionately large metal knight's helmet sat atop its head. It did not step when it moved. Water spread forward along the ground beneath it, then pulled the entire body along. As long as the fountain continued supplying water, the creature's volume did not visibly shrink. As sunlight passed through the water, I saw a player trapped inside its abdomen. The man struggled continuously. His arms and legs occasionally broke the surface, only for the internal vortex to drag him back. The water looked clear from outside, but its suction was stronger than an ordinary whirlpool. Every time the trapped player approached the edge, the current automatically changed direction and swept him back toward the center. The armed man kept firing, but every bullet slowed immediately upon entering the water and was ultimately trapped by the rotating current. Ordinary firearms could not injure it. He knew the shots were ineffective, yet he did not dare stop because the water giant kept approaching him. The ammunition bought him only noise and a little attention. It did nothing to truly halt the attack. I first released an air cord, followed the current around the water giant, and tightened it sharply. Its chest was sliced open, but rejoined in the next second. A blade truly could not cut water. But the water giant had never been my real target. The instant the liquid body split, the air cord also passed through the player inside, who was already near death, ending his suffocation. If I tried to rescue him directly, I first had to find a way to make the entire body of water lose its suction. The player had already been deprived of oxygen for too long, and his movements had been reduced to instinctive struggling. There was no time to wait for my second experiment. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank stone armor. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank armor of the earth. F-rank stone armor could only cover the surface of the body in rock, improving defense and the hardness of punches and kicks. SSS rank armor of the earth not only greatly increased my size, thickness, and hardness, but also let me mobilize the surrounding soil and stone. This did not duplicate indestructible golden body. Indestructible golden body strengthened my body itself. Armor of the earth transformed the environment into additional armor and offensive resources. The more complex the terrain, the more materials I could use. The water giant continued moving toward us. The armed man's magazine finally ran empty, leaving only dry clicks from the gun. He abruptly looked at me. The next second, my vision went black without warning for about half a second. Immediately afterward, I felt a push from behind. Danger sense did not classify that shove as an attack powerful enough to injure me, but the man clearly did not know how stable 10,000-fold strength made my body. He pushed with everything he had, yet my feet did not move. The man had clearly intended to blind me, then shove me into the water giant's attack range. His strength, however, was nowhere near enough to move me. My vision returned. I turned and found myself looking him directly in the eyes. Let me explain. I bent down and picked up the handgun he had discarded. Unlimited ammunition activated immediately and refilled the empty magazine. Realizing something was wrong, the man claimed that he was giving me the gun and turned to run. He had taken only 2 steps when I pulled the trigger. He had not attacked because of a misunderstanding. Once his bullets ran out, he had deliberately used a skill to take away my sight, then tried to make me die in his place. There was nothing to explain. Bang! The bullet struck his chest. He looked down at the rapidly spreading blood on his clothes, clearly unable to understand how an empty gun had fired. I raised the barrel again and aimed at the back of his head. The second gunshot ended the man's escape. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank blindfold. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank ghostly blindness. I finally understood that his skill had caused that half-second of darkness. F rank blindfold could target only one person and take away their vision for 1.5 seconds. The upgraded ghostly blindness had no limit on target count and lasted an entire minute. Victims lost sight of the real world and entered a dark illusion formed from fear, where demons, ghosts, and monsters tormented them. The illusion read the image each target feared most and created nearly real sensations of touch, sound, and suffocation. Even someone with a strong will would lose normal judgment and combat vision during that minute. Someone with poor psychological endurance might even be frightened to death directly. The skill was more suitable for use against players. Monsters without reason might go berserk indiscriminately after losing their sight, making them more difficult to handle. It was also not direct damage in the traditional sense. If the target could remain emotionally stable, their body would not be injured out of nowhere. The real harm came from mental collapse and loss of control in battle. I placed the handgun in my inventory. The sound of rushing water suddenly intensified behind me, and Danger Sense issued a warning at the same moment. I teleported 3 meters away. The water giant's claw struck my original position. A few scattered droplets actually carved cracks into the marble. Being made of water did not mean it lacked force. The current inside its body rotated at high speed. Anyone caught in its grasp would suffer both suffocation and crushing water pressure. Those few droplets splitting the stone proved that every part of its body could be accelerated into a weapon. Anyone who treated it as nothing more than formless liquid would pay the price. I wanted to test the dragon flame breath I had obtained not long ago. After I snapped my fingers, a translucent dragon head as large as the water giant condensed beside me. Melt it! The dragon's mouth opened, and a rotating column of fire blasted forward. I did not use my largest fireball immediately because I first wanted to verify whether intense heat could permanently consume the water. A continuous breath made it easier to observe changes in volume and allowed me to stop at any time. The water giant immediately melted and reformed its arms into a thick shield in front of itself. The collision of water and fire created masses of steam, soon covering the plaza in white mist. The dragon flame did not weaken, while the water giant shrank from 3 meters to 2, then 1, and finally half a meter. Its helmet lost all support and hit the ground with a clang. I stopped the breath but received no kill notification. The helmet itself was not alive. Its fall only meant that the water had lost the strength to support it. If demonic eyes could not distinguish changes in temperature and energy, those few living droplets could easily have hidden in the steam and between the paving stones. Demonic eyes pierced the steam and found several living droplets beneath the helmet. They rapidly flowed along the cracks back into the fountain pool, absorbed its water again, and soon restored the creature's 3-meter body. As long as water was nearby, this monster could be reborn endlessly. The water giant swept up the fallen helmet, cooled it, put it back on, and advanced at me again. Nearly being evaporated did not make it retreat. Once reformed, its movements and strength returned completely, proving that rebirth caused no obvious weakness. As long as the fountain remained, repeatedly using dragon flame breath would only create an endless cycle. I had the dragon head breathe fire a second time. This time, once its body shrank, the water giant immediately abandoned its attack and fled toward the fountain. It had learned to avoid complete evaporation. I teleported to the pool ahead of it and activated Frost Domain. Cold spread across the water in an instant. The entire fountain froze solid from the outside in without leaving a single crevice for the creature to enter. The miniature water giant struck the ice and could only search along its surface for an opening. Frost Domain had not covered only a thin layer at the surface. I drove the cold all the way to the bottom of the pool and sealed the water pipe outlets as well, preventing it from accessing the water source from below. It swung its claws at me. I teleported in advance according to danger sense, and the attack missed again. Then I used flames to gradually melt a small patch at the outer edge of the ice, luring the water giant into stopping to absorb it. Desperate to restore its size, it failed to notice the larger fireball forming overhead. If I kept everything completely frozen, the monster would continue looking for another source of water and might even flee the plaza. Giving it a seemingly viable path to recover was the only way to keep it at the fireball's center. Once the fireball was ready, I immediately cut off the meltwater. Boom! The enormous fireball covered the entire fountain. The ice melted first, then evaporated under the heat along with the water giant. White mist rose like a tide and gradually dispersed in the heat wave. This time, demonic eyes found no droplets escaping. I waited until the steam cooled, then scanned the charred area with eye of discernment. The helmet was only ordinary metal. The true water element core had disappeared completely. Water giant slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 slaughter points. The reward was twice that of the giant zombie. The water giant's direct attack might not have been stronger, but while water remained nearby, ordinary methods could barely kill it. At the same time, an announcement was sent to every player in the regional channel. This round's elite boss has been slain solo by player Chun Mu. I had barely left the trial when I eliminated a regional target at my random destination. It would probably be difficult to keep this name completely hidden any longer. The announcement filled the regional channel with new messages, but I did not check them yet. The system displayed the settlement notification first. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the water giant and completed the regional elite boss subjugation mission. Calculating rewards. Settlement complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one water giant summoning card. The card could summon a water giant to fight for me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes did not sound long, but if I used it against a zombie horde or a dense mass of monsters, it would be enough to produce a considerable number of kills. To an ordinary player, it would be a life-saving trump card. To me, it mainly added another tactical option. There was no reason to trade an item like this to a competitor, so I placed it directly in my inventory. I then glanced at the regional channel. Some people celebrated the elite boss being eliminated in time, while others recognized that my name matched the player ranked first on both the Heaven and Earth rankings. The announcement had revealed neither my skills nor my location, but it was enough to turn Chun Mu into the center of attention in the region. From the messages, I also learned that if no one killed the water giant, it would continue searching for nearby players. Through mechanisms like this, the system forced everyone to grow stronger and refused to let people hide in safe houses indefinitely while waiting for someone else to solve every problem. After consecutively experiencing the elite trial and the battle with the water giant, I needed to restore my strength. I teleported to the top of a building more than 10 stories tall, sat near the edge, placed canned beef between 2 slices of bread, and slowly ate it. Replenishment fluid could instantly restore my condition, but there was no reason to use a rare reward on something an ordinary meal could resolve. Once the bread absorbed the juice from the can, it was no longer dry or hard and was more convenient to eat. The city remained ruined and could hardly be called scenic, but the open view from above also made it easier to survey the surroundings before danger sense was needed. I had just taken a drink of water when the sound of a car engine, cheering, and a man's pleas came from the distance. A convertible drove along the street, dragging a man behind it on an iron chain, while more than a dozen corpse hounds gave chase. The man being dragged was already badly injured. All he could do was repeatedly apologize to the people in the car and beg them to let him go. The convertible repeatedly changed speed. They were clearly not trying to escape, but controlling the distance between the hounds and the rear of the vehicle. Each time the young man standing in the back seat heard the victim beg, he deliberately asked another humiliating question. The young man in the back repeatedly degraded him and ordered the driver to slow down, tempting the corpse hounds closer. From their conversation, the only thing I could confirm was that the young man had assaulted the victim's wife and the husband had failed to resist. The wife now seemed to be dead, and the group had turned their anger on her husband. As for the exact events before that, I had not witnessed them and would not invent an entire story from a few shouted insults. What I could confirm was happening in front of me. The man had lost all ability to resist, yet the 3 people in the car continued treating his death as entertainment. They did not release the chain. Only when the corpse hounds bit into the man's legs did they accelerate abruptly. He soon lost consciousness and ultimately died on the road. Only then did the young man have his companions release the lock at the back of the car. The chain tangled around the corpse, limiting the hound's movements and concentrating all of the monsters into one group that would be easy to shoot. The convertible left the body behind, allowing the chain and the scent of blood to gather the corpse hounds in one place. The three people were clearly preparing to turn around and kill the monsters, both for entertainment and to earn slaughter points. I did not know the dead man, and I could not change what had already happened, but the dozen or so corpse hounds now stood in a clear line of fire. I took the handgun from my inventory. Firearms mastery locked onto the targets, and unlimited ammunition replenished the weapon automatically. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot brought down one corpse hound. Before the dozen monsters could scatter, the fight was already over. Firearms mastery eliminated the need to calibrate the distance, while unlimited ammunition removed the need to reload. The only time required was to shift my aim from one target to the next. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. Corpse hound slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one slaughter point. The same notification refreshed repeatedly. The young man beside the convertible initially thought someone was attacking them and immediately hid behind the vehicle. He soon realized the gunfire came from the rooftop and looked up at me. "Those were our kills," he shouted. I did not answer. I put away the handgun and continued eating the rest of my bread. The three did not leave. They parked the convertible below, entered the building, and carried their weapons inside. With thousand-mile vision, I saw them disappear through the entrance, then used the stairwell windows to track their progress between floors. They did not split up to search. The three maintained a front-to-back formation as they approached the top floor, clearly following a plan they had agreed upon. Danger Sense had not yet shown me a specific attack, but their steady approach up the stairs made their intentions obvious enough. I remained seated and waited for them to open the door themselves. The three stopped outside the rooftop door for a moment. The door was thin, and I could hear them quietly forming a plan. Their leader was named Zhu Yanghong. He would use a defensive skill to block the bullets first, then the other two would shoot from the sides. Their conversation revealed that Zhu Yanghong possessed E-rank shield wall, while the other two had only F-rank skills. They treated the handgun I had used against the corpse hounds as my sole threat and believed that blocking the bullets would let them close in and kill me. Bang! The rusted door was kicked down. Zhu Yanghong entered first, with a buzz-cut man and a blonde-haired man following with guns in hand. I did not immediately pick up the handgun resting beside me. Instead, I placed the final piece of beef from the can into my mouth, then used my bread to soak up the remaining juice. I was not deliberately delaying. Danger Sense had already locked onto all three ordinary firearms. I had more than enough time to finish breakfast before they attacked. Zhu Yanghong thought I was intentionally looking down on them and began cursing. The buzz-cut man and the blonde had already aimed at my chest and were waiting only for the order. Each use of an ordinary skill consumed stamina and came with a cooldown. When the second system raised my skills to SSS rank, it simultaneously erased both the consumption and the cooldown restriction. That was another part of the gulf between us that they could not understand. Zhu Yanghong's reluctance to consume shield wall immediately showed that the price of an E-rank skill was more noticeable than that of an F-rank one. He wanted to see whether I would shoot at once before deciding whether to activate it. Instead of using shield wall immediately, Zhu Yanghong ordered the buzzcut man to fire a test shot. Bang! The bullet reached me and was split cleanly down the center by two air cords vibrating at high frequency. The halves glanced away to either side and struck the ground. The air cords already occupied fixed positions and did not require me to wave my hand for every shot. Any bullet entering their range along the barrel's line would collide with the high-speed cutting surface on its own. The buzzcut man thought the first shot had simply gone wide and pulled the trigger several more times. Every bullet was split the same way. A collection of bisected slugs quickly accumulated on the ground. Only when the magazine ran dry did he finally begin to reload. Every bullet on the ground had been divided neatly through the middle. The blonde noticed something was wrong first, but the buzzcut man still refused to believe it until the empty clicks finally made him panic. I swept the air cords over his hands and stopped his attack first. The buzzcut man clutched his arms and screamed. Zhu Yanghong finally activated his skill. A gigantic, translucent golden shield appeared out of nowhere, covering all three men. "Not even a grenade can break this shield," he shouted from behind it. The shield wall covered their entire bodies, with its edges extending to the ground, leaving no obvious angle from which to go around it. I chose a frontal attack so I could test the upper limit of its defense. I raised my right hand, shaped it into a gun, and fired one compressed air bullet directly ahead. A cracking sound rang out. One dent appeared in the golden shield wall. Cracks then spread rapidly from it. and the entire shield shattered into countless fragments of light in front of Zhu Yonghong. The shield had not absorbed the compressed air. It reached its limit after enduring only the first layer of force. Zhu Yonghong's arms sagged as well, showing that the skill's destruction had drained his stamina in return. Seeing their final defense disappear, the blonde attacked first. Golden lightning repeatedly compressed in his palm, forming a long electrical spear. Die! The lightning spear left his hand. I activated phantom movement and sidestepped at the instant before impact. I moved so quickly that the afterimage left behind remained seated, making the spear look as though it had passed straight through my body. The spear struck the wall behind me, and electricity spread along the rebar, proving the damage was real. But no matter how powerful an attack was, it meant nothing if it could not lock onto my true position. All three men froze. I happened to need a practical test of ghostly blindness, so I raised a hand and traced a semicircle through the air. Their view of reality shut off instantly. The skill constructed an illusion from each person's deepest fear. The buzzcut man became trapped in the suffocating sensation of a giant snake coiling around him. The blonde was dragged beneath a dark bed where a pale female ghost waited. Zhu Yonghong also began attacking targets beside him that did not exist. Their bodies still stood on the rooftop, but reacted physically to the illusions. The buzzcut man clawed desperately at his neck. The blonde retreated continuously, and Zhu Yonghong raised a shield wall posture again and roared at empty space. I could control the direction of the illusions and judge their effects from the men's physical reactions. The buzzcut man's mental endurance collapsed first. His heart stopped under the extreme terror. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank Enhanced Observation. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Eye of Discernment. Eye of Discernment could analyze the weaknesses of players, zombies, and monsters, allowing me to find fatal points or loopholes in their abilities more quickly. It differed from ordinary information displays. Instead of showing only a name and description, it could identify weak points in defenses, skill activation conditions, and brief openings. It would be especially valuable against targets with regeneration or special mechanics. Immediately afterward, the blonde also died inside his illusion. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank Lightning Spear. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Lightning Sovereign. Lightning Sovereign allowed me to control lightning directly instead of limiting me to condensing a single spear. I could adjust its range, form, and output according to the target. It could also infuse lightning into a weapon or the environment and form a sustained electrical field. Combined with Heavenly Water's descent, the conductive area would expand even farther. His two companions had fallen one after another, but Zhu Yonghong remained trapped inside his own dark world. His prized E-rank shield wall had already shattered. Only one final skill remained to be upgraded. When ghostly blindness ended, Zhu Yonghong was somehow still alive. His head was drenched in cold sweat, his breathing rapid, and his eyes kept checking back and forth between reality and the illusion. That 1 minute had clearly brought him close to a breakdown. Even after seeing that I remained seated where I had been, he did not immediately dare believe it. The buzzcut man and the blonde had fallen beside him, but Zhu Yonghong did not dare lower his head to confirm their deaths. He kept scanning the edges of the rooftop as if afraid that the things from the illusion might crawl into reality from some hidden corner. What kind of skill did you use? I did not explain. Instead, I used him to test the lightning sovereign I had just obtained. I raised my right hand. Dense electrical patterns gathered between my fingers and eventually formed a lightning spear 7 or 8 meters long and nearly half a meter thick. It could have grown even larger, but there was no need against a man who had already lost his shield wall. Zhu Yonghong raised an arm against the dazzling lightning. He recognized that it shared the same origin as the blonde man's lightning spear, but could not understand why the difference in power was so immense. I thrust the spear forward. Lightning pierced his chest, and hundreds of electrical currents immediately spread through his body. By the time the light faded, Zhu Yonghong had completely lost his life. The lightning spear did more than pierce. The electrical patterns that divided after a hit continued attacking the surrounding tissue and could also conduct into nearby targets when multiple people gathered together. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Shield Wall. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Devouring Shield. Devouring Shield was not simply a defensive skill. Once a player's or monster's life fell below the execution threshold, the shield could ignore the target's remaining defenses and devour them directly. The execution threshold was not a fixed amount of health. It was determined by the target's current condition and the shield's growth. The weaker a target became, the more obvious the devouring response on the shield's surface would be, preventing me from wasting an attack before the condition was met. Each successful devouring would also grant me one random attribute increase. Strength, speed, defense, or any other basic attribute could improve, and there was no upper limit on its growth. This differed from free attribute points. It required no mission pack and had no daily usage limit. As long as I continuously weakened enemies to the execution threshold, the shield could keep converting combat results into permanent attributes. One skill combined defense, execution, and permanent growth. Its value far exceeded Zhu Yanghong's E-rank shield wall. The system also transferred the slaughter points carried by the 3 men, for a total of more than 10. They had climbed the building to surround and kill me, only to leave behind all their skills and resources. They had no one but themselves to blame for that result. The daily mission will be issued in 3 minutes. All players, please prepare yourselves. While waiting, I opened the regional channel. Its most prominent message came from the Bloodwolf Guild. Anyone who encounters the person in this photograph must report it to the Bloodwolf Guild immediately. A generous reward will be given for a valid location. The attached image showed me entering the chemical plant. Someone had secretly taken the photograph. The Bloodwolf Guild might want revenge for Tao Yong and the others, or it might plan to continue recruiting me. The former meant they would actively deliver skills to me. The latter would only waste both sides' time. The bounty did not mention my skills or explain what had happened at the plant, suggesting that Bloodwolf had not yet obtained complete information. However, the photograph was clear enough that keeping my identity hidden through a low profile would be difficult while operating in the same region. Joining them was impossible. If an organization could not provide the resources and rules I needed, it would only add members I had to take care of. As for obeying the orders of a guild leader I had never met, there was nothing to discuss. 3 minutes later, the system issued a new type of mission instead of a kill objective. Collection mission. Collect edible meat within 2 hours. The meat content must be no less than 1 gene, about 1.1 pounds. The mission counted only genuinely edible meat. Monster carcasses and spoiled stock did not qualify. The 2-hour countdown began when the notification appeared, and exceeding the limit meant failure. The system simultaneously marked 3 food coordinates, giving players unsuited to combat another way to complete the mission. With only 3 locations available, competition nearby would inevitably be fierce. Instead of following the system's recommendations, I opened the city resource map. It divided food locations into 5 tiers: S, A, B, C, and D. A nearby amusement park had a C rating, 1 tier higher than the 3 system-provided locations, and it was closer. The recommended points were only D rank and were probably small stores. The amusement park had once received many visitors every day, so its dining areas and logistics warehouses would be larger. The probability of finding sealed meat products there was also higher. The motionless Ferris wheel and roller coaster tracks were already visible. I locked onto one of the gondolas and teleported inside. 2 skeletons sat embracing each other on the seat, their fingers still interlocked. Dust and cobwebs completely covered them. The elevated gondola offered an excellent view. I had originally intended to use it to locate the dining area, but the support arm kept grinding, while the structure beneath my feet swayed slightly. It clearly could not continue bearing weight. The skeletons could not become zombies again, but I still burned them away with a small flame before teleporting to the ground. Crash. The moment I landed, the gondola I had occupied fell from above. Its connecting joint had rusted badly and finally broke under the additional weight. The amusement park had clearly been abandoned for years. Even if I found food, I would have to decide whether it was still safe to eat. I needed to check sealed packaging, production dates, and smell. The mission only required me to collect the food, but I intended to take it away and use it. There was no point stuffing spoiled products into my inventory merely to satisfy a notification. The resource map marked only a general area and did not point directly to the warehouse door. I followed the main road and soon arrived in front of a red and white tent named Clown Circus. Holes and claw marks covered its fabric walls. A faded clown head hung above the entrance. Rain had washed the paint into a twisted expression. Even its white-gloved arms looked less like a welcome and more like they were preparing to drag passers-by inside. Its eyes in particular looked far too real for a wooden sign. Demonic eyes did not immediately detect a clear heat source, which meant the target either had no body temperature or was itself some kind of disguise. Since danger sense had not activated, I did not waste a skill by attacking a sign without cause. I had come only to find food and intended to walk around it. The instant I turned away, danger sense suddenly warned me. The clown sign behind me moved. I immediately turned faster while retreating 3 or 4 steps. The clown above the entrance extended 2 enormous arms. Its white gloves closed around the spot where I had just stood. Without danger sense, it might already have caught me. I raised a finger, and an air blade cut through the center. The sign fell to the ground in 2 halves, then changed back into an ordinary wooden carving as if the movement had never happened. There was no blood or monster tissue inside the cut. The attack had been more like a physical illusion. The true controller remained hidden inside the tent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 throwing knives immediately pierced the entrance curtain. I used phantom movement to change direction repeatedly. The blades passed beside me and ultimately punched through a metal signpost beside the road. If they could easily penetrate an iron bar as thick as a wrist, striking a human body would cause far more than an ordinary knife wound. The 3 trajectories separately targeted my head, chest, and escape route. They had not been thrown at random. Whoever was inside could determine my position through the curtain and possessed at least a sensory ability or a trap prepared in advance. The other party had attacked twice in succession. Instead of continuing to leave, I lifted the curtain and entered the circus tent. The interior was larger than it appeared from outside. More than 100 audience seats stood empty. Juggling balls, playing cards, broken bowls, magic wands, and whips were scattered across the stage. Applause came from the side. The sound repeated at perfectly equal intervals. There were no approaching footsteps and no normal breathing. A red-haired clown seemed to have appeared from nowhere. The throwing knives had probably also been under its control. The red-haired clown stood between the seats. Square black circles surrounded its eyes, and black paint covered its lips against a deathly pale face. Its smile was unnaturally wide, yet it made no sound. It only pointed repeatedly at the stage, indicating that I should watch the performance. When I turned, 5 clowns had appeared on the previously empty stage. Their costumes followed the same design, with only hair color and stripe color distinguishing them. Every movement was excessively synchronized, like a routine practiced countless times specifically to lull the audience into dropping its guard. The green-haired clown rode a unicycle while spinning plates. The purple-haired clown pulled a long string of colorful flags from its mouth. The yellow-haired clown cracked a whip and drove a lion through a ring of fire. The blue-haired clown carried a balancing pole while walking a tightrope. The black-haired clown wore a blindfold and threw knives at a human-shaped target. In the next instant, the red-haired clown was tied to that target. The black-haired clown drove one knife into the center of its forehead. The red-haired clown tilted its head and went still, while the other 5 performers came to the front of the stage and repeatedly bowed to the empty seats. The throwing knife truly entered its skin and blood flowed down, but danger sense did not classify the scene as allies killing one another. The red-haired clown's death was clearly part of the performance. After the show ended, they all turned toward me and waited for applause. That was terrible. The smiles immediately vanished from every clown's face. The red-haired clown, which should have been dead, also raised its head, with the throwing knife still in its forehead. They stopped pretending. The black-haired clown took 8 throwing knives from its pockets. The green-haired clown raised a spinning chainsaw. Barbs sprang from the yellow-haired clown's whip. The purple-haired clown switched to 2 pirate cutlasses. The blue-haired clown transformed both ends of its balancing pole into spearheads. The lion that had jumped through the ring of fire revealed a rotting body and blood-red eyes as well. The red-haired clown disappeared again. It had probably been the one disguised as the sign that had reached for me from behind. It carried no fixed weapon, and its ability was harder to judge than those of the other members. The remaining 5 clowns had openly revealed their killing tools, most likely to cover another ambush by the red-haired clown. The 5 clowns leaped down from the stage, bringing their weapons toward me at the same time. I activated object control, forcibly seized the chainsaw, knives, cutlasses, whip, and balancing pole, and flung every weapon out of the tent. Object control did not contest each item separately. It enveloped all the weapons simultaneously. The clowns continued their striking motions, but their hands were empty. The rhythm of their encirclement broke immediately. The sudden emptiness in their hands made them pause briefly. The rotting lion seized the opportunity to pounce from the side. I activated Armor of the Earth. Surrounding rocks and soil rapidly covered my body, transforming me into a massive giant in stone armor. The rotting lion had just reached my chest when I struck its head head-on with one fist, then followed through and smashed the monster into the ground. Armor of the Earth expanded my arm until it was as thick as an elephant's leg, increasing both weight and hardness. The rotting lion's claws tore only a few chips from the rock layer without touching my body. Bang! The stone's surface fractured, and the rotting lion stopped responding completely. Rotting lion slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 slaughter points. Seeing their frontal attack fail, the 5 clowns immediately fled in different directions. The black-haired clown ran toward the backstage area. The blue-haired clown tried to climb onto the tightrope, and the other 3 rushed toward exits behind the audience seating. Their routes differed, but the purpose was to force me to divide my pursuit. I pressed both hands against the ground, made fissures spread along their paths, and joined them into a circle 5 or 6 meters away. Armor of the Earth mobilized the entire layer below, allowing me to lift a massive slab of rock 2 or 3 meters thick. I leaped into the air, aimed at all 5 targets, and brought it down. Boom! The slab covered the entire escape area, first blocking the exits and then crushing all 5 clowns beneath it. They had no chance to recover their weapons or reform their formation. Clown demon slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. The same notification appeared 5 times. I released the stone armor and searched the stage, ceiling, and audience seats, but never found the red-haired clown. Complete invisibility had not activated, and demonic eyes detected no independent human-shaped heat source. If the red-haired clown was still here, it could not merely be hiding behind one of the seats. Danger Sense suddenly presented a strange scene. Everything around me would become undulating red flesh, while corrosive liquid dripped from above. I activated demonic eyes immediately. The entire circus tent appeared as the same cold mass unique to monsters. It lacked every temperature boundary that a normal building should possess. The seats, stage, and fabric walls formed one complete whole through demonic eyes. Slowly moving cold patterns also ran through its interior, like blood vessels connecting the different areas. The red-haired clown had not escaped. From the moment I entered the circus, I had been standing inside its body. The circus tent itself was the red-haired clown's true body. That also explained how it could appear anywhere among the sign, seats, and stage. Those locations were merely different parts of the same monster. The red-haired clown I had seen earlier was more like a projected duplicate. As long as the main body remained disguised as a building, stabbing the duplicate with a throwing knife would not truly kill it. The moment I confirmed that fact, the clown's real laughter sounded around me for the first time. The flesh walls rapidly contracted, and twisted human faces emerged from both the ground and the ceiling. Green droplets fell from above. Each was large enough to cover an adult and could rapidly corrode flesh and bone. The scene shown by Danger Sense began becoming reality. Flesh sealed the exit as well. Once an ordinary person entered, they could do nothing but wait to be digested inside the ever-shrinking stomach. I snapped my fingers. 3 translucent dragon heads appeared around me, enclosing me at the center. Burn. 3 streams of dragon flame swept across the flesh walls in different directions. The faces that had been laughing immediately twisted in pain. The interior filled with the combined smells of charred meat and blood. I kept the 3 dragon heads rotating to ensure that the flames left no blind spots. The corrosive liquid evaporated under the heat before coming near my body, while the flesh walls lost the ability to continue contracting. The red-haired clown soon reached its limit. It voluntarily opened a passage in its own body, trying to expel me. I teleported into the sunlight, but did not stop. Without the internal support, the circus tent tore open through the middle and revealed a constantly moving mountain of flesh. I touched 1 foot to the ground and instantly spread frost domain across the monster, freezing the entire mass solid. If I cut it directly with air cords, the flesh mountain might rejoin itself like the water giant. Freezing it before dividing it would seal both its fluids and its ability to change shape. Hundreds of air cords then crossed and descended. The ice prevented transformation and escape, while the cords completely divided the frozen mountain. Clown King slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 slaughter points. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden mission, defeat the clown slaughter troop, and obtained 5 clown throwing knives and 1 chance to draw a clown skill. The 5 clown throwing knives possessed permanent durability and could be recalled with a thought after being thrown. They were already excellent weapons, but the true value was still the skill draw. The knives were naturally compatible with Hidden Weapons Grandmaster and would not carry the risk of corrosive poison during close combat like the venomous dagger. I placed all 5 in the same inventory slot. Draw a clown skill. I confirmed. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the A-rank clown skill, Deception. The second system activated immediately. Deception has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Master of Deception. The original A-rank skill had clear limitations on its forms. After the upgrade, I could transform into anyone and even imitate the appearance of monsters. The transformation changed more than my face and clothes. My body shape, voice, and surface presence were all disguised at the same time. As long as I did not use an ability that blatantly contradicted my assumed form, an observer would find it difficult to see through me by sight alone. I could also create one controllable phantom double. When the double appeared, my true body entered invisibility for 1 minute. I would become visible immediately upon attacking, but the double could continue to exist. The phantom could fight with 2 blades and would explode when it reached its duration limit, severely injuring nearby enemies. The double was not limited to standing still and drawing attacks. I could make it speak, move, and make tactical decisions, then circle to the other side under invisibility and operate on 2 fronts in earnest. Transformation, deception, invisibility, and an explosion were concentrated into one skill. Its combat value far exceeded that of a simple clone. The hidden mission's rewards had already exceeded expectations, but I had not forgotten the true objective for the day. The mission required me to collect at least 1 gene of meat within 2 hours. I still had not found the food warehouse. I checked the amusement park information board, but it did not show the logistics area clearly. Based on the layout, the warehouse was probably near the dining area, and the shortest route required passing through the haunted roller coaster zone. The mission countdown was still running. Going around the perimeter would be safer, but take much longer. With all my skills available and my condition intact, the collapsed shortcut was more suitable. Large sections of the outer wall had already fallen, so I entered directly through one of the gaps. An artificial lake lay near the end of the roller coaster. Dust, trash, and aquatic plants covered its surface. The water was dark green and nearly impossible to see through. As I passed the shore, danger sense warned me again. The preview showed a pulling force abruptly appearing beneath my feet rather than a ranged attack. I immediately shifted my center of gravity to the right, preventing myself from being dragged into the water where my vision would be restricted. A bloated human figure suddenly burst through the surface and reached to pull me into the lake. I moved to the right, let the attack miss, and severed its neck with an air blade. No normal blood flowed from the corpse. Thick fluid rapidly drained away, leaving behind only a wrinkled sack of skin. The liquid began corroding the ground as soon as it struck the shore. The danger of a waterlogged corpse went beyond dragging someone underwater. Its body also created area contamination upon death. Waterlogged corpse slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. The first waterlogged corpse sank back into the lake, but patches of shadow began expanding underwater. 200 or 300 swollen, deformed faces rose to the surface one after another. I activated demonic eyes and looked deeper. Only then did I realize that the artificial lake was almost a mountain of corpses. Real water probably made up less than 10% of its total volume. Most of the remaining green liquid had come from the bodies of the waterlogged corpses. Bodies lay piled in layers across the lake bed. Some had gone completely still, while others continued crawling slowly upward. The 200 or 300 visible at the surface were merely the first group to reach the air. Some stood, some crawled, and even more walked over those below them toward the shore. Long immersion had made their bodies swell severely, leaving their limbs and abdomens several times thicker than those of normal zombies. The monsters moved slowly, but their bodily fluids were obviously corrosive. Even if close combat killed them, the attacker would probably be injured by the bursting liquid. A large flame could clear them all at once, but might boil and scatter the corrosive fluid across the entire lake. A long-range weapon that could continue growing while keeping its user at a distance would be safer. This lake was the true obstacle on the way to the dining area. Hundreds of waterlogged corpses climbed onto shore one after another, their swollen bodies wobbling with every step. Their fingers had bloated together and could no longer grip flexibly, but their numbers completely blocked the route. Every waterlogged corpse left corrosive marks wherever it touched the ground, while fallen creatures in front contaminated the areas crossed by those behind. Getting through the horde was more complicated than simply killing it. I was preparing to clear them from a distance when an order came from behind me. These monsters belong to me. Get lost. The speaker was a man in his 30s. His temples were graying, but his skin looked young. A small blood-stained sword floated beside him, slightly longer and wider than an ordinary throwing knife. Its point kept tracking me, which meant it was controlled by thought, and did not need to be held. The fresh blood on it also proved that the man had already used it to kill something. When I did not respond, he raised a hand and aimed the sword at my right eye. Don't you understand human speech? The small sword accelerated abruptly. Just before it reached my eye, an air cord I had placed in advance forcibly stopped it. Danger sense had revealed its trajectory when he raised his hand. I did not teleport because I wanted to confirm the weapon's control method and test whether air cords could disrupt a flying skill. The man waved his hands repeatedly, but the sword did not move. He thought his skill had malfunctioned and even quietly asked the system for the reason. Combining object control with the air cord, I slowly turned the blade toward its owner, then accelerated it suddenly. Object control alone would have contested the man's mental control. The air cord added an external physical direction. With both forces combined, the flying sword completely abandoned its intended path. When the man saw his weapon returning toward him, he immediately canceled the skill. The small sword disappeared before impact, saving his life. Good reaction, I said. He did not connect the loss of control to me. He summoned the sword again and declared that he would have plenty of chances to kill me. He intended to monopolize the hundreds of slaughter points from the waterlogged corpses and would not allow anyone else to take a share. His second attack came from the side. I activated complete invisibility, making both my form and presence disappear. The small sword passed through the place where I had stood, and the man's smile froze. He kept turning to search, but could detect neither footsteps nor breathing. Complete invisibility concealed far more than my appearance, making it perfect against a ranged skill that depended on locking onto a target. I circled behind him, took out one of the clown-throwing knives I had just obtained, and made a precise cut along the side of his neck. Only when the man reached for the wound did I cancel my invisibility. He saw the bloody throwing knife, then saw me appear out of thin air. At last, he understood that he had never faced a weapon malfunction. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank sword control. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank sword control. The original E-rank skill could control only one small flying sword. After the upgrade, the sword expanded to nearly 7 chi, about 7.5 feet, long, allowing me to stand on the blade and fly. Sword flight did not depend on a destination on the ground and did not require me to see the destination in advance. It was better suited to continuous long-distance travel than unlimited teleportation. The two abilities could complement each other. I could initially control 10 flying swords at once. Every successful kill would also permanently add one more. The new flying swords were not temporary duplicates and would not disappear after combat. The greater their number, the wider the area they could cover and the more targets they could lock onto simultaneously. This was a true growth skill. There were more than enough waterlogged corpses to verify that growth mechanism. I summoned one long sword and divided it into 10. The 10 flying swords formed an array around me, then turned their points together and locked onto the horde at the shore. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each flying sword passed through the heads of several targets according to my will, then turned from the other side. The waterlogged corpses were like sacks filled with corrosive fluid. Once pierced, they sprayed it everywhere. I did not let the blades fly near the ground. They remained above the corrosive liquid at all times. After each penetration, the sword shook off any clinging fluid in midair before entering the next attack route. I maintained my distance from the horde, while the flying swords prioritized piercing their heads to keep the corrosive fluids away from my body. Waterlogged corpse slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Flying swords +1. The notifications refreshed continuously. The original 10 swords became dozens, then hundreds with the accumulating kills, eventually forming a flock that covered the lake. After the number of swords increased, I divided the horde into zones and assigned each group of blades to one area. That prevented attacks from being wasted on fallen waterlogged corpses and stopped the monsters behind from continuing on to shore. Far more waterlogged corpses lay hidden at the bottom than the 200 or 300 I had first seen. By the time the last group fell, I had obtained more than 800 slaughter points and permanently added more than 800 flying swords. Only after demonic eyes confirmed that no active cold sources remained at the bottom did I stop attacking. The level of the lake, once filled with bodies, had fallen substantially. The remaining corrosive fluid was still unsafe to touch. All the long swords floated horizontally in the air, covering nearly an entire section of the sky. I merged them back into one, closed my fingers, and dismissed the skill. There was no theoretical upper limit to the growth of sword control. If I continued killing, creating 10,000 or even 100,000 swords in the future would not be a problem. It also gave me another method for handling zombie hordes. Compared with world-ending heavenly fire, flying swords could precisely avoid buildings and unrelated targets, making them better suited to battlefields where players and monsters were mixed together. I continued toward the dining area and reached the space beneath the roller coaster track. The track extended more than 1 kilometer in total and had an astonishingly steep highest slope. A creaking, grinding sound suddenly came from overhead. I stopped and looked up. A dark shape was plummeting rapidly from above. I took one step back. Bang! A zombie in a white coat crashed down in front of me. Both legs were severely deformed by the fall, but it still braced itself against the ground and tried to rise. Most of the dark red stains on its clothes were rust, not freshly spilled blood. It had been trapped in the roller coaster for a long time, and ordinary injuries no longer restricted its body. I activated demonic eyes and looked up. A roller coaster train had stopped halfway up the slope. A large number of zombies were trapped inside, and their constant struggles made the rusted cars sway from side to side. More zombies fell one after another from a height of 100 meters. Broken bones could not recover, but the monsters did not immediately die. Some had necks folded to one side and others had displaced spines, yet they still approached me on instinct. Each time the roller coaster tilted, several monsters were thrown out. If they landed directly on their heads, the system might classify the deaths as environmental kills. I had to land the final blow before they died completely. The roller coaster finally failed under the violent swaying, and the entire train derailed and fell. I summoned dozens of flying swords and launched them simultaneously before the cars struck the ground. The blades pierced the heads of the horde one by one, then carried the targets away and pinned them to trees and the ground. One group of swords first cut through the roller coaster's securing bars, shifting its landing point away from my position. The remaining swords handled the zombies thrown from the cars, preventing the train and the horde from falling into the same area. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Flying swords +1. Notifications appeared continuously. Fortunately, I had acted in time. If the zombies had died from the fall, they might have created more corrosive contamination without leaving me either slaughter points or growth from my flying swords. The number of swords increased again, confirming that prior injuries from the environment did not interfere with the skill's growth as long as I completed the final kill. Beyond the roller coaster zone lay the central dining area. A hot dog cart blocked the required route, with a figure in a chef's uniform slumped across the counter. I did not know whether it was already dead, so I prepared to test it with a flying sword. The figure suddenly raised its head, roared, and shoved the food cart 3 or 4 meters away before charging at me. It truly had been playing dead, waiting until I entered charging range before moving. An ordinary player approaching to search for food would probably have been knocked down without warning. I summoned Devouring Shield in front of me. After striking the gigantic black shield, the zombie tried to circle around. The shield's surface suddenly opened into an abyssal maw, bit into its upper body, and swallowed the creature whole. The shield had identified the execution state on its own. I gave no additional attack command, yet it dragged the target back into its surface. That showed the devouring effect had a degree of pursuit. Kill successful. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Devouring Shield. Defense +1. Devouring was not a metaphor. It was the shield's literal execution method. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Once a target entered the execution threshold, it had no chance to escape. This time, the random reward increased defense. The improvement was not large, but the skill had no usage limit. Added together over time, the permanent enhancement would become considerable. I dismissed the shield and began searching the restaurant's logistics area. The cold storage room had lost power long ago. When I opened the door, nothing remained inside except a rotten stench and slabs of meat covered in mycelium. None of it was edible. The room temperature warehouse beside it, however, held a large supply of sealed food. There were 10 cases of sausages alone, with 120 in each case, along with bread, meat sauce, noodles, rice, flour, and other packaged supplies. I spot-checked the packages and their smell. The vacuum-sealed food had not lost pressure. Although dust covered the boxes, their interiors remained dry. The sausages alone already far exceeded the mission requirement of 1 gene, satisfying the collection condition immediately. I sorted every preservable, visibly undamaged food item into my system inventory. All 20 slots quickly filled. Collection mission completed. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 additional inventory slots. My inventory capacity increased from 20 slots to 25. Identical foods continued stacking, so the 5-slot expansion effectively reserved space for rare items, pet materials, and new equipment. The city resource map would lead me to even more warehouses. The earlier I obtained this reward, the more valuable it became. Compared with an SSS rank skill, 5 additional slots did not seem astonishing, but they directly increased my long-term carrying capacity. When I encountered large quantities of resources in the future, I would not have to make repeated sacrifices. I was preparing to leave when the ventilation duct overhead began shaking repeatedly. The first impact bulged the sheet metal outward, forming the clear outline of an insect's head. Chisel-like teeth filled its flat mandibles, and boar tusk-like horns projected from both sides of its head. After the second impact, cracks appeared in the metal. The third impact tore the entire section of duct open. A dark red giant insect charged down from above. Its skull armor overlapped in layers like roof tiles, with a spike projecting from the center of each plate. 2 massive pincers were larger than its head, and beneath them were a pair of sickle legs magnified dozens of times. Demonic eyes showed no normal body temperature, while Eye of Discernment could not immediately identify a fatal core. The layered armor was probably designed specifically to protect its head and nervous system. Its body, more than 10 meters long, resembled a centipede, except for a poisonous stinger shaped like the Grim Reaper's scythe at its tail. The front pincers delivered heavy blows, the sickle legs performed cuts, and the tail stinger covered its blind spot behind. It could attack in multiple directions without turning. The strange insect swung its pincers the instant it landed. The closed claws struck like hammers and smashed through a wall. Its sickle legs followed, cutting open the entire section. I retreated repeatedly and used danger sense to evade all 4 kinds of attacks. It smashed through the warehouse and restaurant partitions all the way forward. Its speed and defense were no weaker than those of the giant centipede from the elite trial. Its pincers struck first to break a wall, then the sickle legs widened the breach along the cracks. Every seemingly clumsy charge was actually clearing a path for its body, which was more than 10 meters long. The narrow interior was unsuitable for deploying flying swords or enormous fireballs. I pushed off with my feet and retreated through the restaurant entrance into an open area. The food was already in my inventory, so there was no longer any need to protect the building itself. Drawing the monster outside would both prevent a collapsing ventilation duct from limiting my vision and allow me to use sword control fully. The giant insect did not stop. It smashed through the doorframe and pursued me outside, raising all 4 forelimbs at once. The true battle had only just begun. Once the giant insect chased me out of the restaurant, its massive pincers closed from both sides. I activated teleportation before they met and appeared directly above its head. The pincers collided with a heavy metallic clang, closing on nothing but air. Complete invisibility could also place me in a state resembling another dimension. I could still observe and touch a target, but it could not lock onto me through sight, presence, or physical collision. To preserve my opportunity to attack, I used it only briefly between destination changes. Eye of Discernment found no exposed core, but it marked the connecting seams between the plates of skull armor. I gripped a long sword of air and stabbed down along one of the gaps. Once the point entered, I did not continue forcing it against the thickest plates. I cut sideways through the internal tissue instead. The armor across the creature's head was complete, but the joins could not maintain the same thickness. The strange insect released a piercing shriek, and its body, more than 10 meters long, thrashed violently. The pincers and sickle legs swept toward the top of its head together, while the poison tail stinger rose from behind. Danger sense showed me the attacks in advance. I teleported 6 meters away before the bladed limbs arrived, then summoned hundreds of flying swords and surrounded the insect in a complete sphere of blades. Whenever it moved, the shell scraped against the sword edges. The strange insect continued swinging its forelimbs, trying to knock every flying sword away. I made the blades in the outer layer focus on evasion, while those inside stabbed one by one through the seams in its armor. The abdomen was the hardest location for an ordinary physical attack to reach, but that made no difference to flying swords that could change direction freely. Several flying swords approached its belly along the ground and abruptly turned upward. Others continued deeper through the gap in its skull that I had just opened. The creature had to defend both above and below at the same time. The blades entered through soft tissue and pried the armor plates open from within. Its formerly airtight defenses came apart layer by layer, exposing pulsing red tissue. The tissue looked like ordinary meat but still carried the monster's toxins. The similarity in color to food would never make me attempt to eat it. Any of that blood entering my mouth could cause infection or zombification. Two players hid behind a tree not far away. I had ignored them at first, but clearly heard them discussing how to steal the final blow. One had a bow-type skill, while the other planned to spend slaughter points on a motorcycle. Their plan was to wait until I stripped away the creature's armor, kill it from a distance, then immediately escape on the bike. They were not as far away as they imagined. My attribute points and skills had sharpened my hearing beyond that of an ordinary person. Their supposedly quiet voices still crossed the open ground. If they had merely watched, I would not have attacked first. But they had already taken out their weapons and begun searching for an angle to aim. I bent down and picked up a stone the size of a ping-pong ball. The two men noticed my movement and turned to run. They probably believed that the strange insect still occupied me and that a stone could not pose a genuine threat. 10,000-fold strength activated. The stone broke the sound barrier as it left my hand, blasting a trench 7 or 8 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long along the ground. The roller coaster track lost its support and collapsed immediately afterward. The two players preparing to ambush me did not escape the area of attack. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Phantasmal Bow. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank 5-element Phantasmal Bow. 5-element Phantasmal Bow could condense a bow and arrows at any time. I could switch the arrows among metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes. Combined with 10,000 arrows, one elemental arrow could become an arrow rain covering a huge area. Metal arrows were best suited to penetration, while fire arrows burned. Water and earth could alter terrain and might bind targets or continue growing. Their exact effects required practical testing, but neither the bow nor its ammunition depended on inventory supplies any longer. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank storage space. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Infinite Inventory. Infinite Inventory automatically merged with my system inventory, completely eliminating its limit of 25 slots. Regardless of an item's quantity or volume, if it met the conditions for storage, it could enter. The original stacking function for identical items remained, and the retrieval method did not change. The only difference was that the inventory no longer displayed a maximum. I would never again have to discard old supplies repeatedly to make room for new ones. Vehicles, houses, and even larger objects would no longer have to be abandoned because I lacked slots. After eliminating the threat behind me, I resumed control of the sword formation. The strange insect continued striking the outer blades, but could not break through. I linked more than 800 long swords end to end, forming a high-speed rotating sword dragon that drove straight into its head where the armor had been removed. I did not declare the outcome in advance. The Venom Scorpion King still blocked with its pincers, while its tail stinger repeatedly struck the sword body. Only when the leading flying sword pierced the core of its head did the attacks of its body truly stop. The sword dragon acted like a gigantic grinder, completely destroying the head and its inner core. The strange insect lost control, and its body crashed to the ground. Venom Scorpion King slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 slaughter points. The system had barely finished settling the kill when a pet notification appeared. Your overlord centipede larva is in a state of extreme hunger. I had almost forgotten about the larva from the trial reward. The system had not explained its diet, but the Venom Scorpion King's body was the most logical food to try. I took out the larva. It was currently only the size of my palm and showed no hostility toward me. The overlord centipede was a contracted reward, and the system clearly distinguished its master. While moving across my palm, it kept its mouth parts and bladed legs folded away instead of searching for a place to attack like a wild monster. The instant it approached the carcass, it crawled down my palm, entered through the broken head, and began eating. I did not immediately place the entire body in my inventory. By first observing whether the larva could tolerate the Venom Scorpion King's flesh, I could stop it from continuing if something went wrong. It ate far faster than an ordinary creature. The Overlord Centipede larva has obtained 1 growth through feeding. The Overlord Centipede larva has obtained 1 growth through feeding. The Overlord Centipede larva has obtained 1 strength through feeding. The Venom Scorpion King's carcass rapidly diminished, while both the larva's size and attributes grew. I had found the proper way to raise this pet. The Overlord Centipede larva continued devouring the Venom Scorpion King. Its body quickly grew from palm size to nearly as long as my arm span, with a thickness approaching that of my wrist. Notifications for increased strength, defense, and speed appeared in turn. It did not grow through time alone. Given enough monster carcasses, it could continue evolving. The change in size did not make it uncontrollable. After each attribute increase, the color of its shell deepened slightly, while the movements of its legs became steadier. Its growth was clearly improving its physical structure at the same time. All that remained of the Venom Scorpion King was its sickle-shaped poisonous tail, 2 or 3 meters long. That section contained almost no flesh, yet the larva still used its hard mouthparts to bite it apart piece by piece and swallow it. The Overlord Centipede larva has obtained the Venom Scorpion King's sickle stinger through feeding. It could absorb more than growth attributes. There was also a chance that it would integrate body parts from its prey. A new sickle stinger formed at the larva's tail. Its body was already more than 2 meters long, and with the stinger, it approached 3. It looked far more dangerous than when I had first taken it out. The stinger retained the Venom Scorpion King's curve and point, but its movement obeyed the Overlord Centipede's nervous system completely. In addition to its original 100 legs and mouthparts, it now possessed a heavy weapon capable of injecting venom. If I fed it different monsters in the future, it might continually combine armor, venom, wings, and other abilities until it became a creature that had never existed before. Integration was not guaranteed every time, but monster carcasses in this world were practically endless. As long as I selected prey with complementary abilities, several failures would not affect its overall development. Once it finished eating, the Overlord Centipede voluntarily approached me and raised its upper body to await an order. I did not release it to hunt alone. Its name still included the word larva. If it encountered a true powerhouse or a player guild, it might be surrounded and killed before I could arrive. For now, the safest training method was for me to finish the battle and let it dispose of the carcass. Once it reached the adult stage, I could consider allowing it to hunt on its own. That arrangement could also reduce the accumulation of corpses and possible contamination. The Overlord Centipede gained growth, while I continued receiving slaughter points. Our benefits did not conflict. I placed a hand on its head. Its body immediately digitized and entered infinite inventory. Without the infinite space I had just obtained, a 3-meter pet would already have been difficult to fit into the old system slots. The 2 players who tried to steal my kill had delivered a crucial ability at exactly the right time. A new feature has been unlocked. View it now. I sat on a bench beside the road and opened the description. The new feature was called the Arena. Once 2 players agreed to a duel, they would be transported to an independent combat zone. There, the fight would decide not only superiority, but life and death. The battleground was isolated from reality and could not affect teammates, buildings, or nearby monsters. Before entry, the system would verify the environment and each player's condition, preventing one side from using a third party in the real world to interfere. The winner would receive all slaughter points, weapons, food, and other transferable resources belonging to the loser. That meant issuing a challenge was not an ordinary sparring match. The loser did not merely die. Everything they had accumulated would become the winner's reward. Accepting even once meant wagering one's entire fortune. The only restriction was that both parties had to accept voluntarily. My name occupied first place on both rankings. If anonymity was impossible, anyone who recognized my rank might refuse to gamble their property and life. The moment I thought of that, a request appeared on its own. Player, Han Xiaoning has challenged you. Accept. Han Xiaoning also appeared on both rankings. He ranked 67th on the Heaven ranking and 94th on the Earth ranking. Entering the top 100 on both lists at least proved that he did not depend entirely on someone else's protection. His Earth ranking kill count was lower than mine, but he might possess a powerful single-target skill. His ranking was respectable. Perhaps he did not believe in my combat power, or perhaps he thought I had reached first place only by using an area skill to farm weak monsters. He wanted to seize all my resources through a duel. I accepted. Allow spectators. Allowing spectators meant other players could enter the stands and see my appearance, skills, and methods of fighting. I had no reason to help potential enemies gather information, so I refused. The Heaven ranking had already publicized my name, and Bloodwolf had released my photograph. If I let everyone see my complete combination of abilities as well, future enemies would prepare counters in advance, and the number of challengers would fall noticeably. The spectator function opened only if both parties accepted. Even if Han Xiaoning chose to make the match public, the fight would remain closed. Verifying the surrounding environment and the host's condition. Verification complete. Transporting you to the arena. When the spatial shift ended, I stood on a platform the size of a soccer field. Every seat around it was empty, and Han Xiaoning appeared simultaneously on the opposite side. There were no obstacles on the floor, and enough distance separated us for ranged skills to operate. A transparent barrier sealed the boundary. Unlimited teleportation could select only destinations inside the arena and could not return directly to reality. He looked about my age. When he saw the empty stands, displeasure immediately appeared on his face. Why did you refuse spectators? Afraid you'll lose so badly people will still laugh at you after you die? I did not respond. A 60-second countdown began above the arena. Neither of us could truly attack until it reached 0. Han Xiaoning interpreted my silence as fear and continued mocking me, claiming that I had only been lucky enough to encounter a large group of weak zombies and farm my way to first place. He also repeatedly asked why I had disabled spectators. He had clearly intended for his followers to witness him defeat the top-ranked player. Now that the stands were empty, he became even more desperate to establish an advantage through words. I did not interrupt. The countdown would give me the answer. If he dared wager his place on both rankings and all his resources in a challenge, he should at least possess an ability more interesting than an ordinary F-rank skill. Han Xiaoning talked without pause during the 60-second countdown, but his eyes remained fixed on the final numbers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant the restriction lifted, he punched forward. A mass of green powder rapidly spread, completely covering my area. His skill was poison mist. Once the powder entered the body, it caused continuous damage until the target died. The green color served both as intimidation and as an indicator of the skill's range. The powder spread rapidly but was affected by air currents. Without an antidote ability, holding one's breath could not completely prevent contact through the skin and mucous membranes. When Han Xiaoning saw my figure disappear in the green mist, he immediately concluded that the fight was over. I activated Angelic Paladin. Radiant armor covered my entire body, while a massive Pegasus formed beneath me. Heavy armor covered the horse as well, and white wings opened fully from both sides. A holy sword and shield appeared in my hands at the same time. Angelic Paladin was not merely a healing skill. It was a complete offensive, defensive, and mounted form. Angel's Blessing has taken effect. Poisoning removed. Green light descended, completely cleansing the toxin that had entered my body before it caused real damage. The Pegasus beat its wings, and the strong wind drove the remaining poison mist away from the center of the arena. Han Xiaoning continued mocking the armor and horse as a costume, but his body was already retreating. He did not dare enter melee range, which proved poison mist was his main damage source. As long as the powder could not remain around me, his other weapons might not be capable of penetrating the radiant armor. He took 2 glass spheres from behind his back and suddenly threw them at me. I split the containers with the radiant holy sword. 3 times the original dose of poison mist exploded sideways. Han Xiaoning thought I had fallen into the trap, but the Pegasus beat its wings again and drove the mist straight back toward him. A second Angel's Blessing descended at the same time. The poison in the 2 bottles was 3 times stronger than in the first round, but the cleansing result was no different. Angel's Blessing removed the negative condition itself. It did not offset poison with a fixed quantity of medicine. My healing had no cooldown and required no wait between detoxifications. Han Xiaoning's core method had therefore become completely useless. He immediately switched to a physical weapon, took a rifle from his inventory, and fired continuously at the radiant armor. Bullets struck the surface and left only fleeting sparks without even a minor scratch. After emptying the magazine, Han Xiaoning took out a rocket launcher he had prepared for zombie hordes. His transition from a poison skill to guns and rockets proved that the arena allowed players to use inventory supplies. Victory depended on more than skill rank and could also consume the trump cards a player had prepared. He knelt to aim and pulled the trigger at close range. The rocket hit, and the explosion was powerful enough to throw Han Xiaoning himself aside. Black smoke covered me and the Pegasus, while large cracks appeared in the arena floor. I had not teleported away because I wanted to confirm Angelic Paladin's frontal defense. The shield endured the center of the impact, while the Pegasus and armor dispersed the residual force. The explosion broke through none of the layers. A horse's neigh sounded from the smoke. The radiant Pegasus charged head-on through the black cloud, its armor still intact. Han Xiaoning had no time to reload before I rode up to him. The holy sword stabbed forward, piercing his chest and abdomen and lifting his entire body off the ground. I did not assume before the actual hit that he had lost the power to retaliate. Han Xiaoning still retained 1 final cooldown of poison mist, which was why I kept Angel's Blessing active. The cooldown ended at that exact moment. With his final strength, Han Xiaoning threw poison powder toward my head. Angel's Blessing automatically cleansed it for the 3rd time. What exactly are you? He died before finishing the sentence. Kill successful. Congratulations. You are the final winner. Slaughter points plus 25, orange drink plus 15, canned pork plus 7, hot dog buns plus 3, grenades plus 8. The resources automatically entered infinite inventory according to category. Every drink, food item, and grenade was preserved. The arena charged no additional fee or percentage. Under the arena's rules, every transferable resource belonging to Han Xiaoning entered my infinite inventory. The second system completed the skill upgrade as well. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained B rank Poison into Mist. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Poison into Mist. B rank Poison Mist was already enough to kill ordinary targets continuously. After the upgrade, its range could expand across an entire city. Its toxicity increased by more than 100 times, and it had neither cost nor cooldown. I could deliberately reduce the area instead of covering a city with every use. Whether concentrating the poison in a confined space or expanding it through a massive zombie horde, I could choose according to the battlefield. The conspicuous green color of the original mist disappeared completely. No one but me could see it with the naked eye, turning the attack into a colorless, formless area-killing move that was difficult to anticipate. Angel's Blessing also ensured that I would not be affected by the poison. If combined with my phantom and complete invisibility, an enemy could not even determine when the mist began spreading. You will be forcibly removed from the arena in 30 seconds. I dismissed Angelic Paladin and checked my new resources. Han Xiaoning's ranking had been respectable, but only the B rank skill truly interested me. 30 seconds later, the arena began dissolving. The public record would display the names of both winner and loser, but not the details of a closed fight. Everyone who reviewed the record would know that Han Xiaoning had challenged the player ranked first on both lists and ultimately left all his resources to me. That public result would also affect future challenges. Some people would retreat because of it, while other high-ranking players might view me as a target for testing their own strength. After returning to reality, I checked the arena record. The winner and loser had already been made public. Han Xiaoning's companions might question the result, but he had issued the challenge himself, and the system had confirmed the rules. Anyone who wanted revenge would still have to find me first or submit another arena request. The arena's rolling record did not hide a match merely because spectators had been disabled. Both names remained clearly visible for anyone to review. That also prevented a dead challenger's teammates from mistaking the result for a system malfunction. The feature was more monotonous than I had expected. Appearing on both rankings did not make someone truly powerful. Han Xiaoning's B-rank Poison Mist was deadly to ordinary people, but against Angel's Blessing, it could not deal even one effective instance of damage. There was plenty of daylight remaining. I continued moving along the resource map, hunting zombies and monsters along the way, and accumulated exactly 100 more slaughter points. Those hunts revealed no new tactics. I mainly used flying swords against scattered targets and occasionally let Devouring Shield execute them and accumulate attributes. There was no need to describe one ordinary zombie fight after another. At dusk, I teleported into the executive office of an office building. Its private resting room was cleaner than last night's hotel room, with the doors and windows still intact. When the sun fully disappeared, the system notified me that another new feature had unlocked. I took out canned meat, bread, and a drink to restore my strength while reading the explanation. This time, it was the official guild system. Earlier organizations had relied entirely on verbal agreements. Now, once they met the conditions, they could receive official recognition from the system. The first requirement for creating a guild was a total of at least 100 monster kills. An official guild possessed a membership roster, authorities, and system missions. Once its operations met certain conditions, it would also receive exclusive rewards. This would transform loose teams into organizations protected by rules and accelerate competition over resources between factions. I had long since met every requirement. A well-run guild might provide additional rewards, but I still had no intention of creating one. Managing members, distributing resources, and resolving internal conflict would all consume time. Under my growth method, killing one player who actively attacked me could provide an SSS rank skill more directly than managing 100,000 members. The guild rewards currently displayed nothing significant enough to change my judgment. If the system later opened territory or events limited to guild participation, I could reassess then. Plenty of people in the World Channel were already asking for the name of Chun Mu's guild. Some even impersonated me and used fake guilds to scam applicants. Advertisements for real guilds also refreshed continuously. Someone claimed my guild was called Heavenly Calamity. When I searched it, I discovered that its leader was actually named Lin Fei. At least system-recognized guilds displayed their true leaders, making that kind of crude impersonation easy to expose. I did not respond. A lone wolf at least bore no responsibility for strangers, and no one could use a guild identity to demand that I follow orders. Bang! Something suddenly struck the floor-to-ceiling window. I pulled aside the curtain and found a circular bloodstain still running down the outside of the glass. A second black shadow struck immediately afterward. Demonic eyes showed me a raven with reddened eyes. It hit the glass and fell, but more dark shapes were already flying in from the night sky. Bang! 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 There were only a few at first, but the impacts soon became continuous. Feathers and blood covered the outside of the window, rapidly blurring the view. The ravens did not search for an open ventilation shaft. They repeatedly struck the same section of glass, as if obeying some compulsory command. Those that fell were stepped on or knocked aside by the ones behind. Demonic eyes pierced the obstruction and confirmed that at least several thousand mutant ravens had gathered outside the building. Their feathers were wet and disordered, and their smell kept seeping in through the ventilation openings. Each was about the size of an ordinary raven, but its beak and talons were noticeably longer. If thousands attacked at once, they could peck an ordinary person down to a skeleton in less than a minute. No one else in the regional channel had reported a raven flock, which meant these monsters might be attacking only targets nearby. Help! Someone please help me! A woman's weak cry suddenly came from the room next door. I moved closer to the wall. Besides the plea for help, I heard dense wing beats and talons scraping across the floor. The woman's broken voice indicated that she was already injured. No one else answered from beyond the wall. The bones and bloody stench accumulated in the nest had probably come from earlier victims. The true gathering place of the ravens was not my office, but the neighboring room. They might have made a nest there. I had merely happened to occupy the resting room beside it. Moving elsewhere would have been easy, but monsters already gathered at my door would not become irrelevant threats simply because I left. I retreated several steps and aimed a fireball at the dividing wall. The intense heat melted a large hole through it. The rebar inside rapidly turned red and softened. The fireball continued forward, immediately igniting the first ravens to charge. They fell like burning rain. I did not detonate the fireball inside the building, avoiding a shock wave that would tear open the entire floor. The sustained heat moving forward was responsible only for opening the wall and suppressing the breach. Truly clearing the room required an ability better suited to an enclosed space. Once the opening widened, the thick stench and beating wings from next door surged through together. There were even more ravens inside than I had seen through the window. The ravens continued charging through the hole despite the flames ahead. They seemed to lack any instinctive fear of death and could only keep attacking along the scent of living humans. The first thing to emerge from the neighboring room was not a sight, but the foul odor of wet feathers, decay, and blood. Once the fireball traveled farther, I finally saw inside. A layer of white bones more than 10 centimeters deep covered the floor. Skulls, ribs, and leg bones lay mixed together, with almost no flesh remaining. There were no intact bodies in the pile, proving that the ravens had occupied this place for a long time. They dragged living victims into the room, then relied on sheer numbers to peck away their flesh piece by piece. The woman next door was probably their latest prey. A woman lay collapsed in a corner. Her body was covered in wounds from raven beaks, and she had lost the ability to escape on her own. Her clothes and skin had been torn open in many places. She had lost a great deal of blood, and her breathing was already extremely faint. Forcing her to move now would only make her die faster. More ravens poured from the nest like a black tide. This was the perfect opportunity to test the SSS rank poison mist I had obtained in the arena. When I closed my fist, a handful of fine powder appeared in my palm. I scattered it forward. Colorless poison mist instantly spread throughout the room, with only me able to sense its range. I stopped the boundary near the adjacent room and the hole in the wall, preventing the poison from entering the rest of the building. Its SSS rank range was broad enough to cover a city, but it could also be deployed with precise local control. Hundreds, then thousands, of ravens lost the ability to fly at the same time. Their bodies rapidly stiffened and dissolved after striking the floor, ultimately leaving only wreckage piled over the old bones. They had no chance to fly out again or begin a prolonged struggle. Once the colorless poison entered their bodies, it destroyed their vitality directly. Its clearing efficiency far exceeded shooting the birds individually. The woman in the corner inhaled the mist as well. Even without the poison, her existing wounds were already beyond saving. Seconds later, She coughed up blood and stopped responding against the wall. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank double strike. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank infinite combo. F-rank double strike was a passive skill. Each attack had only a 0.1% chance to trigger and calculate the damage twice. That probability was too low to rely on in ordinary combat. Even when it occasionally activated, it only added one identical attack. The real transformation came from the second system's forced upgrade. After upgrading, the trigger chance rose to 100%. Every attack I made would randomly produce a combo of at least 5 and at most 100 hits. I could not deliberately control the exact number. A 100-hit combo did not create 100 physical rounds out of nothing. Instead, the same successful hit was calculated repeatedly at the level of the rules. Unlimited ammunition handled the weapon supply, while infinite combo multiplied each attack's output. The two did not conflict. That meant one bullet counted as at least 5 and at most 100. Area skills, melee attacks, and flying swords could receive additional hit counts in the same way. Large numbers of ravens still circled outside the window. Once they detected the poison in the room, they stopped entering through the breach. I took out the handgun, aimed at one outside, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The system notification refreshed 38 times in succession. One physical bullet triggered 38 combo hits. 38 bloodthirsty ravens along the same line of attack fell together, giving me 38 slaughter points. If there had been only one target, all 38 instances of damage would have concentrated on it. Against a dense flock, the additional attacks were distributed among other targets in the locked area. The skill automatically selected effective hits according to the battlefield. With firearms mastery, unlimited ammunition, and infinite combo combined, an ordinary handgun could already provide small-scale fire coverage. But the flock in the sky contained far more than a few dozen birds. I bought a Vulcan Gatling gun from the system shop. Its modified ammunition box could continuously fire 2,000 rounds in one burst. The Gatling gun's size and weight would burden an ordinary player, but 10,000-fold strength allowed me to hold it steadily. Firearms mastery directly provided recoil control and judgment of a sweeping firing path. Unlimited ammunition automatically replenished it and eliminated reloading. Infinite combo multiplied every round into 5 to 100 instances of damage. I teleported to the roof of the high-rise across the street, avoiding the bones and walls that restricted movement. Demonic eyes turned night into day, revealing the entire raven flock that covered the moon. The rooftop had no high walls, allowing the barrels to turn freely. Thousand-mile vision tracked the distant birds, while demonic eyes distinguished the rapidly moving cold-colored targets nearby. When they saw me leave the building, the ravens immediately changed direction and pressed toward the rooftop like a storm cloud. I lifted the Gatling gun with both hands and held down the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The 6 barrels accelerated continuously, and the bullets formed an unbroken barrage across the night sky. Infinite combo activated randomly with each shot, never producing fewer than 20 hits. I did not sweep blindly from side to side. I advanced layer by layer along the densest front edge of the flock. Each barrage first broke apart the charging formation, then pursued targets attempting to gather again. Bloodthirsty ravens fell in masses, while kill notifications and slaughter points soared together. After several minutes, I had killed at least several thousand monsters, yet the number of black shapes in the sky showed no obvious decrease. If this were a single nest, the population should have fallen long ago. They were either coming from the entire office building or a much larger area, or they possessed an ability to reproduce rapidly. The kill notifications proved that the fallen birds were real monsters, not illusions. If their numbers did not decrease, then new ravens could only be replenishing them from somewhere at a similar rate. I released the trigger for the moment and used demonic eyes to observe the flock's direction of movement again. The ordinary sweep had already been tested, and the night was growing deeper. I intended to identify the true source and end it with one area skill. At that moment, something entirely different from the other ravens began changing at the center of the dense flock. The bloodthirsty ravens attacking the rooftop suddenly changed their behavior. They did not retreat. Instead, they abandoned their scattered charge and flew frantically toward a single point in the air. Their numbers gathered until nearly 10,000 ravens formed one gigantic monster. Unless someone looked carefully at the gaps between the feathers, it would have been easy to mistake it for a single raven that had grown to an absurd size. Each beat of its enormous wings created a violent wind capable of moving rocks the size of basketballs and soccer balls. Sand and dust rolled across the roof, briefly blurring my vision. It opened its mouth and cried, but the sound emerged from every raven forming its body at the same time, synchronized and chaotic together. At close range, it sounded like thousands of screams forcing their way into my ears at once. This was why the flock's numbers had never fallen. They were not dividing endlessly. They were using every remaining individual to assemble one stronger attack. A woman cried out from several buildings away. The man and woman who had been hiding by a window and watching the battle had also seen the combination. The man did not shout a warning. He only stared through the glass at the monster in the sky, clearly believing I had no escape. The giant raven folded its wings and began diving toward the rooftop. I did not assume in advance that its appearance was all it had. The flock's ability to change tactics on its own proved that some kind of unified intelligence existed within it. I first used thousand-mile vision to scan the nearby buildings, confirming that no second raven flock hid in the shadows and that no other monster was approaching under cover of the attack. Only then did I snap my fingers. 6 dragon heads formed in a row before me. Burn it. I did not let them fire in different directions. If individual flames swept through the flock, some ravens might escape through the gaps. Only by concentrating all 6 breaths at one point could I destroy the combined structure head-on. Once the giant raven entered range, all 6 dragon mouths opened together. 6 streams of dragon flame converged into one and struck the diving monster directly. The outermost ravens ignited first, loosening the structure that connected them. The giant raven continued flying forward while the birds inside constantly filled the burned openings. The dragon flame did not stop. Bloodthirsty raven slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Bloodthirsty raven slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Identical notifications began refreshing at extreme speed. I temporarily muted their sound and retained only the increasing number so the continuous announcements would not interfere with my judgment. Charred raven carcasses peeled from the giant raven in masses. Its distance from the rooftop continued shrinking, but openings appeared in both wings. The birds forming its head were also dispersed by the flames, causing its dive to veer aside. Once it lost enough individuals, the enormous outline could no longer hold. Its wings collapsed first, and the remaining body fell entirely into the column of fire. When the final ravens burned away, the flames continued into the upper atmosphere and pierced the clouds. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden mission, Subjugate the Bloodthirsty Ravens, and obtained 1 bloodthirsty raven egg. My second hidden mission. I found the egg inside infinite inventory. According to the system, it was not food and did not require manual temperature control. Enable automatic incubation to obtain a bloodthirsty raven with 100% loyalty in 6 hours. I confirmed the incubation immediately. The Overlord centipede larva had already proven that pets obtained from trials and hidden missions retained some of their original monster's abilities. Bloodthirsty ravens specialized in group attacks. Even if the creature from this egg could not recreate the combination of 10,000 birds, it might still have value in reconnaissance or aerial tracking. Whatever its exact abilities were, I would naturally learn the answer in 6 hours. A woman suddenly shouted from the distance. Handsome, I'll give you my body and soul. Give me a chance. I looked toward the sound and saw only figures struggling near a window several buildings away. After watching the entire battle, the woman was clearly overexcited. Open propositions like that were not rare after the collapse of order, but I did not know whether she had teammates and could not confirm whether traps surrounded the window. I offered no response and certainly would not approach an unknown survivor because of one sentence. After dismissing the 6 dragon heads, I teleported away from the rooftop. The night fell quiet again, and the system time approached midnight. The Heaven and Earth rankings were about to update for the second time. On the first day, I had taken first place on the Earth ranking with 1,008 kills. After the Bloodthirsty Ravens, Clown Slaughter Troop, Waterlogged Corpse Horde, and monsters along the way, today's number had become completely different. Other players had also received an entire day to adapt to the rules, and guilds had begun organizing concentrated hunts. The true global gap would appear for the first time on this update. The second ranking announcement began with the player in 100th place on the Earth ranking. Many people in the World Channel believed that I had simply been lucky on the first day and happened to encounter a concentrated zombie horde. With players adapting to the environment and official guilds forming, they expected someone else to take first place. Yesterday came too suddenly. Plenty of people couldn't even find weapons. Today, the major guilds have begun clearing monsters in teams. First place is definitely changing. I personally saw someone eliminate hundreds of zombies at once. One person can't possibly compete with a team's efficiency. Others asked directly whether I could retain first place on both lists. Arguments without actual intelligence had no value, so I simply waited for the system to announce the numbers. Rank 100, Kosaka Koharu. Kills, 155. Rank 99, Zhao Qinyang. Kills, 197. Rank 98, Chester Montfort. Kills, 209. The ranking continued upward while players from different countries argued endlessly over the placements. Once the top 10 began, the speed of the chat visibly slowed. Rank 10, Kusakaji Ayano. Kills, 1,088. Rank 9, Marlon Malm. Kills, 1,288. Rank 8, Aldous Barber. Kills, 2,879. Rank 7, Tomoya Yanida. Kills, 2,880. Rank 6, Sujin Xiong. Kills, 3,222. Rank 5, Jin Zhaoan. Kills, 3,546. Rank 4, Hermann Gunther. Kills, 3,677. Rank 3, Ambrose Bieler. Kills, 3,777. Rank 2, Larkin Hawthorne. Kills, 3,985. Second place already had nearly 4,000 kills, proving that genuinely high-ranked players were beginning to master large-scale killing methods. Two people from Great Xia, Su Jinxiong and Jin Zhaoan, had reached the top 10, as had two from Sakura. A fresh argument over nationalities immediately erupted in the World Channel. The system did not slow for anyone shouting. The final names soon appeared. Then first place on the Earth ranking was announced. Rank 1, Shenmue. Kills, 23,998. The World Channel fell silent for a brief moment, then filled with question marks. My kill count was almost 24,000. Even if the leading digit 2 were removed, I would still have surpassed second place. The bloodthirsty ravens and waterlogged corpse horde had contributed the most, while sword control and infinite combo had made my clearing efficiency far higher than on the first day. 23,998. Second place doesn't even have 4,000. Even if a guild funneled every kill to one person, doing that in a single day would be almost impossible. What kind of area skill does Shenmue have? No one knew that my total had not come from one skill. World-ending heavenly fire cleared enormous areas. Ghostly blindness took away a monster group's opportunity to retaliate, and sword control with infinite combo expanded every attack into dense output. No individual ability could have produced my current efficiency by itself. The heaven ranking was announced next, and my name remained in first place. The Earth ranking measured the number of enemies killed, while the heaven ranking evaluated overall combat power. Remaining first on both meant that the system also acknowledged the combined strength of my current equipment, pets, and skills. I claimed the rewards in sequence. Claim Earth ranking reward. Reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one elite difficulty trial card. Claim heaven ranking reward. Reward claimed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one chance to draw a skill. Compared with ordinary resources, a skill draw was better suited to the second system. Even if its original rank were low, it would be upgraded automatically to SSS rank. I used it immediately. Drawing skill. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the A rank skill. Execution. A rank execution allowed me to see the health bars of players and monsters. Once a target's health fell below 5%, I could trigger an irresistible execution effect and end the battle directly. The second system upgraded it at once. A rank execution has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank execution. The greatest change was that the execution threshold rose from 5% to 50%. Other people had to reduce an enemy to true near death. I only needed to remove half its health before I could ignore its remaining defense and recovery and finish it. From the perspective of the rules, every enemy facing me had only half a health bar. The skill also gave health bars precise tactical meaning for the first time. When fighting the water giant earlier, I could only estimate damage from changes in its form. Against similar special targets in the future, I could determine directly whether an attack had caused effective health loss instead of judging by appearance. Its limitation was equally clear. Execution would not remove the first 50% for me. If I could not penetrate an enemy's defenses, or if my attacks only made it regenerate immediately, I still could not trigger the final step. The elite trial card from the Earth ranking reward was perfect for testing it. I took the familiar black card from Infinite Inventory. Night wind crossed the rooftop, while the golden runes shone between my fingers. After I threw the card, it disintegrated into a swirling portal. The last trial had contained the centipede tide and giant centipede. There was no indication of what waited beyond the entrance this time. I first confirmed that the Overlord centipede larva remained inside infinite inventory and was still feeding, while the bloodthirsty raven egg continued incubating automatically. Neither pet was suited to risking an unknown space, so I did not release them. Once all my skills and replenishment fluid were available, I stepped through the vortex. After crossing the portal, I arrived inside an enclosed space resembling a medieval castle. The walls were built from enormous blocks of green stone. The semicircular windows held no glass and were covered only by wooden strips woven into leaf vein patterns. What truly dominated the view, however, were mountains of gold coins. Crowns, golden swords, gold vessels, gemstones, and treasure chests filled with jewelry lay buried among the coins. In my previous life, this wealth would have been enough to make anyone the richest person alive. In the world of slaughter, however, ordinary gold had far less value than slaughter points in food. I kicked open the nearest treasure chest and found it packed with gold and silver jewelry as well. If this were truly a reward stage, the system should at least have given a completion notice. Its silence made it more likely that the monster had not appeared yet. I did not immediately collect the gold and saw no monster, but the coins beneath my feet began moving slowly. At first, they seemed to be sliding naturally down the mounds. Then they began flowing uphill and encircling my legs. The coins silently rose to my ankles and locked both feet from every direction. When I applied a little force, their edges continuously pressed into my skin. The gold coins themselves were the trial target. I snapped my fingers and summoned a dragon head. Dragon flames swept across the space around my feet. As if they could feel pain, the coins rapidly retreated, then gathered in the distance into a humanoid 5 or 6 meters tall. Blue light shone from the gold coin giant's eyes. Its form resembled the water giant, except it wore no knight's helmet. It raised both arms, and 2 golden tornadoes formed from coins charged toward the dragon head. The pieces closest to the fire melted into liquid first, but the attack continued advancing through overwhelming numbers. I dismissed the dragon head. The castle was enclosed. If I melted every coin and let the metal splash, high-temperature liquid would surround me. I was not immune to the environmental heat left by my own attack, so I had to control the method. The gold coin giant turned the tornado toward me. Coins struck the wall at high speed and left a dense collection of scratches. I activated Armor of the Earth and expanded until I approached its size. I blocked the merged golden tornado head-on, then advanced through the sea of coins. My fist struck its chest and immediately blew a huge hole through its body, but the surrounding coins rose and refilled it at once. The health bar above its head fell by less than 1%, with part of even that loss coming from the initial dragon flame. A physical attack could scatter its form, but could not stop the coins on the ground from providing replacements. As long as the mountains remained, it possessed an almost inexhaustible supply of repair material. I also punched the wall and confirmed that the greenstone structure could not be destroyed. The trial restricted the active area. I could not break through the castle and draw the coins outside for disposal. Eye of Discernment gave an equally clear conclusion. Fire was the most effective attribute. I maintained Armor of the Earth for defense, while continuously condensing world-ending heavenly fire near the top of the castle. The fireball expanded from 1 meter to 5, then gradually spread into a sea of flame covering the space overhead. The gold coin giant attacked continuously with tornadoes. Huge quantities of coins scraped across the stone armor at high speed, scattering chips of rock and sparks together. They could only strip the outer layer and could not interrupt the charging. I did not rush the release. Too small an area would melt only the giant's body, allowing the surrounding coins to rebuild it. This attack had to cover the entire mountain of gold. Once the flames were ready, I pressed both hands downward. The sea of fire poured like a waterfall of lava, submerging the gold coin giant and the mountains around it. Layer after layer of coins melted. Once they lost their solid form, they could no longer refill the giant's body. Its health bar began falling steadily. 99%, 92%, 87%. The gold coin giant tried to reform, but was forced back into liquid by the sustained flames. 63%, 59%, 54%. The sea of fire had reached its neck. 52%, 51%, 50%. SSS rank execution activated at that moment. The rules directly erased the gold coin giant's remaining half of life, and its entire body collapsed instantly. Every coin melted into liquid and mingled with the sea of fire. The battle was truly over. Execution created no additional attack movement. The instant the target crossed the 50% line, its regeneration and ability to reorganize both failed. That was more dangerous than a simple increase in fire damage because it skipped the enemy's final, and often most difficult, half of the battle. Gold coin giant slain. Congratulations, host. You have cleared the elite trial ground. Mission rewards distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 dragon-slaying holy sword, 100,000 universal gold coins, and 5 bottles of replenishment fluid. The dragon-slaying holy sword was a high-tier weapon. I would have to test its exact effects later. The 5 bottles of replenishment fluid merged with my existing supply. Universal gold coins could participate in any system transaction and could also replace slaughter points at a 1-to-1 ratio in the shop. 100,000 coins equaled 100,000 points of system purchasing power. Even if I currently had no shortage of slaughter points, that kind of universal currency might be used in special shops, player trades, or other features that had not yet unlocked. They were not the same as the gold on the ground. Only the system's certified currency entered my inventory. It required no physical transport and did not occupy material space outside infinite inventory. An exit portal soon appeared. There was no need to continue exploring the castle. I kept Armor of the Earth active as I crossed the exit, preparing to use the heavy armor against a random destination. This time, however, the portal opened directly in the center of someone else's camp. 4 players around a campfire stood simultaneously and aimed their guns at me. Monster! I had only just raised a hand to explain that the stone armor was merely a skill effect when one of them pulled the trigger. The other 3 raised their guns as well. They gave me no time to remove the stone armor or explain. The gunfire had already begun. All 4 guns opened fire, sending bullets continuously into Armor of the Earth. I had appeared suddenly from the portal in the form of a stone giant 5 or 6 meters tall. It was not surprising that they mistook me for a monster, but they made no attempt to verify that conclusion and offered no chance to stop. After the first burst failed to penetrate my defenses, the nearest young man continued aiming at my head, while the other 3 began spreading to either side. The hand I had raised curled into a fist. There was nothing obstructing their view. They had seen that the bullets were ineffective, yet none stopped. I slammed my fist down on his position. When the stone fist struck the ground, 1 line of gunfire immediately ended. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank accuracy boost. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank perfect accuracy. Perfect accuracy was not limited to firearms. Stones, knives, hidden weapons, arrows, and other thrown attacks could all strike accurately as long as I actively locked onto the target. It differed from Firearms Mastery. Firearms Mastery provided operational and shooting knowledge, while perfect accuracy directly guaranteed the final precision of every attack method. 10,000-fold strength supplied destructive power, and perfect accuracy supplied the hit. The 2 abilities could be combined directly. Even without a gun, an ordinary object thrown from my hand could become a ranged weapon. The remaining 3 scattered at once. The bespectacled man took out a stick grenade, pulled the fuse, and threw it at me. The explosion caused only a slight vibration across the stone armor and left no real damage. Unwilling to accept it, he threw a second grenade. The result did not change. While the blast smoke obscured the view, the team leader began drawing a formation in the mud. Another man who appeared to be the leader crouched and completed a glowing magic formation with a branch. The skill had a long casting delay. If interrupted, he would be unable to summon anything. A rusted knight slowly rose from the formation, carrying a 2-meter greatsword. Upon receiving its order, it charged at me. The summon might have been enough against ordinary zombies, but the cracks in its armor proved that its defense was not high. I met the greatsword with 1 punch and crushed the entire knight into scrap metal. With his final protection gone, the leader turned to retreat. I closed the distance and ended his movement with the stone armor. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Knight Summoning. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Knight Summoning. After the upgrade, there was no limit on the number of summons, and the knights changed from rusted shells into complete heavy units. For each summon, I could choose a shield, 2-handed greatsword, battle axe, saber, war hammer, meteor hammer, or other weapon. A knight could remain for up to 24 hours and could also be recalled early. The original skill could maintain only 1 rusted knight and required a formation to be drawn on-site before summoning. After the upgrade, the system automatically generated the formation while I decided the number and weapon types. In addition to fighting, the knights could stand watch, provide security, and blockade an area. The final two had both participated in the attack and showed no intention of stopping. I grabbed earth and stone from the ground and compressed it into two hard spheres. They ran towards separate exits of the basketball court, trying to force me to pursue only one. 10,000-fold strength supplied speed and destruction, while perfect accuracy locked onto each target. The two stone balls flew at different angles and struck one after the other, ending the fight. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank Grenade Generation. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Infinite High Explosive Chain Grenades. The original skill could create only 3 stick grenades per day. After the upgrade, the quantity became unlimited, the blast range and power increased dramatically, and every grenade exploded 3 times in succession. This equipment required no purchases from the shop and no real-world ammunition supply. As long as I controlled the throwing distance, I could continue bombarding an area. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank Basic Equipment Enhancement. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Random Equipment Enhancement. The F rank skill could only increase a firearm's rate of fire, accuracy, and destructive power, or improve a blade's hardness and sharpness. SSS rank Random Equipment Enhancement granted far larger improvements that might even change the equipment's category. There was no total limit on uses, but the same piece of equipment could be enhanced only once. I could not stack unlimited upgrades on one weapon. Random meant that the result was not fixed. An enhancement might improve existing performance or grant the equipment an entirely new structure. The inability to repeat the skill prevented me from stacking effects infinitely on the same gun. I picked up one of the fallen rifles and tested the skill immediately. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a grenade launcher. The ordinary rifle's barrel and feeding mechanism rapidly changed until it became a launcher loaded with 6 grenades. The better the base equipment, the higher the possible upper limit of the random enhancement. After confirming that no one nearby intended to continue attacking, I dismissed Armor of the Earth. The camp occupied an abandoned basketball court. More than 30 chicken wings had already been threaded onto skewers beside the fire, but had not yet been cooked. The number of stone benches suggested that 2 other members might have gone out, but they were not currently present. Clear drag marks remained on the ground, but no one hid near the fence. I used 1,000-mile vision to scan the surrounding buildings and saw only scattered figures moving in the distance, with no group approaching immediately. I did not actively search for them. There had already been enough fighting. I preferred to deal with the ready food first. As the fire flickered, I activated night summoning. 12 formations lit up along the basketball court fence one after another, and 12 armored knights nearly 3 meters tall appeared with swords in hand. They stood guard at intervals of several meters. Any player or monster approaching would first have to pass through that defensive line. I sat beside the fire and placed the chicken wing skewers over it one by one. The 12 knights said nothing. They formed a silent steel perimeter beyond the firelight. Their first practical test would begin by guarding this temporary camp. With 12 armored knights standing guard around the basketball court, the chicken wings soon cooked until crisp outside and tender within. The only problem was the lack of seasoning. The system shop mainly sold prepared food and offered no salt, soy sauce, black pepper, or barbecue seasoning. It would be difficult to finish more than 30 wings without anything but their natural flavor, but throwing them away would be too wasteful. The camp's original owners had clearly found ingredients without obtaining kitchen supplies. Seasonings seemed unimportant after an apocalypse began, but after several days of canned food and dry bread, their value would rise rapidly. I picked up the grenade launcher I had just enhanced and posted a listing at the trading center. 1 grenade launcher, loaded with 6 grenades. Trading for seasonings suitable for barbecue. The post quickly attracted a flood of comments. Some people recognized the name ranked first on both lists. Others were still struggling for their next meal and could not understand why I would trade a heavy weapon for seasonings. Number 1 on both rankings has appeared again, and this time he's trading for barbecue seasoning. I haven't even found dinner today, and the big shot is already having an outdoor barbecue. Give me half an hour. I'm going to search the nearest supermarket right now. I ignored every plea for shelter, party invitation, and suggestive message unrelated to the trade. The first bids offered only ketchup, salad dressing, and similar sauces in small quantities. I continued cooking the next group of chicken wings while waiting for a suitable combination. A grenade launcher was enough to change one encounter for an ordinary player, but it was less useful to me than infinite high explosive chain grenades. Trading an enhanced weapon I did not need for consumables with long-term value was more sensible than leaving it in my inventory. Before long, a bid containing 9 kinds of seasoning reached first place. 5 small bottles of white sesame seeds, 3 small bottles of 5-spice powder, 3 small bottles of black pepper, 8 small bottles of barbecue seasoning, 5 small bottles of chili powder, 5 small bottles of seasoned salt, 5 small bottles of Sichuan pepper powder. With the remaining 2 types in the list, the total came to dozens of bottles, enough to last a long time. I confirmed the trade. Trade successful. Grenade launcher -1. Grenades -6. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 small bottles of white sesame seeds, 3 small bottles of 5-spice powder, 3 small bottles of black pepper. The other party was Qin Lu. I recognized the name from the earlier beginner combat set trade. She had exchanged 2 cases of luncheon meat and 1 case of water for the full set of weapons. Now she had produced a large quantity of seasonings as well. Bringing out bulk quantities of everyday supplies twice showed that she was not only lucky, but also knew where to search. Most players focused entirely on weapons and food. She also collected seasonings, clothes, and other items likely to rise in value. I sprinkled barbecue seasoning, white sesame seeds, and black pepper over the chicken wings. The smoky aroma quickly mingled with the spices, creating a flavor far better than canned food and plain bread. I took a bite. The skin had become crisp, while the meat inside remained juicy. With 12 knights guarding the perimeter, the fire finally had a brief moment of peace around it. Trading partner Qin Lu has sent you a private message request. Accept. I had disabled ordinary private messages long ago to avoid a daily flood of irrelevant content. Trading partners clearly received temporary contact permission. I accepted. Qin Lu asked directly whether I had any more enhanced firearms. She wanted to continue trading and sent a list of items. 10 bags of partially prepared spicy crayfish, 24 cans of seafood, business leather shoes, and a vintage suit. Her supplies were far more varied than last time. She had probably found a well-preserved mall or warehouse. The most attractive item on the list was a solar-powered rechargeable mobile RV. With an RV, I would not have to search for a clean guest room every night. I could store daily necessities inside, and the solar system could support basic lighting and equipment use. Divine driving would handle operation, while infinite inventory could take in the entire vehicle if danger appeared. Buying a vehicle like this with slaughter points was impossible because the shop currently offered no comparable equipment for long-term living. The ready-made vehicle in Qin Lu's possession was worth more than the food on her list. I replied, I do. How many do you need? Qin Lu answered almost immediately, as many as possible. Ordinary weapons from the system shop could not compare with products enhanced by random equipment enhancement. As long as the results were useful, my priority as her weapons supplier would exceed that of the shop. Enhanced guns would allow Qin Lu to protect herself while gathering more supplies. In exchange, she gave me household resources I did not want to search for building by building. That arrangement had greater value than merely selling weapons. I stood, collected the other 3 rifles from the ground, and enhanced them one by one. Light appeared across the first gun. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the secondary explosion effect. The first rifle did not physically transform into a grenade launcher. Instead, the system added a second explosion to every bullet. A round would explode once upon striking the target, then detonate again at the same location after a brief delay. That effect was suited to dense zombie hordes and could also destroy enemies behind cover. If Qin Lu understood the proper firing distance, its practical value would be no lower than the grenade launcher I had just traded. The other 2 rifles still awaited enhancement, and Qin Lu had not yet seen the final trade list. Whether I could obtain the RV would depend on the next 2 random results. Secondary explosion did not simply multiply a bullet's damage by 2. Whenever a bullet fired from the rifle struck a target, it first produced its normal impact, followed by 2 consecutive explosions at the point of contact. Against a large monster, all 3 stages of damage could concentrate on the same location. Against a crowd, the blast could spread to the surrounding targets. Ordinary firearms in the system shop possessed no such effect. I set the first rifle aside and picked up the second for enhancement. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the burning effect. Bullets fired from the second rifle would inflict continuous burning after a hit. Its immediate burst damage was lower than secondary explosion, but it was more suitable for suppressing monsters with strong regeneration. I proceeded to enhance the final gun. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the bullet tracking effect. Tracking did not guarantee a hit under all circumstances and had a correction limit. If a bullet's trajectory passed within 30 centimeters of its target, the round would automatically adjust direction in flight. For a player with ordinary marksmanship, that effect was equivalent to gaining an additional low-tier aiming skill. It could not compare with perfect accuracy, but it would be extremely useful to Qin Lu. After organizing the details of all 3 guns, I sent her the item list. Qin Lu replied quickly, "I want all of them. Please create the trade listing, and I'll include all the supplies from the inventory I sent." As agreed, I placed all 3 enhanced rifles in the World Trading Center. 1 rifle with the secondary explosion effect, 1 rifle with the continuous burning effect, 1 rifle with a 30-centimeter ballistic correction effect. Less than half a minute after the listing became public, the comments filled with requests for prices. Some people treated the 3 effects as independent skills, while others attempted to buy the weapons directly with slaughter points. I accepted no other offers. The listing had been created for Qin Lu. Once she submitted the trade, the system immediately closed public replies. Trade successful. The 3 enhanced rifles disappeared. At the same time, an RV nearly 6 meters long and every supply on her list entered my infinite inventory. I had only intended to trade for the RV, but Qin Lu had added all 10 bags of partially prepared spicy crayfish, 24 cans of seafood, the leather shoes, suit, and other daily necessities to her side. She needed reliable weapons to keep gathering supplies and also wanted to preserve a long-term trading relationship. I released the RV in the center of the basketball court and opened its door. My first impression was that it was clean. The interior was not large, but it contained a kitchen, restroom, shower, and separate bedroom, with an intact double-spring mattress. Both the solar panels and charging system worked. It was more than sufficient as a mobile home. When I lay on the bed, I suddenly realized that random equipment enhancement was not restricted to firearms. An RV stored supplies, moved, and provided protection. The system could also classify it as equipment. I tested the idea immediately. Apply random equipment enhancement to the RV. The system truly displayed a confirmation prompt, proving that I was right. Confirm. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a military material off-road RV. The originally narrow vehicle rapidly changed. Its chassis rose. The exterior became thick military green armor. The front extended like a truck, and the number of tires increased to 8. The enhanced RV was approximately 12 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters tall. Ordinary handguns and rifles could not penetrate the steel plating. The windows had become high-grade bulletproof glass. A lifting rack at the rear also held a black motorcycle for short-distance travel. The interior expanded to 2 levels. The first floor contained the driver's area, living room sofa, adjustable table, kitchen, shower, and separate bedroom. The second floor was protected by a retractable roof, which remained folded during ordinary driving so it would not add excessive height. The power system changed as well. The roof could collect solar energy, filtered rainwater could be used directly, and an efficient thermal energy device could convert external heat into electricity. That ability suited me perfectly. World-ending heavenly fire could provide a stable source of heat. As long as I controlled its output, the RV effectively had an unlimited backup power supply. Divine driving would handle difficult road conditions, while infinite inventory could take in the entire vehicle if necessary. 3 rifles of little use to me had brought back a mobile safe house. The trade had exceeded my expectations by far. I kept the 12 armored knights around the perimeter of the basketball court and ordered them to attack any unauthorized target approaching the RV. Then I closed the door and switched on the air conditioner. The military materials improved the soundproofing, and the wind outside soon disappeared. After eating my fill and washing, I lay on the double bed and stopped studying my skills. The world of slaughter added new rules every day. Preserving my strength was more important than staying awake all night. I soon fell asleep, unaware that the vehicle's lights had already attracted someone who was approaching from outside the basketball court. Danger sense did not wake me at any point that night. Only after checking the system timeline the next morning did I learn that the first group had approached the basketball court at 1 in the morning. The kill log did not preserve their complete conversation and could not tell me what each person had been thinking. It marked only their approach route, the time of battle, and the source of each skill. Combined with the footprints beyond the fence, I could roughly reconstruct what had happened. The first security record appeared at 1:17 a.m. Night summoning did not transmit sound or images into my consciousness. It left a timestamp only when a unit under my command was attacked or completed a kill. A narrow path had been trampled through the bushes north of the court, with 5 sets of footprints in the mud. The tracks nearest the fence overlapped back and forth, showing that someone had first scouted, retreated, then approached again with companions. A flashlight with a dead battery also lay nearby. The 5 people had initially stopped some distance from the court. One approached with the flashlight to investigate. After seeing the armored knights, he retreated, but the group did not leave. Instead, they took out their guns and approached the fence from separate directions. They had probably mistaken the 12 knights for dungeon monsters guarding the RV and believed that eliminating the guards would give them the vehicle. The first person to enter the security perimeter possessed E-rank Iron Man. Once activated, the skill transformed his upper body into steel and made ordinary bullets difficult to injure him. He walked at the front, clearly intending to endure the attack. Traces of his metal transformation remained on his damaged equipment, and the system listed Iron Man as the first dropped skill. Muzzle residue and the locations of shell casings from the other 4 proved that they had not wandered in by mistake. They had prepared overlapping fire from outside the perimeter. Red light appeared in the knight's eyes. The battle began there. A knight with a 2-handed greatsword performed only 1 horizontal slash. Iron Man's defenses broke, while the attack also caught the 2 teammates nearby. 3 kill notifications appeared almost simultaneously. The remaining 2 fled at once. The knight did not leave its defensive area to pursue them into the woods. Instead, it knocked down the fence and threw the greatsword like a heavy spear. The second target was struck before reaching the trees. The final person escaped the perimeter, and the system record ended there. The knight retrieved its weapon, returned to the basketball court, and resumed its guard order. That behavior matched the command I had given. The knights attacked only unauthorized targets that entered the security area while maintaining hostility. Once the final person left completely, the summon did not pursue him into the woods or turn a defensive mission into an unbounded hunt. The RV's soundproofing blocked the gunfire and metal impacts outside. None of those people could directly threaten me inside the vehicle, so danger sense never activated. While I slept, the second system had already begun upgrading the skills obtained from the kills. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Iron Man. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Liquid Metal Transformation. Liquid Metal Transformation no longer covered only my upper body. I could convert my entire body into flowing metal, changing form while retaining its strength and reducing damage from ordinary physical attacks. When completely liquefied, conventional blades and guns would have difficulty striking a fixed vital point. After solidifying, I could transform my arms or parts of my body into high-strength metal. The skill did not make me immune to intense heat, extreme cold, or attacks aimed specifically at energy, so it still needed to be combined with abilities such as fire immunity and armor of the earth. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank trap placement. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Trap Grandmaster. Trap Grandmaster provided knowledge of a vast number of trap structures and placement methods. Given enough materials, I could quickly set alarm, binding, explosive, or luring traps without being restricted to the original skill's single template. The system would assist by marking activation areas and safe routes, preventing me or units under my command from entering by mistake. For a fixed base, it was more concealed than temporarily summoning knights and could guide enemies into a predetermined attack position. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Slow Vision. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Slow Vision. When I activated Slow Vision, movements in the outside world slowed from my perspective, while my physical reactions remained normal. High-speed projectiles, close-range ambushes, and consecutive attacks all became easier to judge. Accelerating my perception did not increase my movement speed out of nothing. If my body could not keep up with my judgment, I would still need unlimited teleportation, max-level evasion, or attribute increases to complete the action. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Linked Damage. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Linked Damage. Linked Damage could temporarily bind multiple targets. If any linked individual was attacked, the remaining targets would share or simultaneously suffer the damage, with the exact proportion under my control. It was especially suited to scattered groups of monsters. I only had to inflict high damage on one easy target for others hidden behind cover to suffer as well. The number of links, their distance, and the duration would still require practical testing, for skills had finished upgrading without my knowledge. The guns, supplies, and bodies left by the group still remained outside the fence, proving that the knights performed only defense and did not collect spoils. That also reminded me that although kills made by summoned units belonged to their master, post-battle resources still needed to be recovered manually. If I stationed knights far away in the future, I would have to arrange a collection route so a third party did not take the equipment. But the first invasion had not been the end of the night. The surviving intruder brought the basketball court's coordinates to a nearby guild. In the second half of the night, a larger convoy followed his route toward the camp. The second invasion occurred shortly after the first battle ended. Judging from the tire tracks and consecutive system kill timestamps, they had arrived in several vehicles. Only when counting the insignias they left behind the next day did I learn that they belonged to the nearby Vulture Guild. The guild had not existed for long, but its membership was already close to 100. More than 50 had come to the basketball court last night, with skills ranging from F rank to C rank. The guild page publicized only its name, size, leader, and some ranking information. It did not disclose internal plans. I could confirm their numbers because more than 50 identity settlements and sets of equipment remained at the scene, not because I knew what they had said before departing. The vehicles stopped south of the basketball court. Shooters spread out in 3 directions, while healers and ranged members remained behind the cars. Their formation was far more complete than that of the first 5, proving this was an organized assault. The reason they had found this place so accurately also remained at the scene. The only survivor from the first invasion lay dead where the convoy had parked. His chat panel still showed the record of sending the coordinates to the Vulture Guild, while his membership application had not been approved. I did not read his private thoughts. I judged only from the membership application and coordinate transmission that had not yet disappeared. He had provided the location in hopes of trading intelligence for protection, but had still entered the knight's security perimeter in the end. He offered intelligence about the RV and armored knights for protection. Once the guild had used the coordinates, it pushed him into the security area. The system awarded the final blow to a guard knight, allowing me to receive his skill. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank evasion. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank max level evasion. Max level evasion did not make me disappear. Whenever an attack was about to connect, it automatically selected the smallest evasive motion and made my body complete it. Combined with danger sense and slow vision, I could identify the direction sooner and evade at a lower cost. Automatic evasion could be disabled. Otherwise, in situations where I wanted to deliberately endure a strike, use retribution shield, or lure an enemy into exposing itself, my body moving on its own would ruin the tactic. The convoy did not retreat after the guide's death. In their eyes, the 12 armored knights and enhanced RV were clearly a high-value dungeon. The formation at the scene showed that 5 or 6 people surrounded each knight. Ranged fighters remained outside the fence, and anyone with a defensive skill stood at the front. The first squad used a gigantic steel shield to receive a frontal slash from a knight. The shield had originally been capable of enduring Gatling gun fire, but it did not hold against the summoned knight's greatsword. The blade split the shield, and its defender lost the ability to move. The damaged shield still remained at the scene. Its cut was smooth and bore no sign of repeated strikes, showing that the knight had breached it with one attack. Shell casings were scattered all around, proving the guild members had simultaneously opened fire when their shield bearer engaged. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E rank Great Shield. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Retribution Shield. The upgraded shield did more than increase defense. Every attack blocked directly by its front could be reflected back at the attacker according to the attack's true power. The stronger the strike, the greater the return damage. Retribution affected only the portion successfully received by the shield's surface. Attacks from behind, through the ground, or around its edge were not automatically reflected, so positioning and coverage still mattered. By the time the first defensive line broke, the other squads had simultaneously entered the attack range of all 12 knights. These summons were not sluggish suits of ornamental armor. They possessed full combat ability and could support one another. While one knight suppressed the front, another cut off the retreat from the side. I did not yet possess Knight King. Their current cooperation came from SSS rank Knight summoning itself. Adding Knight King later would further improve their formations, charges, and weapon switching. From that moment on, system kill notifications appeared continuously. When I later reviewed the record, I could confirm only that each skill had belonged to an intruder the night before. I could not accurately match every ability to a name. The system preserved the skill's name, effects, and restrictions. The source's name did not affect my use of it. The rules governing the Guard Knights did not change. They did not pursue people who moved far away from the court and abandoned the attack. They did eliminate targets who remained armed, continued approaching the RV, or attacked their companions. The Vulture Guild initially spread its team too far apart. Once it realized that ordinary skills could not break through, it tried to concentrate its attacks. That gave the 12 knights time to complete an encirclement. They did not intentionally destroy vehicles parked in the distance or attack people who put down their weapons and crossed outside the security boundary. Several sets of footprints led away from the scene, proving that some people also survived the second invasion. I had no intention of tracking them. The defensive objective was already complete. Actively searching for fugitives would only expand an unnecessary conflict. Inside the RV, I remained asleep. The military vehicle isolated most of the sound. As long as an enemy did not pass the knights and threaten me directly, danger sense would not wake me because of a battle in the distance. The number of kills outside the fence rapidly climbed, while the second system pushed one low-rank ability after another to SSS rank in the background. The intervals between notifications on the latter part of the timeline grew increasingly short. Once the team lost its front line, the knights compressed the space from 12 directions, turning the original numerical advantage into an obstacle to retreat. Once the Vulture Guild fully entered the security area, the system notifications began refreshing in groups. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Wind Cleaving Slash. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Tornado Slash. Tornado Slash could create a wide cyclone attack whenever I swung a melee weapon. Its range and area of destruction far exceeded those of the original skill. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Draining Leash. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Devouring Chains. Devouring Chains could bind targets and continuously drain their stamina or energy to replenish me. The number and length of the chains were no longer restricted by the original rank. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Increased Fire Resistance. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Fire Immunity. This ability made me immune to external fire tribute attacks. It could not eliminate the physical danger of molten metal in an enclosed environment, but it could resist an enemy's flame skills. Once the first group of defensive skills had been breached, some members began retreating while the remainder continued attempting charges and control. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Flying Pounce. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Tenfold Critical Pounce. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F-rank Aggro Attraction. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Map-Wide Monster Lure. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Killing Aura. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Killing Intent Suppression. Tenfold Critical Pounce multiplied the impact when I lunged at a target. Map-Wide Monster Lure could draw monsters within a selected area toward me, with both range and target types under my control. Killing Intent Suppression used mental pressure to weaken an enemy's will to act, becoming more effective as the difference in strength grew. The convoy leader possessed C-rank Corpse Control. A mutant black bear carcass had been left at the scene, with translucent skill cords around its limbs. The system record showed that he had once controlled the bear to knock an armored knight backward, then continued using the corpse to block it. Although the summoned knight had been driven back several steps, its armor suffered no real damage. It secured the black bear, severed the control link, and resumed advancing toward the controller. The C-rank skill had a 3-minute cooldown. After losing his puppet, the leader could not immediately seize another intact corpse. He was ultimately added to the kill record as well. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained C-rank Corpse Control. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Marionette. Marionette could control multiple corpses simultaneously, with much broader limits on size and quantity. How many of a target's original abilities remained depended on the completeness of the corpse and the precision of my control. After the leader died, the Vulture Guild completely lost its organization. Some people dropped their weapons and fled, while others continued firing to cover the vehicles as they started. The armored knights threw their swords and blocked the routes of those still attacking. The remaining knights stayed around the RV and did not leave the guard zone. The clearly recorded skills from the final stage included: F-rank Attack Speed Boost has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Unlimited Attack Speed Enhancement. F-rank Charge has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Savage Collision. E-rank Shield has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Sword Formation. Unlimited attack speed enhancement continuously increased my speed while I made consecutive attacks. The bonus gradually reset once I stopped. Savage collision transformed frontal movement into a broad impact, with greater strength producing greater destruction. Sword formation summoned multiple sword-shaped shields that could either circle me defensively or shred enemies outward. The system contained more kill and upgrade notifications, but most came from repeated or low-rank abilities. I disabled automatic expansion and preserved only the archive of new skills so that dozens of panels would not occupy my view one by one. After the battle, the 12 armored knights retrieved their weapons and returned to their positions around the basketball court. Their damage was light, and they could continue existing until the 24-hour limit. By the time I actually awoke, sunlight was already entering the bedroom through the bulletproof windows. I had slept deeply. The temperature from the air conditioner had remained steady, and the mattress was cleaner than in the temporary hotel. When I sat up and stretched my neck and shoulders, I still did not know that 2 battles had occurred outside. The first things to appear before me were the system records accumulated since the early morning. Liquid metal transformation, trap grandmaster, slow vision, linked damage, max level evasion, retribution shield, tornado slash, devouring chains, fire immunity, tenfold critical pounce, map-wide monster lure, killing intent suppression, marionette, unlimited attack speed enhancement, savage collision, sword formation. As I read through them one by one, the last traces of sleep disappeared. The 12 knights assigned to Night Watch had somehow harvested an entire group of SSS rank skills for me. At first, I suspected that an error had occurred in the system record. I had never left the RV or attacked anything during the night. Yet more than a dozen distinct abilities had appeared on my skill list, with dozens of kill notifications accumulated beside them. The answer waited outside when I opened the door. The fence had been trampled down. Guns, backpacks, and several vehicles lay across the ground, while tire tracks extended into the distance. The 12 armored knights remained in their guard stances, with traces of the knights' battle across their armor and blades. My slaughter points had increased by several thousand, and all the food, water, and ammunition could be recovered. I checked the system timeline and the scene, confirmed that no surviving attackers remained in ambush, and archived the new skills one by one. The first group of 5 and the second group of more than 50 had all entered the security perimeter of their own accord. Mission complete. Return. All 12 summoning formations lit up at once. The knights sank into the ground while maintaining their sword-ready stances, ending their remaining duration through voluntary recall. The basketball court was no longer suitable for breakfast. I returned to the driver's seat and started the military off-road RV. 8 tires rolled over the fallen fence and entered the damaged road. Cracks, fallen rocks, and abandoned vehicles covered the pavement. Divine driving directly provided the proper angle for crossing each obstacle. Even with a 12-meter vehicle, I could maneuver around them steadily. Whenever rubble could not be avoided, the military chassis simply crushed over it. More than 10 minutes later, I parked in the plaza before an abandoned government building. The area was open, with no dense buildings nearby, allowing any approaching monster to be seen early. Sunlight fell directly across the roof and replenished the solar power system. I did not actively provide energy with world-ending heavenly fire. Natural light was already sufficient, so there was no need to create additional heat. Breakfast was the partially prepared spicy crayfish from Chinlu's trade. I heated the shelled crayfish meat in the microwave, placed it between 2 slices of bread, and paired it with a bottle of whole milk. The meal was simple, but felt much closer to ordinary life than several consecutive days of canned food. Halfway through, a new system notification appeared. A new feature has been unlocked. View it now. I chose to view it, and a pitch-black tower appeared on the virtual panel. Trial Tower. It differed from the independent spaces opened by trial cards. Every player could enter and had to begin from the first floor before advancing level by level. Challenges could be attempted alone or in teams. Clearing each floor granted a reward, while the first person to clear it and the holder of the fastest record would receive additional prizes. Only the first 10 floors were currently visible. Black fog concealed the levels above them. The tower looked like asphalt that had melted and solidified again, with flowing patterns across its surface. The feature eliminated the need to search everywhere for monsters and provided players with a stable place for competition. The daily mission will be issued in 3 minutes. All players, please prepare yourselves. The new feature and daily mission had appeared together, so they were probably related. 3 minutes later, that judgment was confirmed. Daily mission issued. This mission is a team raid. Except, the mission required a team of at least 3. Players could create their own party or allow the system to match them randomly. Once accepted, every member would be transported to the trial tower's first floor within 10 minutes. There were no suitable players around me, and the system did not recognize armored knights as teammates. I could only select random matchmaking. Matching. Party formed successfully. The team contained 6 people. 3 displayed their basic information, while the other 3 chose anonymity. The public names were Zhao Qifa, Wang Sunlin, and Du Yeye. Zhao Qifa and Wang Sunlin were men. Du Yeye was the only publicly identified woman in the party. Du Yeye spoke first in the party channel. "Let's all do our best." No one responded. Transport began almost immediately. Party established. Transporting to the trial tower. My vision briefly darkened. When it returned, we were standing before the first floor entrance. The tower was far larger than the model in the interface. Even from 7 or 8 meters away, the black wall filled my vision, and its upper end could not be seen at all. The 6 of us were actually 4 men and 2 women. Besides me, 1 other woman had chosen anonymity. The RV had remained in reality, so I immediately asked the system about its safety. While a player is raiding the trial tower, equipment left in the real world will automatically become hidden and invisible. That meant no one could find or move the vehicle, allowing me to stop worrying. Du Yeye tried to break the silence. "Shouldn't we choose a team leader first?" Zhao Qifa immediately answered. "The person with the highest rank ability should lead. My skill is E rank." Wang Sunlin also disclosed an E rank skill. Du Yeye admitted that her healing ability was only F rank. Zhao Qifa's tone immediately grew more dismissive. "Only F rank. I didn't get to decide the rank." Du Yeye did not argue. The other 2 anonymous players both claimed to have only F rank skills. I could not identify their exact abilities from their positions and reactions, but if they had chosen anonymity and then voluntarily reported the lowest rank, they were probably keeping hidden cards. I gave the same answer. F rank. There was no reason to reveal my SSS rank skills to random teammates I had just met. Once battle began, it would quickly become clear whether any of them had lied. Zhao Qifa turned toward Wang Sunlin and prepared to compete for command. Wang Sunlin took half a step back voluntarily. "You can be team leader." "I withdraw." Zhao Qifa accepted without hesitation. "Don't waste time. We enter the first floor now, complete the mission, and go our separate ways." All 6 of us stood before the entrance. The black tower doors slowly opened inward, and air from the first floor poured through the gap. Beyond the tower door lay a stone maze. The entrance divided into 3 passages directly ahead. There was no map on the walls and no visible marker. If all 6 of us stayed together to search, our efficiency would be poor. If we completely separated, we might not be able to support one another in time after encountering monsters. The party map automatically recorded traveled roads, while the channel allowed coordinates to be sent. It did not illuminate unexplored areas or mark monsters. The true value of splitting into groups was that we could explore 3 routes simultaneously. Du Yeye proposed pairs of 2 and sharing locations through the party channel. Zhao Qifa accepted the plan and volunteered to travel with Du Yeye, who possessed the healing skill. Wang Sunlin selected the anonymous woman, leaving the final anonymous man in my group. The 3 pairs entered separate passages. I memorized the directions of the other 2 groups at the fork and walked into the far right passage. It was wide enough for only 3 or 4 people abreast. There were no obvious mechanisms overhead, and the dust in the corners showed no recent footprints. The man traveling with me wore a black tank top and work pants. 3 prominent letters, SSS, were printed across the shirt. A large tattoo covered his right arm, and a forearm-length dagger hung across his back, with a blood groove cut along its blade. Throughout the journey, he neither asked about our route nor began a conversation. He only studied me from the rear side several times. I did not expose him. He remained half a step behind me at all times, neither bearing the risk of each corner nor leaving enough distance to interfere with support. Whenever I stopped to inspect a wall, his right hand moved closer to the dagger's hilt. Random matchmaking did not imply trust. Teammates could attack one another here, and the rewards for clearing the floor and the resources of the dead were more than enough to provoke conflict. Any deliberate approach deserved caution. After advancing dozens of meters, danger sense suddenly presented a scene. A special zombie hid around the next corner. The moment we entered its range, it would leap from behind the wall and target whoever walked in front. At the same moment the preview appeared, the man behind me drew his dagger. 2 dangers overlapped at once. In the precognitive image, the zombie would pounce from the corner on the left. In reality, the point of the man's dagger aimed at my back. If I warned him about the monster directly, he might retreat, make me fight it alone, then search for a second opportunity to attack. His eyes were not on the corner. They were fixed on the back of my neck. He had not drawn the knife because he discovered the zombie. He was preparing to attack me. I deliberately quickened my steps. The man accelerated as well and remained within one knife's reach. At the instant I approached the danger boundary, I took one more step forward. The monster around the corner immediately lunged. Using the precognitive image, I moved aside. The zombie passed through the position of its intended target and crashed head-on into the man preparing to stab me. They fell together. The monster pinned his shoulders with both arms, bringing its mouth full of sharp teeth toward his neck. The man gripped its lower jaw with both hands and temporarily prevented the bite. The screamer zombie's strength was not overwhelming. The true dangers were its close-range mouth and sound wave. If the man admitted his intent to attack and asked to deal with the monster together, I still had time to kill it first. I saw the information above the monster for the first time. Screamer zombie. Its body hunched forward, a large part of its chest cavity was missing, and irregular spikes grew from its back. A dark red sun had been carved into its forehead. Skin sealed both eyes, but its mouth could open far wider than a human's. "What are you standing there for? Help me," the man shouted. I did not approach. "If you drew that knife for the monster, why were you staring at the back of my neck?" His movements paused briefly, then he laughed. "Since you figured it out, there's nothing else I can do." The man abruptly turned his head to face the screamer zombie. His body began changing. His skin, limbs, and facial structure rapidly copied the monster before him. Within seconds, he had become a second screamer zombie. This was not a simple disguise. His clothing and dagger did not fall. They were covered as his body copied the form. After the transformation, a player marker still appeared above his head, proving that the system had not truly changed him to the monster faction. He opened his mouth and released a piercing scream. Visible sound waves spread through the narrow passage. The monster pinning him down was forced to release him and retreat continuously. The sound waves repeatedly echoed from the walls, with the enclosed space amplifying their effect. I moved several steps backward to avoid entering the strongest area before confirming the ability. The man had copied both the appearance and the screamer ability. He used the sound wave to suppress his target, struck its head with his transformed claws, and completed the kill. Then he pushed away the body and stood. "You're next. My skill is an F rank, but I can't hold this form for long, so let's make it quick." His willingness to state the time limit proved that he thought he had already gained an absolute advantage. I looked at the monster structures still changing across his body and confirmed the ability's value. If merely seeing a target allowed him to copy its power, the original rank could not have been low. We should make it quick. Lightning illuminated the space around me. A golden lightning spear nearly 3 meters long formed in my right hand, instantly lighting the narrow passage. Lightning's sovereign did not depend on a metal weapon, nor could a sound wave scatter it. Perfect accuracy handled the lock, while 10,000-fold strength ensured the throwing speed and denied the copied form any more time to adapt. The man who had been preparing to pounce stopped in his tracks. The next attack would answer whether a screamer zombie's sound wave could stop lightning. The man transformed into a screamer zombie released his sound wave first. The piercing wave pressed straight down the passage. Dust fell continuously from the walls, and the scene in front of me warped slightly. I did not engage in a prolonged contest with the sound. The golden lightning spear rose above my head. 10,000-fold strength and perfect accuracy locked onto the target, and I threw it directly. The spear passed through the sound wave and struck his chest. Electricity spread through the copied monster body, interrupted the scream, and took away his ability to maintain the form. When the battle ended, the second system gave the result immediately. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained D rank replication imitation. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank perfect imitation. D rank replication imitation required the user to see the target personally. The higher the rank and the stronger the monster copied, the greater the chance of failure and the shorter the duration. Even a successful copy might have weakened abilities. SSS rank perfect imitation removed those flaws. As long as a target entered my field of vision, I could copy its appearance, physical attributes, and visible abilities with 100% success. There was no risk of failure and no duration decay from the original skill. The ability's upper limit depended on what I could see. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the combat form available for copying. However, perfect imitation replicated only the target itself. It did not automatically provide independent equipment the target carried or knowledge the target had never possessed. I continued through the maze, preparing to test it on a real target. 2 or 300 meters later, danger sense activated again. Demonic eyes pierced the dark section ahead and revealed a group of inactive screamer zombies in the passage. I selected one of them. Imitation successful. Black mist rose around my feet. When it dispersed, I possessed the same body as a screamer zombie. Unfamiliar movement memories entered my mind. I knew how to open the sound cavity, control the claws, and balance the deformed body. My strength and speed also rose to the monster's levels. I raised one hand and dragged its claws across the stone wall. Sparks and scraping sounded together, and all the motionless zombies turned toward me. The matching appearance did not stop them from attacking. Perfect imitation could copy the monster, but could not change faction recognition. A human identity created by Master of Deception could fool vision, but screamer zombies clearly relied on more than appearance. When the first monster lunged, I activated unlimited teleportation and appeared beside it. I closed all 5 claws and drove them directly through its vital point in the head. Screamer zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. The remaining monsters surrounded me from different directions. I changed positions repeatedly and tested the copied claws, strength, and sound waves one after another. The scream could suppress others of its kind at close range, while the claws were strong enough to tear through their bodies. But processing only 1 or 2 targets at a time was inefficient. When another zombie charged in front of me, I secured its head with both hands and released a sound wave from my mouth. The sustained vibration destroyed its internal weak point, producing a second kill notification. That was enough testing. I canceled the imitation and returned to human form. 2 masses of world-ending heavenly fire condensed in my palms and merged into one. Air compression provided propulsion behind the fireball, sending flames down the entire passage. The heat burned the stone walls red and forcibly widened the corridor. Every zombie ahead entered the flames, and kill notifications refreshed continuously. Screamer zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. Screamer zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. Perfect imitation was suited to acquiring special abilities, infiltration, or countering one powerful enemy. My existing SSS rank skills remained faster for large-scale clearing. Neither approach entirely replaced the other. Their applications differed. A new message appeared in the party channel. Wang Sunlin sent a coordinate. Found a strange stone door. It may lead to the boss room. Regroup first. The system map illuminated only the routes the 3 groups had traveled. Unexplored areas remained black. The marker provided a general direction, but did not display the path directly. My chosen route happened to approach the coordinate. With no new monsters blocking the way, I arrived relatively early. Zhao Qifa and Du Yeye were already standing before the door. Wang Sunlin and the anonymous woman also arrived through another passage. When Zhao Qifa saw me appear alone, he immediately asked, "Where's the person paired with you?" A screamer zombie attacked him. He didn't survive. That was the result. There was no need to explain now that he had intended to attack a teammate first. Zhao Qifa said only, "Useless," then turned to study the stone door. The anonymous woman, however, stared at me. "You're lying. There's no way an ordinary zombie could kill him." Her response proved that the 2 anonymous players had known each other before entering random matchmaking. The party had not even opened the boss room, but a new internal conflict had already appeared. The anonymous woman was convinced that I had killed her companion, but she had no evidence. He was definitely stronger than you. If you came back alive, there's no way he died to a zombie. Strength isn't evidence. I looked at her. If you know his real ability, then you should also know why he stayed anonymous. She opened her mouth, but revealed nothing more. If she admitted that they knew each other beforehand, she would also be admitting that they had used random matchmaking to hide their identities together. In the end, she only maintained her hostility and did not mention that her companion had prepared to attack me. Zhao Qifa interrupted the argument. "Deal with whatever is behind the door first. Once we leave the tower, settle it yourselves." He called Wang Sunlin to help him push. They braced their shoulders against the stone door, more than 10 meters tall, and pushed together. Heavy grinding continued for several seconds before the opening finally became wide enough for one person. There was no handle on the door and no system interaction button. Once the dust at its edge was pushed away, a deep groove extending inward appeared in the floor, proving that only direct force could open it. Zhao Qifa did not enter immediately. He took out 4 glow sticks, lit them, and threw them separately into the space beyond the door. Red light revealed a stone hall far wider than the maze passages. The glow sticks landed in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, yet much of the center remained in shadow. The stone hall ceiling stood more than 30 meters high. There were no other exits, while marks from dragged heavy machinery covered the floor. A gigantic monster stood at the center. Before I could see its complete form, a brass-colored metal claw pierced the thick stone door. Rubble flew outward. Zhao Qifa retreated in time and avoided a direct hit. The claw quickly withdrew. It's a giant zombie. Zhao Qifa sat on the ground gasping. It should be the first-floor boss. That attack had not opened the door completely, but it had penetrated the thickest point. The claw arm could extend over a distance and snap shut on contact. If we remained in front of the opening, the next attack would be harder to evade. Du Yiye clearly wanted to withdraw. The stone door was dozens of centimeters thick, yet the monster had pierced it with one strike. With only 2 publicly revealed E-rank skills and several F-rank abilities, the risk had exceeded her expectations. Danger sense suddenly activated while she spoke. A second metal claw would pierce the door along the same path, and Du Yiye stood directly in its line. I moved aside. The claw shot through in the next instant. Du Yiye could not evade in time and died on the spot. It happened so quickly that she had no chance to activate her healing skill. Several meters separated us, and the claw arm was already moving by the time the warning appeared. Unlimited teleportation allowed me to evade, but I could not bring someone else through an uncertain destination in time. I looked at her body and genuinely felt it was unfortunate. If my attack had made the final hit, the second system would have upgraded her F-rank healing. Because the monster killed my teammate, I received no ability. The anonymous woman had been watching me. She saw me move in advance and realized that I had hidden my strength. Zhao Qifa refused to remain outside the door and endure more attacks. Go in. If we really can't beat it, we'll withdraw from the mission. He squeezed through the opening first, followed by Wang Sunlin. The anonymous woman entered third. I went last so I would not expose my back to her. The monster in the stone hall was more complex than the giant zombie I had previously faced. Its upper body was bare, with muscles like steel rods of different thicknesses. Several human faces with varying expressions had been embedded in its skin. Both forearms had been converted into mechanical structures. The left was the metal claw that had attacked through the door, while the right was a thick oval cannon. 2 rows of ammunition hung at its waist, and blue glowing energy tanks were fixed behind its shoulders. More than a dozen flexible tubes extended from a metal ring atop its head and connected to its shoulders, arms, and torso. A brain floated in a glass cover at the ring's center. Eye of discernment did not immediately identify one weak point. The metal claw, right arm cannon, energy tanks behind its shoulders, and the brain above its head were separate functional modules. Destroying one would weaken only part of its abilities. Giant cyborg zombie. Once we had all entered, the stone door closed automatically. Wang Sunlin turned to push it, but it had locked completely. The system's exit button also changed from red to gray. You cannot exit while inside the boss room. The earlier ability to leave at any time applied only to the maze. Once a party voluntarily entered the boss room, only killing the target could release the seal. No separate warning had appeared before we crossed the threshold. To an ordinary team, the true danger of the first floor was not difficulty finding the boss. It was the inability to make mistakes after entering. The cyborg zombie raised its right arm. The oval shell divided into 4 panels and opened, revealing the cannon at the center. The energy tanks behind its shoulders brightened, and blue energy flowed along the tubes toward the arm. Move, Zhao Qifa shouted. The first group of basketball-sized blue projectiles fired in succession. Zhao Qifa and Wang Sunlin threw themselves to the sides. Following danger sense, I remained in the gaps between their trajectories. The projectiles released a secondary energy burst after striking the ground. Merely avoiding the center could still leave someone inside the aftermath. I approached the shadow of a stone pillar so the building structure could disperse the first impact. The anonymous woman did not move toward safety. She stepped behind me, drew her dagger, and aimed a stab at the side of my neck. Slow vision made her movement appear perfectly clear, as though the world had slowed. I turned and caught her wrist. The point stopped less than 10 centimeters from my skin. What are you trying to do? The boss was still firing inside the stone hall, yet she had used her only opportunity to attack a teammate. This time, she could not explain it away as suspicion. The anonymous woman did not release the knife. Even with her wrist restrained, she still tried to press the point toward me. Her intent to fight was clear. I twisted her arm back and ended the attack with her own dagger. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank buff. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank 10-fold all-attribute buff. The original skill could only increase another teammate's strength, defense, or speed, with a different amount for each attribute. After the upgrade, I could apply it to others or myself and multiply every base attribute by 10 for the duration. If my original strength were 100, the buff would raise it to 1000. Speed, defense, stamina, and the other attributes followed the same calculation. I did not activate it immediately. The cyborg zombie in front of me was a more direct target for testing. While dodging the projectiles, Zhao Qifa demanded, "Why did you kill her?" "Because she just tried to kill me." He could not refute that and could only continue attacking the boss with Wang Sunlin. Their skills struck the mechanical body but caused very limited damage. After discovering that the exit button was disabled, they soon stopped their ineffective attacks. Zhao Qifa and Wang Sunlin exchanged a glance, then turned toward me together. Without publicly stating a plan, they rapidly approached from left and right, all four hands reaching toward my shoulders and arms. The goal was obvious: throw me in front of the boss to draw its attacks. I looked at the giant cyborg zombie and activated perfect imitation. Imitation successful. My body rapidly expanded 7 or 8 times. Zhao Qifa and Wang Sunlin never expected their target to become a gigantic monster without warning. Unable to stop, they crashed directly into the copied body and were knocked back to the floor by the reaction force. When the black mist dispersed, 2 identical cyborg zombies stood in the stone hall. The mechanical claw, energy tanks, brain apparatus overhead, and right arm cannon had all been copied completely. The operating method for the unfamiliar structures entered my mind simultaneously, allowing me to mobilize the energy and fire directly. Zhao Qifa reacted first. He prepared to activate his skill and told Wang Sunlin to attack me first. I swung the mechanical left arm and struck him down before he could finish. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank knockback. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank attack knockback. The original skill had only a chance to push a target back by a dozen centimeters and could not activate continuously. SSS rank attack knockback attached to every attack with 100% reliability, pushing a target back by as much as half a meter each time. When combined with a Gatling gun or unlimited attack speed enhancement, I could continually prevent an enemy from approaching even if the attacks could not penetrate its defense. Wang Sunlin immediately retreated and claimed that he had only been obeying the team leader. I did not believe him. He had voluntarily encircled me from the other side without a moment's hesitation. The boss was still attacking, so I first turned my cannon toward the true floor guardian. The giant cyborg zombie had also completed its charge. 2 blue attacks collided at the center of the stone hall. Its cannon required the energy tanks behind its shoulders to supply power, and perfect imitation had copied the same system. The difference was that I also possessed 10,000-fold strength, perfect accuracy, and all attribute abilities as additional support. I adjusted my firing angle continuously, first destroying the cannon on its right arm, then concentrating my attacks on the glass cover over its head. Once the energy tanks lost their connection, the monster's firing speed fell noticeably. The next beam pierced its core, and both the brain apparatus and upper body stopped functioning. When its health bar emptied, the giant cyborg zombie fell. The system confirmed the boss's death, and the seal on the stone door released. Wang Sunlin saw the completion notification and thought the threat had ended. Relief had only just appeared on his face. I lowered the cannon and aimed at him. Wait, I had no choice. Zhao Qifa forced me. He never finished. Someone who had willingly participated in surrounding me was only now shifting the blame onto the dead. His words were not credible. I fired one final shot and removed the second attacker from the party. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Burning Talisman. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Infinite Explosive Fire Talismans. Burning Talismans originally had to be prepared in advance and were limited in number. The upgraded Explosive Fire Talismans could be generated at any time without a quantity limit. Upon striking, they exploded repeatedly and inflicted burning. Of the randomly assembled 6-person party, I was now the only one left. Both the first floor boss and the threats within the team had been eliminated. The completion settlement began. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 45 slaughter points, 1 trial tower first floor clear pack, 10 pieces of plain bread, 5 bottles of mineral water. This was the settlement of Wang Sunlin's player resources. Immediately afterward, the boss clear reward appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the boss and cleared the trial tower's first floor. You have obtained 1 clear pack and 100 slaughter points. 2 packs have been added to my inventory. Only then did I confirm that killing a hostile player who remained in the party after the boss's death granted an additional first-floor clear pack. If I had planned the order in advance, Zhao Qifa and the anonymous woman might each have provided one too. But they were attacking me at the time. I could not deliberately allow a threat to remain merely for the sake of another pack. 2 packs, for new SSS rank skills, player resources, and the boss reward were already enough. Every party member's avatar turned gray, and the party channel dissolved automatically. I switched to the world channel and checked how other players' raids had gone. Why can't we leave the boss room? Our team is trapped. More than 40 people entered together, and fewer than 10 came back alive. I withdrew from the maze because I couldn't beat the ordinary monsters. Now I feel lucky. Even with an A-rank skill, don't challenge the first floor carelessly. Once that door closes, there's no room for regret. The system's published data was even more direct. Several million people had already died in the trial tower since the team mission began. Ordinary monsters were not dense on the first floor. The true traps were the boss room's force seal and the distrust within randomly matched parties. For me, perfect imitation was an ideal counter to that structure. The stronger the floor guardian, the stronger the form available to copy. As long as I could see it and survive the first attack, I could use its own abilities to search for its weakness. I opened Infinite Inventory and released the Overlord Centipede larva and the fully hatched Bloodthirsty Raven. Only part of the cyborg zombie's carcass remained, but it was still enough for both pets to feed. Once they became pets, consuming monster bodies could grant them growth as well as permanent attributes such as strength and speed. The Overlord Centipede has obtained 1 growth through feeding. The Bloodthirsty Raven has obtained 1 growth through feeding. The Overlord Centipede has obtained 1 strength through feeding. The Bloodthirsty Raven has obtained 1 speed through feeding. When identical notifications began repeating, I muted their sound and retained only the final totals. At the same time, I opened the 2 clear packs. Opening Trial Tower Pack. Pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 genetic enhancement serum. Pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 grappling claw. The genetic enhancement serum could increase my constitution and base attributes. The grappling claw was a smaller version of the weapon on the cyborg zombie's left arm and could be worn on a human arm. Both items met the conditions for random equipment enhancement. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 divine blood enhancement serum. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wrist-mounted laser cannon. The divine blood enhancement serum increased constitution more than 10 times as much as the ordinary version and provided resistance to most human diseases, including cancer according to the system description. The serum included a disposable injector. I loaded the red vial into it, pressed it against my arm, and pushed the button at the top. Congratulations, host. All attributes plus 10. Congratulations, host. Fire resistance plus 30%. Congratulations, host. Poison resistance plus 30%. The remaining benefits continued down the list. I could directly feel my breathing and movement becoming lighter, while my muscles strengthened with the attribute increases. The serum improved permanent base values. The next time I used tenfold all attribute buff, it would multiply the increased numbers. The wrist-mounted laser cannon was only the size of a ring while stored. I placed it on the ring finger of my right hand and rotated the inner band. The metal structure immediately unfolded, covered my entire right arm, and formed a light mechanical cannon. I aimed at the stone wall. A blue beam fired and left an indentation 2 or 3 meters wide and approximately half a meter deep. Its function was more direct than that of the original grappling claw, and it did not require carrying a bulky weapon. The pets finished feeding during the test. The Overlord Centipede's upper body could now meet my eyes, and its size far exceeded its initial hatched state. The Bloodthirsty Raven remained the size of an ordinary adult raven, but its feathers were smoother than those of the wild creatures. I ordered it to display its ability. The Bloodthirsty Raven beat its wings. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and the number continued doubling. In less than half a minute, hundreds of identical ravens filled the stone hall. That proved my earlier judgment correct. The flock did not permanently possess nearly 10,000 physical bodies. It increased its population rapidly through unlimited division. Once it reached a sufficient scale, the birds could recombine into a giant bloodthirsty raven. I stopped it in time and issued the order to combine. Hundreds of ravens gathered into a smaller giant raven, following exactly the same process I had witnessed the previous night. The divided individuals could not shrink back into the original single bird. They could only be stored separately in infinite inventory. Bloodthirsty Ravens X354. The system then asked, "Leave the trial tower." I selected no. The first floor had already proven that the tower provided monster forms, clear packs, items for enhancement, and food for my pets. Leaving now would only surrender the first clear rewards on the higher floors to someone else. My next objective was the second floor. After I refused to leave, a red vortex leading to the second floor appeared in the center of the stone hall. The setting beyond the entrance was no longer a maze. The second floor was a completely enclosed boss room. Stone blocks 2 or 3 meters long formed the walls, and the flames held by the surrounding gargoyles lit one after another. Only one giant monster stood at the center. Its muscles resembled a human's. A brass mechanical structure replaced its right forearm, with a thick arm blade fixed along the outside. Chains wrapped its left arm, and it held a huge weapon with a hammer on one side and an axe on the other. A metal helmet completely concealed its face, and an enormous lock hung from its neck. When red light appeared through the helmet's slit, a name and health bar also formed above the monster. Executioner. One step carried it a proportional distance of several hundred meters, and the hammer axe swept toward me. I transformed my right arm into liquid metal and instantly solidified it, using 10,000-fold strength to catch the axe blade. The impact traveled through my arm into the ground, but my body did not retreat. I pushed the weapon away, and the executioner staggered back several steps instead. It changed its grip and raised the hammer face overhead. 8 square openings covered its surface. When it struck the ground, flames sprayed from all 8 simultaneously and covered the surrounding 2 or 3 meters. Simply copying its appearance could not reveal the weapon's effect. Only after seeing that attack did perfect imitation obtain the complete structure. Imitation successful, I became a second executioner with an identical hammer axe in my hands. Unlimited teleportation took me behind the target, and my first hammer struck its back directly. The explosion knocked the executioner away. An infinite combo activated immediately. This time, the random number was 37. The same location endured 37 consecutive hammer blows and bursts of fire, making the health bar fall rapidly. The monster tried to turn, but attack knockback interrupted every movement again. When its health fell to 50%, SSS rank execution erased the remainder directly. I had not declared the battle an inevitable victory in advance. The executioner's explosive hammer, arm blade, and charging speed were all superior to those of the first floor boss. The true deciding sequence was liquid metal transformation stopping the opening strike, perfect imitation copying the weapon, and then infinite combo and execution completing the combination. Congratulations, host. You have slain a trial tower boss. You have cleared the trial tower's second floor and obtained 1 clear pack, 100 slaughter points, and 1 arm blade. I opened the pack immediately. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 executioner's hammer axe. Both the arm blade and hammer axe entered infinite inventory. Unlike equipment physically removed from a monster, system rewards automatically adapted to a human scale and could later undergo random equipment enhancement. I released the Overlord Centipede and Bloodthirsty Ravens to clean up the boss's remains, allowing both pets to gain more growth. The entrance to the third floor then opened. Beginning with the third floor, every level presented a different guardian monster directly. I did not mechanically crush each one with the same attack. Against highly defensive targets, I used Eye of Discernment and the health bar to identify effective attributes first. Against fast targets, Danger Sense, Slow Vision, and max-level evasion broke down their movements. When a monster possessed special equipment, I observed its complete effects before deciding whether to use perfect imitation. At the end of each floor, the pets consumed usable parts, while the clear packs and equipment entered my inventory. The system also continued publishing announcements on the global trial tower page. Congratulations to player Chun Mu for becoming the first player to clear the trial tower's second floor. Congratulations to player Chun Mu for becoming the first player to clear the trial tower's third floor. Congratulations to player Chun Mu for becoming the first player to clear the trial tower's fourth floor. The golden banner reappeared at intervals. Players who had barely escaped the first floor alive soon noticed something strange in the world channel. So many people died on the first floor. How is he already close to the 10th? Don't think the tower gets easier as you climb. I'm on the second floor, and the boss's speed and attack patterns are both stronger than on the first. Nearly 100 of us entered the second floor. More than half are already dead or injured, and the door still won't open. That clear speed is impossible without an SSS rank skill. I did not participate in the discussion and continued handling the monster before me. The ninth floor boss revived through a crystal in its chest after its first death. Its second life had a lower maximum, but it entered a berserk state that increased its attack speed and strength simultaneously. Danger Sense let me evade the first strike after its revival, while Perfect Imitation copied the berserk form. Only after emptying its second life did I receive the true completion notification. I also memorized the value of the revival crystal. When I finished the 10th floor, a new red-bordered notification blocked the entrance. You have reached today's floor challenge limit. Please return tomorrow. The trial tower allowed no more than 10 floors per day. I had intended to continue directly to the 11th floor, but now I could only stop. Floors 2 through 10 had provided 9 packs. I had already opened the second floor pack, leaving 8 in my inventory. When a blue return vortex appeared, I crossed the entrance and returned to the military off-road RV. Continuous fighting had soaked my clothes in sweat. I went to the shower first to clean myself and replenish food, then planned to examine the 8 packs together. There was no way around the trial tower's daily limit. I washed, changed into new clothes from the system shop, and sat on the RV's sofa. 8 clear packs were neatly arranged on the system panel. The second floor pack had already produced the executioner's hammer axe. The remaining 8 corresponded to the 3rd through 10th floors. I opened them all. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 mechanical life incubation egg. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 external mantis blade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 flame blade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 revival crystal. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 pair of insect wings. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 ice blade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 lure lamp. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 severing claw. All 8 rewards corresponded to structures or abilities of the higher floor bosses. The most important was the revival crystal used on the 9th floor. It was a thin silver chain with a rainbow crystal set at its center. Its original effect revived the wearer once after death. I had personally watched the 9th floor boss activate it. When the monster's first life emptied, no kill notification appeared. Its remains reassembled inside black mist. Its maximum life decreased after revival, but its attacks entered a berserk state. If an ordinary team had already lost most of its members during the first life, the enhanced second phase could destroy it completely. I used random equipment enhancement on the crystal. That step carried risk. Random enhancement might improve its original effect or transform the equipment into an entirely different use. I had no second revival crystal and could only accept the result. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a revival crystal. The name did not change, and it still looked like a rainbow crystal. But the number of uses in its details increased from 1 to 7. Each revival would make 1 color fade from the crystal. Only when all 7 disappeared would the item become completely useless. 7 independent revivals effectively added 7 more safeguards beyond my current defenses, teleportation, and healing. I put the necklace on directly instead of trading it. The next important reward was the mechanical life incubation egg. Like the bloodthirsty raven egg, it could hatch a combat unit with 100% loyalty, while its exact form was completely random. I applied random equipment enhancement to it first. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1-second mechanical life incubation egg. The originally lengthy incubation was compressed into 1 second. The system also allowed me to choose between humanoid and beast categories, while the exact abilities remained random. I chose humanoid. Incubating humanoid mechanical life. Incubation successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Bloodthirster Maria. The system displayed a 3-dimensional model. Maria was a small humanoid mechanical warrior with pale skin. Pinkish-white twin ponytails extended from both sides of a red hood. She wore a black and red combat outfit. One arm was mechanical, and a heavy gun taller than her body rested across her back. The overall design resembled a dangerous and exaggerated combat doll and was unsuitable for release inside the RV. The gun might strike the ceiling, so I went outside first. The midday sun was strong. I selected an open area and released her from infinite inventory. Her real form was slightly taller than the model, with the top of her head reaching approximately my shoulder. The instant she landed, she stood straight. Maria greets her master. The system confirmed that her loyalty was 100%. She would never betray me and could understand complex instructions. She was not a mindless summon, but a mechanical life with independent judgment and movement. I did not test extreme obedience. I first inspected the weapon. Can you put away the gun on your back? Yes. She released its securing mechanism. The heavy gun folded automatically and ultimately compressed into a Rubik's Cube-sized block, which she placed in the storage pouch at her waist. Maria's basic offense was not weak, but her more unusual ability came from life flame. After she killed a target, red and black life flame formed near the corpse. Absorbing the flames could strengthen her or provide the resource consumed by certain skills and combat forms. The panel did not fully explain the exact limits or combat performance. I had her enter the RV and prepared to search for enemies that were either strong enough or numerous enough. Scattered, ordinary zombies would not reveal a mechanical life's true value. Maria stored the gun and followed me into the vehicle. The trial tower was closed for the time being. The next stage was perfectly suited to testing her combat, judgment, and growth through life flame. I sat in the driver's seat, while Maria remained standing rigidly beside me. Sit on the sofa, rest for now, and get up when a battle begins. Yes, master. She acknowledged only the command without asking why, then walked to the sofa in the rear and sat. The RV left the plaza. I set no fixed destination and simply followed the roads in search of high-rank monsters or a large zombie horde. Scattered, ordinary zombies could not test Maria and were not worth stopping a 12-meter vehicle. My place on the heaven ranking depended on overall combat power and was stable for the moment. The earth ranking, however, depended on continuous kills. Once other guilds began farming monsters in organized groups, an entire day without activity could narrow the gap. I displayed monster markers on both sides of the road alongside guild activity zones on the driving panel. Divine driving controlled the vehicle, while thousand-mile vision identified broken bridges, landslides, and abandoned cars ahead, preventing the 12-meter RV from becoming trapped in a narrow district. Maria's first test also required the right environment. There were too many obstacles in the city center, and heavy cannon fire could affect buildings. An open road would allow me to observe her range and quickly recover both her and the vehicle if she lost control. After we traveled for some distance, Maria spoke from the back. Master, we have followers. I looked at the rearview mirror. 3 armored vehicles maintained a distance of 20 or 30 meters and had followed through several intersections. A mounted machine gun stood on the roof of the center vehicle, while the other 2 gradually spread left and right. I changed lanes twice, then deliberately reduced my speed. Every vehicle behind made the same adjustments, and none attempted to pass and leave. Thousand-mile vision also revealed the occupants checking their guns while the roof gunner loaded an ammunition belt. There was no need to guess their purpose any longer. They were not ordinary travelers using the same road. The military off-road RV was conspicuous. It was hardly surprising that a resource hunting team would target it. I maintained my speed for the time being and watched their next move. All 3 armored vehicles accelerated simultaneously. The leading vehicle passed the RV and turned sideways across the road in front. The other 2 approached from both sides. A roof hatch opened, and a gunner controlled the mounted weapon, aiming the barrel directly at the driving compartment. They had provided their answer. Danger sense simultaneously showed that the machine gun would fire in several seconds, while the side vehicles rammed the rear wheel area. If I allowed them to complete the encirclement, the RV might not be penetrated, but it could be forced off course. I stepped on the accelerator. The military RV struck the lead armored vehicle head-on and pushed it more than 10 meters. Divine driving let me control the angle of collision precisely. The armored vehicle veered off the road without making the RV lose control. The enhanced front bumper absorbed most of the impact, and none of the storage cabinets opened. An ordinary RV would already have lost its driving capability after that collision. The military material enhancement had demonstrated the value of a mobile fortress for the first time. The other vehicle braked suddenly. Its roof gunner was thrown away by inertia, struck an obstacle beside the road, and died. The system issued no kill notification. He had died in an accident caused by his companion's driving. The kill did not belong to me, nor could the second system plunder his skill. That reminded me that the remaining targets had to be killed directly by me or by equipment under my command. The lead vehicle accelerated again, and the side vehicles struck the RV. All 3 tried to use their weight to trap me. The enhanced military chassis did not visibly deform. I could have continued forcing my way through, but that might create more traffic deaths that did not count as mine. Unlimited ammunition and equipment enhancements ensured that I lacked no firepower. What I truly needed to test was whether Maria could independently assess multiple threats. 6 armed players were better suited than scattered zombies for testing her defense, movement, and the boundaries of her obedience. I voluntarily stepped on the brake. Maria, the remaining people are yours. Can you complete the task? She had already risen from the sofa and clenched both hands. Please rest assured, Master. I pressed the door control. Maria jumped from the vehicle and stood in the center of the highway. All 3 armored vehicles opened their doors, and 6 surviving people emerged with guns. The system translated their language. Their clothes and vehicles also carried the same guild insignia. Companions addressed the leading man as Kawamura, making him the probable commander of this Sakura hunting team. The system translated meaning while preserving the pronunciation of names. Only when someone called out Kawamura Fumio and Ishizawa Keisuke could I match the 2 men to the later kill records. Kawamura did not ask about the collision. He first pointed toward the driver's seat. What kind of man sends a woman out in his place? Get down here. Another man in glasses had already raised a rifle, aiming past Maria at me. I did not leave the vehicle. This was Maria's practical test. As long as she could handle their firepower, it did not matter whom the enemy intended to attack. My danger sense, revival crystal, and the RV's armor were all active. If Maria missed any attack, I could immediately teleport out of the driving compartment and take over the fight. Kawamura continued hurling insults, and Maria's expression changed for the first time. She took the black cube from her waist pouch and pressed the central switch. The mechanical structure opened to both sides. As she grasped the connecting handle, the heavy gun completed its assembly, its muzzle aimed at Kawamura. The 6 armed men finally stopped approaching. You can keep talking, Maria told him calmly. Or you can begin fighting now. Kawamura's hand had already moved toward the skill equipment at his waist. Maria did not wait for him to finish. Maria pulled the trigger immediately. The first cannon blast struck Kawamura, killing the commander on the spot. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained D rank Power of Stone. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank, Earth Dominion. The reward entered my system, proving that a mechanical life counted as equipment under my command. A kill completed by Maria was equivalent to one made by me personally and granted slaughter points, resources, and skills. Earth Dominion could manipulate more than ordinary stone. It could alter terrain, raise earthen walls, create stone spikes, or compress the ground. Both its range and intensity far exceeded directly grabbing earth and rock with 10,000-fold strength. The man with glasses immediately fired at Maria. She did not evade. She raised the cannon body, which was thicker than her waist, to block the bullets. The round struck its casing and fell to the ground without leaving visible damage. The weapon could not only fire, it could also act as a heavy shield and a blunt melee weapon. Maria charged forward and used the cannon body to break his defense. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank launch. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank launch. SSS rank launch could forcibly send a target struck by an attack off the ground. Direction and distance depended on strength and the method of attack. It resembled attack knockback, but was better for breaking an enemy's footing and controlling it in the air. The remaining 4 activated their skills simultaneously. Maria did not stand still and fire repeatedly. She rotated the heavy gun, struck the nearest target first, and sent the person crashing into an armored vehicle. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank oppression. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank suppression. Suppression could create intense gravity and mental pressure throughout an area. Weaker targets would move slowly or become unable to remain standing. Another person took the opportunity to shoot from the side. Maria used her mechanical arm to stabilize the weapon, rapidly turned the barrel, and eliminated the threat with the 3rd energy projectile. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank double jump. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Unlimited Air Steps. Unlimited Air Steps allowed me to repeatedly push off in midair and change direction without a 2-step limit. Unlike unlimited teleportation, it maintained continuous movement and was better suited to adjusting position where teleportation was impossible. The final 2 enemies attacked separately. Maria controlled the gun with one hand and seized the approaching target with her other mechanical arm. Her shot and melee attack completed almost simultaneously, producing 2 kill notifications in succession. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank 2 slashes per second. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank 100 slashes per second. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank binding. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank mummy binding. 100 slashes per second raised a brief melee attack to a fixed 100 strikes and was suited to knives, claws, and arm blades. Mummy binding generated a large quantity of straps that completely wrapped a target from its limbs to its torso, restricting movement and skill activation. Excluding the gunner who had died accidentally in the crash, Maria killed 6 people. That gave me 6 SSS rank skills, more than 400 slaughter points, and all the resources they carried. The 3 armored vehicles contained more than 10 cases of food and water, multiple firearms, spare parts, and more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Although damaged by the collisions, the vehicles could still start. I could place them in infinite inventory and decide later whether to enhance or trade them. A wisp of flame intertwined in red and black also rose near every target Maria had killed. This was life flame. Maria raised her mechanical hand. The flames were drawn one after another into her palm. She closed her fingers, sending all 6 into her body. The system resource panel added the corresponding number as well. I left the vehicle to inspect the scene. Master. She turned immediately, her eyes clearly waiting for an evaluation. The excitement she had shown during battle was restrained again, and her weapon hung at her side. I raised a hand and touched her head. Maria rose onto her toes on her own, making it easier for my palm to reach. You did very well. Your judgment, defense, and offense all pass. Thank you, Master. I still added one restriction. Once a target stops being a threat, do not continue attacking. Preserve ammunition and avoid interfering with observation. Maria nodded seriously. A mechanical life having a personality was not a bad thing, but combat had to obey clear rules. She could enjoy fighting, but emotion could not undermine efficiency. I placed the 3 armored vehicles in infinite inventory one by one. The gun folded back into a black cube and returned to Maria's waist pouch. We returned to the RV. This time, she sat on the sofa without a reminder and waited for the next command. Once the vehicle resumed moving, I asked, "What exactly can life flame give you?" Maria swung her feet above the floor. "Master, I can show you directly. I have enough now. 6 flames would not be difficult to obtain again, so I approved the test." She closed her eyes and called upon part of the resource. White smoke rose around her body, and the mechanical structures released a continuous series of clicks. Her reflection in the rearview mirror began changing rapidly. Her height, equipment proportions, and combat outfit all adjusted. Seconds later, the formerly small mechanical warrior had transformed into a more mature, high-tier combat form. Life Flame provided far more than increases to numerical attributes. After using Life Flame, Maria changed from a small combat doll into an adult high-tier form. Her height and limb proportions increased noticeably. Her long pinkish-white hair fell to her waist, and both the mechanical arm and cannon expanded with her. The combat outfit retained its black and red colors, but the protective structures covered more of her body. I checked the system description directly instead of focusing on her appearance. The high-tier form comprehensively increased strength, speed, defense, and weapon output while unlocking several additional skills. The first transformation could last 1 hour. Every additional hour consumed 1 life flame, while activating certain high-tier abilities also cost 1 each. That meant life flame was both a growth resource and combat fuel. The system divided its consumption into 2 categories. The base high-tier form began continuously consuming flames only after the first hour. Ordinary movement, melee attacks, and conventional cannon fire had no additional cost. Only attacks marked as flame skills on the panel reduced the inventory with each use. Therefore, the most rational method was not to spend every flame on transformation as soon as I obtained it. I should activate the form after confirming an enemy's strength and reserve at least part of the supply for crucial skills. The amount provided by 6 ordinary players could support only a brief test. If Maria was to maintain the form for long periods, we needed to keep finding monsters or hostile players. Cancel the transformation. Preserve the resources. Maria obeyed immediately. White smoke rose again, and she returned to her original small form. She did not delay because the demonstration had ended early and did not extend it without permission. The personality of a mechanical life would not override the priority of commands. That was more important than a mere attribute increase. The RV traveled farther, then found the road ahead blocked by both a crowd and fallen rocks. On the right stood a small residential compound containing only 4 buildings of 6 or 7 stories, with a narrow entrance. More than a dozen players bearing the same emblem stood outside, all focused on the compound's interior. When they saw the military RV approach, they voluntarily cleared part of the road, but could not move the rocks beside it. Forcing a 12-meter vehicle through might damage the surrounding buildings. The map displayed several overlapping red markers inside the compound, all stronger than ordinary zombies. The players outside had not fled, suggesting that the interior contained a mission target, trapped members, or resources they had not recovered. I stopped the vehicle and shut off the engine. Let's take a look. Maria followed me out of the RV. The nearby players did not raise their guns or display direct hostility. The emblems on their shoulders, wrists, or the backs of their hands belonged to one guild. After joining a guild, a member could choose the emblem's position. It disappeared automatically upon leaving. I used 1,000-mile vision to scan the rooftops and windows and found no sniper aiming at the RV. Although the guild members were tense, most of their weapons pointed into the compound. There was no need to classify them as enemies yet. The sound of repeated metal impacts came from within. As we approached, the crowd moved aside on its own. Maria studied their weapons and asked quietly, "Master, should I eliminate them? You may attack only if they show hostility or become a genuine threat." Several people nearby heard the system translation and immediately lowered their guns. Others voluntarily stepped back, proving that they understood the boundary. I deliberately stated the rule in public. Maria had a strong tendency toward combat. If I gave her only the vague order to protect Master, anyone approaching might be treated as a threat. Defining hostility, attack, and stopping conditions was the only way to prevent meaningless killing. After passing through the crowd, I finally saw the center of the battle. A muscular man with no upper body armor fought a high-rank zombie in close combat just inside the residential entrance, carrying a shield and sword. He moved skillfully. The shield always covered the line of attack, while the sword searched for openings around the joints and neck. His skill was probably related to proficiency with shields and swords. Guild members called him Zhang Junhong and addressed him as captain. Whenever anyone tried to approach, he ordered them back, proving that the duel was his choice rather than a situation forced upon him. His opponent stood another head taller, at more than 2 meters. The muscles of its upper body had blackened. Irregular metal plates pierced and fixed both fists, creating a pair of weapons resembling animal claws. Claw zombie. The monster's head was small compared with its body. Thick bandages wrapped its neck, and its eyes had almost completely lost their normal structure. The metal claw blades showed marks from battle, but those marks had not come from the muscular man in front of it. The man breathed heavily, but had no obvious wounds yet. His shield had already caved inward, and his sword arm trembled slightly. The monster's health bar remained at 97%. The exchange between them was completely unequal. The claw zombie attacked with tremendous force, leaving fresh marks across the shield with every swing. The metal blades extended dozens of centimeters. If one crossed the shield's edge, an ordinary body would have great difficulty surviving even one hit. Neither side had achieved a simple, overwhelming advantage. The man relied on experience and his shield to manage the distance, while the monster applied constant pressure through speed and strength. His companions surrounded the entrance without joining, perhaps because the narrow location would make them interfere with one another, or because they lacked an ability capable of penetrating the zombie's defense. I did not order Maria to intervene immediately. This was an opportunity to observe a high-rank zombie and another player's combat method. As long as the muscular man maintained his defense, barging in might only make the monster change targets. I also needed to confirm ownership of the mission. If this was Zhang Junhong's personal mission, killing the target directly might violate the reward conditions. If the notification was public to everyone nearby, no one held an exclusive claim. Danger Sense had issued no direct warning to me. I stood at the front of the crowd and watched the claw zombie's health bar and rhythm of attack, preparing first to confirm whether it possessed a special ability it had not yet used. The shield-bearing man had nearly reached his limit. He had clearly been fighting the claw zombie for some time. His breathing grew increasingly ragged, and fresh scratches covered the shield. The monster's health bar, however, had fallen by only 3%. After their next clash, the system sent a notification to every nearby player. Harvest mission triggered. Slay the claw zombie to obtain a reward. I finally understood why more than a dozen guild members had surrounded the area without ever stepping forward to help. The mission reward was not shared. Whoever completed the final kill would receive it. At that moment, the shield-bearing man turned and warned his companions. No one interferes. This monster is mine. He did not lack people to cooperate with. He wanted to monopolize it. I confirmed with the closest member that everyone had received the harvest mission notification. The system had not assigned it to the captain or guild. Zhang Junhong had merely entered the battle first and demanded that everyone leave the last blow to him. That completely separated the mission's rules from his personal claim. Stealing a system-locked reward was one thing. Competing for a public target was another. The claw zombie still had 97% of its life, but neither his stamina nor his shield would hold much longer. The mission specified no guild ownership. I had no reason to stand aside and wait for him to fail. Maria, the target is yours. I allowed her to continue using the high-tier form she had just tested, but ordered her to deal with the monster first. If Zhang Junhong only objected verbally and did not attack, she could not kill a player merely over an argument. Maria approached the entrance, caught the metal barrier with one hand, and lifted. Hollow steel tubing several millimeters thick bent directly upward, exposing an opening large enough to pass. The shield-bearing man immediately shouted for her to stop, then yelled angrily at his members. "Throw her out. Did you all come here just to watch?" No one moved. The strength Maria had just displayed was clear enough. The members outside were unwilling to provoke her as well over a monster their captain had not even defeated. Someone tried to persuade him. "Captain, it's a public mission. Let her try first." Zhang Junhong refused and moved his long sword away from the monster toward Maria. The man knocked the claw zombie back again, then turned the sword toward her. "Leave. It's my target." The point now constituted a direct threat and met the counterattack conditions I had established for Maria. She did not fire in the narrow entrance, where the blast might affect the surrounding members. Instead, she used the increased speed of her high-tier form to close in and take control. That choice proved she understood that eliminate the threat did not mean use maximum firepower. In her high-tier form, she crossed more than 10 meters instantly. Her mechanical hand seized the man's neck and lifted him off the ground. He tried to swing the sword, while the claw zombie charged again from behind. Maria first struck the monster's metal claw with her mechanical arm. Several rusted plates broke from their supports and flew into the concrete wall beside them. The shield bearer had repeatedly attacked the same weapon with his sword without leaving obvious damage. Maria broke the claw blades in a single frontal collision, proving that the base strength and mechanical materials of her high-tier form far surpassed an ordinary E-rank skill. After losing one weapon, the claw zombie did not retreat. Its other fist swept upward immediately. It reacted faster than an ordinary zombie and prioritized the target that had destroyed its weapon. As the claw zombie swung its other arm, Maria pushed the still-resisting man into its path. The metal claw passed through an opening beside his shield. The man fell with grave injuries, while the pulling motion briefly threw the claw zombie off balance. Maria released him, and the black cube expanded into a gun in her palm. She fired during the instant the monster exposed a vital point. A red beam passed through its head and upper body and pierced the wall behind it. Claw zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. The harvest mission did not complete immediately. A strong odor rose from the monster's remains, while impacts and metallic scraping began inside the residential buildings. A single claw zombie had only been the mission's first stage. This was not an ordinary smell of decay. It carried a harsh metallic tang. Demonic eyes showed the red markers in all 4 buildings changing from inactive to active and moving toward the outer walls together. I warned Maria, deal with the person who attacked you and come back immediately. There's something else here. The shield-bearing man had lost his ability to continue fighting, but he still gripped the sword and had not abandoned the attack. Maria obeyed and ended the threat. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained E-rank Apprentice Knight. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank Knight King. Apprentice Knight originally provided only basic proficiency with shields, swords, and riding. SSS rank Knight King enhanced all knightly weapons, charges, defenses, and leadership abilities and improved the coordination of summon knights under my command. Knight King also allowed me to preset a formation before the summoning arrays formed. Shield Knights could hold the front line, polearm Knights maintain distance, and heavy weapon units handle large targets without requiring individual orders after they appeared. It could be used at the same time as Angelic Paladin. Angelic Paladin provided the Radiant Holy Sword, Pegasus, and complete restoration in 1 second. Knight King added melee technique, unit command, and base attributes. The combined effect far exceeded either skill used alone. Maria returned to my side. Her high-tier form was still within its first free hour, so the supply of life flame had not decreased further. The approaching horde could directly test area combat without another transformation calculation. The guild's remaining members did not seek revenge for their captain and instead retreated rapidly across the street. The sounds inside the residential buildings grew denser, and cracks began appearing across all 4 structures. The true horde of this harvest mission was waking. The system still had not distributed the harvest mission reward. When I reviewed the description again, I noticed that harvest did not refer to a single kill. The odor released by the first claw zombie's death was more like a summons to its kind. Prepare for area combat, I told Maria. Yes. She lifted the gun from the ground, secured its handle in both hands, and guarded the residential entrance. I did not summon the Overlord Centipede or Bloodthirsty Ravens. Their current size and attack methods could obstruct one another among high-rise targets. Maria's straight-line cannon fire was better for testing the horde's numbers and the mission conditions. The metal scraping gradually approached the outer walls. The first claw zombie smashed directly through a third-floor wall, followed by a second and a third. Dozens of identical figures began appearing from the 4 buildings, with their number quickly approaching 100. They did not leave in an orderly fashion through stairs or windows. They moved in a straight line toward the location of the odor released by the first corpse. If a wall stood in their path, they repeatedly destroyed it with their metal claws. That confirmed the scent was both a gathering signal and something like a forced aggro marker. The mission used the first monster as bait, while truly requiring players to handle the entire species group that assembled afterward. Monsters from the lower floors began running as soon as they landed. Those on the 6th and 7th stories jumped directly. Some broke both legs and continued dragging themselves forward with their metal claws. The original guild members had hidden in the building across the street. I did not enter their perspective, but heard people behind windows warning companions to retreat, while others started vehicles parked in the rear. Thousand-mile vision confirmed that they were descending the stairwell and that no one aimed at us from the side. After Zhang Juanhong's death, the guild had temporarily lost its command but had not turned to retaliation. 7 or 8 claw zombies in intact condition entered firing range first. Maria pulled the trigger. A red beam traveled down the road, and the monsters in front disappeared one after another. Claw zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. Claw zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 slaughter points. Instead of aiming at each one individually, she rotated the cannon and swept the beam through the entire horde. The claw zombies emerging from the residences divided into several waves. As soon as the front rank fell, the monsters behind filled the opening. Her high-tier form allowed her to control the sweep speed steadily. If the barrel moved too quickly, it would leave gaps between the monsters. Too slowly, and they could surround her from both sides. Maria held every sweep at the same height and prioritized targets capable of standing and charging. The monsters with broken legs still crawled along the ground. I used object control to add invisible short swords and kept them from approaching beneath the beam. The beam cut into the buildings after passing through the horde. I used danger sense to confirm the direction of collapse in advance, then ordered Maria to lower the barrel toward the side away from the crowd. The first residence lost its support, leaned in the opposite direction, and brought the neighboring building down with it. This was not destruction for its own sake. Red markers inside the buildings continued approaching the outer walls. Waiting for them one by one would only prolong the battle. Controlling the direction of collapse could block the remaining exits and force hidden targets into the view of demonic eyes. Masses of dust and rubble spread into the street. I activated sword formation. A translucent blue sword stabbed into the ground in front of me, and a defensive field spread outward. Every incoming rock and impact was stopped upon entering the area, while the energy was stored inside the blade. Sword formation was not merely defensive. The blue sword state absorbed attacks. After conversion to a red sword, it could release the accumulated energy at once. 100 swords could store power independently, and only at that maximum did they form a complete sword formation. I released only one this time. It was enough to stop the aftermath of the building's collapse and also let me observe the absorption efficiency. The color across the blue blade deepened with the impact. Rocks, pressure waves, and collapse vibrations were converted into storable energy, while ordinary wind-blown dust did not count as an attack. Once changed to a red sword, it could release that energy in a chosen direction. There were still uncertain players nearby, so I did not detonate it merely to test the output. Dust concealed the entire street, but demonic eyes could still distinguish Maria and the other heat sources. Every color signature from the ordinary claw zombies had disappeared. After accumulating nearly 100 kill notifications, the system automatically merged them and awarded 5 slaughter points per monster. I had not yet obtained double monster kill rewards, so the original value still applied here. The system still did not announce mission completion. There's another target. I raised my hand and used wind control. An upward current formed in my palm. It continuously pulled in the dust, gradually building a tornado and restoring visibility to the street. Behind the ruins appeared an enormous outline far taller than the ground floor of the residences. It stood at least 10 meters tall and was completely different in shape from the claw zombies. Even though Maria's earlier sweep had cleared nearly 100 monsters, this color signature remained intact. It had been hidden in the depths of the buildings from the beginning. The outer horde and collapsing structures had only removed its cover. The incomplete mission proved that this enormous life reaction was the true endpoint of the harvest. Only now had the final target appeared. I left the blue sword in place to continue storing energy, while thousand-mile vision and eye of discernment locked onto the ruins together. Maria also stopped firing blindly and aimed her cannon at the center of the color signature. Neither of us declared victory before seeing the target's abilities. When the dust finally dispersed, a giant monster formed from a mass of fused zombies stood up. A name appeared above the giant monster. Composite zombie. It had not grown to 10 meters as one creature. A large number of emaciated zombies had fused into a humanoid form. Arms and heads that had not fully integrated remained visible along its shoulders and torso, while a gigantic mouth made from multiple upper bodies occupied its center. Whenever the monster stepped, every individual forming its leg contracted together. They were not simply piled up. A common consciousness controlled them as one whole. The innermost structures opened and closed like petals, each lined with backward-facing hooks. More than a dozen dark red tongues hid inside, capable of attacking independently or twisting back together into one mass. I did not keep studying the grotesque details and confirmed only 3 tactical facts. It possessed multiple sets of sensory organs and had few blind spots at close range. The tongues could reach farther than the street's width. Its torso consisted of many individuals, so destroying one vital point might not be fatal. Eye of discernment also marked no single core. Every zombie on the outer layer might carry part of the life. Attacking one head or chest would not activate the execution threshold. In the building across the road, one fleeing player approached a window. The composite zombie suddenly launched a tongue, shattered the glass, and dragged him toward its mouth. The entire event took only seconds, and the people around him began running toward the stairs and vehicles. The window was some distance from me, and the first attack had not targeted me, so danger sense did not warn me on behalf of a stranger. By the time the tongue actually appeared, the rescue window was already short. The giant monster opened its mouth immediately afterward. More than a dozen tongues shot out at once and separately pursued moving targets. Most missed their heads but pierced their chests, abdomens, or legs, then secured the victims with divided tips. I released wind blades. Every tongue was severed before it could retract, and the captured people fell back to the ground. I limited the wind blades to the tongues and did not let the attack continue through the building. The blue sword remained in front of the street. If the giant monster counterattacked immediately, the energy stored from the collapse could become a second defensive line. Save me. The wound is turning black. Hurry, use healing. The composite zombie's tongues carried a severe infection. The injured areas rapidly changed color, and abnormal patterns spread along the victim's blood vessels. I had not yet obtained SSS rank purification and possessed no confirmed method of treatment at that time. Danger sense showed only 2 outcomes afterward. They would die in a short time or transform into new zombies. I first attempted to have my existing angel's blessing recognize the infection. The system reported that the target's condition was not an ordinary injury and could not be fully healed without removing the abnormal source. I could not leave infected people behind me or allow the composite zombie to drag them away again while they continued transforming. Object control formed an invisible short sword over each person, and I brought every attack down together to end it quickly. The system settled the kills in succession. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank increased monster kill rewards. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank double monster kill rewards. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank increased maximum life. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank increased maximum life. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank purification. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank purification. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained F rank increased luck. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank increased luck. The remaining kills brought 4 more SSS rank abilities. The system merged this group of new skills into the archive instead of continuing to interrupt my judgment with repeated announcements. The other 4 upgrade notifications did not expand their exact names and effects. They left only a record in the total number of skills. I would not include unknown abilities in my tactics until their details actually appeared. Double monster kill rewards would multiply the slaughter points and eligible resources obtained from future monster kills according to the rules. Increased maximum life permanently expanded the health of me and the pets and mechanical lives under my command. The double reward did not affect skills obtained from killing players and could not duplicate a unique mission item. It mainly applied to monster slaughter points, and drops the system explicitly permitted to be doubled. Purification could remove poisoning, infection, curses, and most negative conditions. Its exact effect depended on the target's rank. If I had obtained the ability a few seconds earlier, those people might have survived. Purification could be used on me or a target within my field of vision. It could not revive the dead, so the skill could only be used on future infections. Increased luck affected drops, random rewards, and activation probabilities, and was shared with pets and equipment units bound to me. It did not guarantee the best result every time, but it would increase the long-term probability of favorable outcomes. All 8 skills entered the list. The composite zombie's many heads cried out after its tongues were severed. The stumps had already begun regenerating, proving that repeating the wind blades alone would not end the battle. I turned toward Maria. Can you handle it? Yes. She aimed the gun at the monster and prepared to use her high-tier form. Maria still had room to grow. If conventional cannon fire could not penetrate, I would take over immediately rather than let her endure meaningless risk for a test. Her high-tier form was still within its free duration, and she had enough life flame to activate one additional skill. Although the composite zombie was larger, its tongues had already revealed its primary attack route. At that moment, I thought of another enhancement path. The mechanical life incubation egg had already received random enhancement, but the hatched Maria was an independent finished product. I had not verified whether the system treated the egg and final life form as the same equipment. If they counted separately, Maria herself still possessed one opportunity for enhancement. I walked behind her and prepared to confirm it before the composite zombie's next attack. I placed my hand on Maria's back and activated random equipment enhancement. Master, don't stop firing. I'm testing whether the hatched version of you counts as independent equipment and can receive another enhancement. The composite zombie had already completed its regeneration. More than a dozen tongues twisted into one bundle and shot directly toward us. Maria fired a red beam from her gun. The 2 attacks collided, rapidly burning away the front of the tongue bundle. The monster immediately sent 2 other tongues around from the sides, targeting not Maria's body but the weapon in her hands. The divided tongue tips wrapped around the barrel and tried to pull the gun away. Maria planted both feet and entered a contest of strength with the 10-meter composite zombie. The gun did not leave her hands, but both sides became temporarily trapped in the struggle. The system notification appeared at that moment. Enhancement successful. Maria's primary weapon has been enhanced. My judgment was correct. Enhancing the incubation egg had changed only the incubation speed. Maria, as a newly generated mechanical life, could receive one independent enhancement. The rule that the same equipment could be enhanced only once still applied. I could not enhance Maria herself again in the future or repeatedly enhance this primary weapon. The result was permanently locked as its third mode. She shared information with the weapon and did not need me to explain the detailed operation. Use the new mode. Yes. Maria planted the gun vertically into the ground. Its mechanical structure expanded outward, securing supports drove into the concrete, and the weapon enlarged into heavy artillery large enough for an adult to enter. This was the primary weapon's third form. The cube form was for carrying, the gun form preserved mobility, and the heavy artillery form sacrificed movement to increase power and range dozens of times. Given simple targeting instructions, the system could automatically calculate a firing solution against both ground and aerial units. Once the supports deployed, Maria did not have to endure the entire recoil herself. The cost was an exposed firing position, with the structure requiring retraction before relocation. If an enemy possessed high-speed close combat or underground movement, other units had to protect the artillery. The composite zombie sent out its tongues again. The heavy cannon completed its aim, and Maria issued the firing command. The body recoiled, and cracks spread through the concrete around the supports. The shell entered through the center of the monster's mouth, and a red light briefly appeared inside. The explosion expanded from within the giant monster. Its size provided no additional defense. Every fused structure lost its life reaction simultaneously. Only after confirming through the health bar that its life had truly reached zero did I have Maria retract the artillery. The composite zombie neither regenerated nor counterattacked again. The battle truly ended there. Composite zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 15 slaughter points. Congratulations, host. You have completed the harvest mission and obtained 5 evolution cards. The mission rewards were finally distributed. Evolution cards applied only to battle pets and could not be used on mechanical life. Instead of assigning them immediately, I first used random equipment enhancement on each card. Enhancing. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 max-level evolution cards. An ordinary evolution card granted a certain amount of growth. A max-level evolution card could bring one battle pet directly to the highest level in its current system. Max level referred to its growth level, not an absolute maximum for every attribute. A battle pet could continue increasing independent values such as strength, speed, and defense through feeding, combat, and special resources. I currently possess 2 categories of battle pet, the Overlord Centipede and Bloodthirsty Ravens. Maria was a mechanical life and did not qualify. I gave the first card to a Bloodthirsty Raven. I did not use all 5 at once. The safest way to handle an unknown reward was to verify the result on one pet before deciding how to distribute the remaining cards. Use a max-level evolution card on the Bloodthirsty Raven. Confirm. Use successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Bloodthirsty Raven King. The raven emerged from infinite inventory, and its body rapidly expanded in black mist. Its spread wings covered much of the sky, black feathers fell in every direction, and its eyes resembled red beacons high above. The giant raven previously formed by hundreds of divided bodies could maintain its outline only through numbers. This Bloodthirsty Raven King was one complete life form with a stable body far larger than the composite zombie. Its original abilities of unlimited division and combination had not disappeared. The king's main body could keep creating individuals. The more divided bodies it produced, the wider its reconnaissance and aerial coverage became. Its call traveled several kilometers, making nearby players look up. People in the World Channel also asked for coordinates, evidently mistaking the giant monster's sudden appearance for a hidden mission. Its body was too conspicuous to follow me for long. I checked the attribute panel and found that the Bloodthirsty Raven King possessed a second form. Transform into humanoid form. The enormous body became black smoke and reassembled before me. The new form resembled a plague doctor dressed in black. Silver clasps secured a long coat. The brim of its hat sat low, and its face retained a real beak. Large black feathers covered it below the shoulders, making it impossible to tell by sight whether arms were hidden within them. It no longer blocked the sky and could enter buildings and vehicles more easily. The humanoid shape only changed its volume and movement method. It did not make the raven human or cancel its loyalty as a pet. Whenever large-scale flight was required, it could instantly return to its giant raven body. Maria changed the heavy artillery back into its gun form and stood beside me. Brakes were already sounding in the distance. The first guild players drawn by the Raven King had reached the scene. One of the 5 max-level evolution cards had been used, leaving 4. I planned to give the next one to the Overlord Centipede. Only one vehicle arrived first. 5 fully armed players got out and first saw the ruins, then the heavy gun in Maria's hands, and the humanoid, bloodthirsty Raven King. One asked, "Where's the giant raven that was in the sky?" Another looked at the marks left by the heavy artillery and lowered his voice. "Maybe they already took it down. Don't attack. More teams are coming." They did not raise their guns or approach the spoils. I did not attack first. The 5 soon returned to the vehicle without immediately driving far away. They were probably waiting for the guild's main force or continuing to observe. I could infer only from their distance and ongoing communications. I could not know what they discussed inside the vehicle. As long as they did not raise their weapons or enter Maria's line of fire, I would not probe them. A second group of vehicles arrived immediately afterward, increasing the number of people to dozens. The players in the first car recognized them. Black Eagle Guild. I opened the guild's public page and confirmed it. Black Eagle had several hundred members and ranked highly in the region. Their leader, Fu Chuan, wore a bulletproof vest and was identified as the guild leader in his public profile. Dozens of people left the vehicles and spread along both sides of the road. Shields and heavy weapons were placed at the front, armed members spread across the flanks, and the vehicles remained in the rear as an escape route. This was not an ordinary crowd. It was a unit prepared to turn into a battle formation at any time. They had clearly come for the giant raven at first. With no target in the sky, Fu Chuan turned his attention to Maria's gun and repeatedly studied me and the humanoid Raven King. He did not immediately order an attack. I also kept my hands away from my weapons and simply allowed Maria to maintain her gun form with the Raven King on my other side. Both groups could see the other's preparation, but neither had crossed the boundary of attack. The destruction left by the heavy artillery across the ruins demonstrated its power clearly enough, and none of the three humanoid units at the scene showed visible injuries. Although Black Eagle had more people, it could not know what other abilities we possessed. I did not waste time on mutual probing and directly took out the second max-level evolution card. Use a max-level evolution card on the Overlord Centipede. Confirm. Use successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sky-piercing Centipede King. After the name appeared, the Overlord Centipede did not emerge on the ground. Its pet loyalty marker still existed, proving the enhancement had not failed. It had simply entered reality through another method instead of being released at the usual inventory position. I checked infinite inventory first. The original pet marker had disappeared. The new marker was deep beneath my feet. The ground began shaking. Nearby vehicles swayed. Some with taller chassis even shifted from their original positions. The military off-road RV was heavy enough to remain stable. The tremor disrupted Black Eagle's formation. Some members retreated to the vehicles, while others aimed their guns at the ground but could not determine where the target would appear. Using Earth Dominion to sense the underground structure, I finally found the enormous life reaction rising continuously. So that's where you are. The concrete split open. The fissure did not explode from one point. It extended continuously down the road. The life marker sensed by Earth Dominion was still rising, meaning the first thing before us was only a small section near the head. A black segment 5 or 6 meters in diameter broke through the earth. The exposed portion alone exceeded the Overlord Centipede's original full length. Its shell was rough like stone, a cloudy single eye covered its head, and the gigantic mouth led into darkness without a visible end. Fall back, Fu Chuan finally ordered his members. But the sky-piercing Centipede King had appeared right beside him. The pet had not actively selected a distant target. It had approached underground according to my position. Fu Chuan stood at the front after leading his unit into an encirclement, placing himself directly within the emergence area. The enormous head bent down in an inverted U. Fu Chuan failed to leave the impact zone, and the strike created a pit several meters deep. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained D rank cooking. It has automatically been upgraded to SSS rank cooking all things. The system classified his death as a kill made by my pet, so his skill became mine. Cooking all things did more than improve culinary skill. It could identify the edible parts of almost any creature, plant, or special material, remove ordinary toxins and unpleasant flavors, and select the most suitable method of preparation. If the rules allowed a target to be converted into food, I could obtain the corresponding recipe. The skill offered both one-tap processing and practical knowledge. The former was suited to mass production. The latter could be used when the system was restricted or a custom flavor was needed. Its true value depended on whether the raw materials could be obtained reliably. The remaining Black Eagle members stopped advancing immediately. I raised a hand and ordered the sky-piercing Centipede King to remain in place. The gigantic head did not continue pursuing anyone, proving that max-level evolution had not changed its 100% loyalty or removed it from my control. I did not order it to keep attacking. Fu Chuan had entered the pet's emergence area and led his team into an encirclement, causing him to be treated as a direct threat. If the others lowered their weapons and left, there was no need to hunt them. The sky-piercing Centipede King continued rising from underground, while its pet marker extended into the distance across the system map. Its full length far exceeded the section visible before me. No wonder its evolved name included sky-piercing. The bloodthirsty Raven King had a convenient humanoid form. Whether the Centipede King could shrink or transform still required confirmation. If it could not shrink, it would be unable to enter the RV or ordinary buildings. It could only hide underground and fight in open areas. That was a clear restriction paid for its increase in power. I had used 2 of the 5 max-level evolution cards, leaving 3 in my inventory. What happened to Black Eagle after losing its leader had nothing to do with me. What I truly needed to handle was the sky-piercing Centipede King's enormous size and the new skill it had just brought me. After killing Fu Chuan, the sky-piercing Centipede King tried to continue feeding. I did not allow it. Even with a pet loyalty of 100%, combat boundaries still had to be established from the beginning. It could eliminate enemies who attacked me, but could not decide everyone's life or death on its own. I activated Earth Dominion and raised one hand, lifting it out of the ground from below. The earth shook violently again. A body more than 100 meters long was forced from the soil, with dense centipede legs moving along both sides. Although the exposed length already stretched beyond a cluster of buildings, the pet marker continued farther underground. The name, Sky Piercing, was no exaggeration. I moved it only to open ground away from the crowd and did not deliberately destroy any homes. When its body landed, it still crushed several wandering monsters nearby, producing a series of kill records. Corpse Hound slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Exploding zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 slaughter points. Ordinary zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. I walked in front of its head. Without an order, you are not allowed to feed or attack anyone who has put down their weapon and voluntarily left. The sky-piercing centipede king could not communicate like a human. It only lowered its head, then burrowed underground again. It possessed neither a smaller form nor a humanoid one and could only follow my position through the earth while waiting to be summoned. It left behind a shaft whose bottom could not be seen. The nearby guild members finally confirmed that the giant monster was not a new hidden mission, but a pet under my control. Some immediately dropped their weapons and even knelt to ask to join my side. I'm willing to obey. Please take us in. Others began repeating similar requests. I did not agree. Numbers alone were not a resource. Taking in an unfamiliar guild without understanding its abilities, discipline, and origin would only burden movement and decision-making. I brought Maria back to the RV. The bloodthirsty Raven King had reached maximum level. Its growth could no longer increase, but attributes such as strength, speed, and defense could still improve through combat and feeding. I left it outside to move freely and ordered it not to attack non-hostile players. It returned from humanoid form to the giant raven, spread its wings, and flew into the sky. The sky-piercing centipede king continued following the RV underground. It could not enter the vehicle, but its enormous body was ideal for hiding deep beneath the city and emerging directly whenever needed. After the vehicle left, I examined the SSS rank cooking all things I had just obtained. The system explanation was more practical than the name. Any animal, monster, or even zombie tissue classified as edible material could be extracted and processed by the skill with one command. Toxins, viruses, and ordinary harmful substances would be removed completely. The finished product would not only provide satiety, but also restore stamina. I did not have to cut anything personally, light a fire, or prepare containers. The skill automatically separated the material, cooked it, and placed the finished product in a form suitable for preservation into infinite inventory. If I wanted to work manually, cooking all things would also provide complete steps in temperature control, but there was no need. In a world of slaughter where food was scarce, this skill's strategic value might exceed that of an ordinary offensive ability. Monsters vastly outnumbered normal livestock. If they truly became safe after processing, they would change from threats into a continuous food source. Large quantities of canned goods could also be exchanged at the trading center for weapons, medicine, and household supplies. I would not attempt to eat ordinary zombies transformed from humans, at least not while other options remained. Mutated animal monsters were more suitable for the first test. I parked the RV beside the road and activated map-wide monster lure. The system map displayed every monster within a 10-kilometer radius, using different shades of red to distinguish strength. The skill could gather every monster in range around me or filter targets by type, distance, or rank. Attracting all of them directly might bring high-rank monsters and ordinary hordes together. There was no need to create a chaotic battle for one food experiment. I filtered for mutated animals and soon found a dark red target 3 kilometers away. Lightning Killer Bee. The map showed it moving at high speed, with several player markers nearby. Regardless of whether they were fighting, the monster had not yet been killed and no mission ownership lock applied to it. I selected the target and set its destination to an open area in front of the RV. Map-wide monster lure activated. The red marker instantly disappeared from the map. In reality, the air briefly fluctuated. A blood-red killer bee nearly the size of a small dog appeared from nowhere at the position I had selected. Tricolored lightning accumulated in its tail, and its compound eyes lit at the same time. The raw material for my cooking experiment had delivered itself to me. The lightning killer bee released electricity immediately after appearing. Purple, blue, and white lightning split in the air and automatically pursued nearby metal. Ordinary bullets would have difficulty penetrating that defense, while metal weapons could easily be disrupted by the current. Its body was nearly the size of a small dog, but its shell was far thicker than an ordinary insect's. Tricolored electricity flowed continuously through a translucent sac at its tail, which was probably its main energy storage structure. Its compound eyes turned in advance whenever a metal object moved, proving that the current was not released at random. It automatically intercepted ballistic trajectories. I did not burn it directly with heavenly fire. This time, the objective was to preserve edible materials. An excessively destructive attack would defeat the purpose of the experiment. I took out a blade and activated Tornado Slash. The knife only provided a medium for the slash and did not need to touch the carapace. The tornado formed beneath the target, avoided the electrical sac at the tail, and kept the metal blade outside the lightning's range. The upward cyclone swept the killer bee into the air and spun it continuously at high speed. I deliberately suppressed the power, destroying only its flight and balance without tearing the body apart. Each time it tried to open its wings, the air current changed direction at once and pulled it back to the center. Its lightning could intercept bullets, but it could not lock onto wind surrounding its entire body. After several minutes, the wind stopped. I had not kept the skill active merely for show. Once demonic eyes confirmed that the light in the tail had dimmed and the wings had stopped actively adjusting, I dismissed the tornado and preserved as much material as possible. The lightning killer bee fell to the ground with all 6 legs in the air, temporarily unable to recover. I approached and delivered the final blow through a seam in the carapace. The lightning in its eyes went out. I activated cooking all things at once. 1 tap cooking in progress. Cooking successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 cans of spicy lightning killer bee legs preserved in oil. Cooking successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 cans of lightning killer bee luncheon meat. Cooking successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 cans of steamed lightning killer bee brains. One monster had been divided into 19 cans, with the containers, seals, and preservation handled entirely by the skill. Different body parts were processed separately, proving that cooking all things selected a method according to the properties of the tissue instead of turning all raw materials into one kind of meat. The labels also listed purification status, recommended servings, and possible temporary benefits, but the first batch did not identify the exact buff. I brought the products into the RV and placed them on the table. They looked no different from ordinary commercial cans, but the labels clearly stated their ingredients and effects. The system confirmed again that viruses and toxins had been removed and that the food was safe to eat. I checked them once more with SSS rank purification. It found no negative condition that could be removed. 2 separate abilities had given the same result, providing greater confidence in their safety than a single description. They were reliable in theory, but still required psychological verification. I did not intend to let Maria taste them. She was a mechanical life. Even if the product caused an organic problem, she might show no reaction. I listed 1 can of leg meat at the World Trading Center first. I chose the leg meat instead of the brains or luncheon meat because its appearance would be easier to accept. If the first tester refused even to open the lid, there would be no way to verify the effect afterward. Lightning killer bee legs. Skill processed and guaranteed non-toxic. Quickly satisfies hunger and restores stamina. Discount tasting offer. Trading for men's summer clothing or equivalent household supplies. Comments appeared immediately. Monsters can be canned. The name sounds exciting, but who dares to eat first? The player ranked first on both lists isn't short on food. Why won't he taste it himself? The skepticism was normal. Even I, the person who had produced it, was still confirming the flavor. Other players would never place an order based only on the word non-toxic. Several minutes later, a case of men's summer t-shirts and shorts appeared in the trade list. The bidder was Chin Lu. She had completed several trades with me already. Her current status showed that she was raiding the trial tower's 2nd floor. The shop could not be opened inside the tower, but players could use existing inventory in the World Trading Center. Chin Lu had previously provided an RV, seasonings, and a large quantity of household supplies. Her trading record was stable. Even if this tasting succeeded, she had no reason to fabricate an instant clear status merely to please me. A player in the middle of a boss battle suddenly purchasing a stamina restoring can suggested that she had probably nearly exhausted her supplies. I accepted the trade. Trade successful. Lightning killer bee leg can -1. Trade successful. 1 case of men's summer clothing. After the exchange, Chin Lu did not immediately send a review. Her public status showed only that she remained on the 2nd floor. I could not know the details of her battle and would not write her actions as if I had seen them personally. The listing remained active, and the comments began speculating over whether the tester was safe. I did not join the noise and did not sell another can. If Qin Lu's status changed to dead, then at least one problem existed with the can: the time of consumption or the boss fight. If she cleared the floor and volunteered feedback, the first human test would be complete. Clearing the floor alone would not prove the can had worked. She might have finished the fight with her remaining equipment. Only her description of her condition before and after eating could confirm the recovery speed and additional attributes. 7 minutes later, her latest achievement changed. Trial Tower's second floor cleared. Qin Lu had left the boss room alive. Soon, her private message appeared beside the trade record. Qin Lu's message was direct. "Thank you. Without that can, I probably would have died on the second floor." I did not hide my purpose either. This is a newly produced monster food. I haven't tried it myself. I needed someone to verify its safety, flavor, and recovery effect. How exactly was it? Qin Lu sent an awkward smile emoji. "You really are direct." Then she described what had actually happened. When she opened the can, she found the bee legs cut into several sections. The shell and meat resembled high-grade crab legs, with no unpleasant smell. The meat was fresh, and the oil was not greasy. She had been close to complete exhaustion. After eating, her fatigue rapidly disappeared, and her condition returned to almost what it had been when she first entered the trial tower. While the effect lasted, her movement speed also increased slightly. Qin Lu explained that the recovery was not gradual. Once she swallowed the first section of leg meat, the weakness in her arms and legs began fading. By the time she finished the can, the system panel displayed a short-term speed buff. She received no warning of abdominal pain, dizziness, or infection. She also made it clear that the second-floor boss was already injured. The can gave her the stamina to continue fighting. It did not kill the target for her. Qin Lu used that recovery window to complete the second floor. Her report proved 3 things. The finished product was safe to eat. Its stamina recovery was not an exaggeration on the label, and materials from different monsters might provide temporary attribute buffs. What remained unconfirmed was whether the numerical buff was tied to monster rank and whether consecutive cans of the same type could stack. Those questions required more samples and could not be answered from one tasting. She submitted another batch of supplies and asked to exchange for 1 can of each of the other 2 products. I completed the trade and closed the public tasting listing. Steamed brains and luncheon meat might differ in acceptance, but Qin Lu's willingness to continue trading at least proved that the first can had left no negative experience. After people in the World Channel saw the transaction record and Qin Lu's latest tower achievement, their attitude began changing. The tester just cleared the second floor. The can might really work. Can 100 submachine gun rounds and a gun get me one? If monsters can become food, the greatest resource in the future may not be supermarkets, but zombie hordes. I did not immediately accept the higher bids. There were only 19 samples. Selling them in bulk too early could not establish a reliable supply and would let the first round of bidding drive the market price too high. Completing a self-test and verifying ordinary materials was more important. I had human feedback. The next step was confirming it myself. I took out a second can of lightning killer bee legs and pulled open the lid. The aroma spread immediately. The legs inside truly resembled sections of crab. The system had confirmed the safety repeatedly, and Qin Lu had eaten one successfully. I did not hesitate further. When I sucked the first section of meat from the shell, it tasted far fresher and more tender than ordinary canned food. After finishing all 4 sections, even the oil lacked the usual heavy texture of canned products. The shells had been cut into convenient lengths during processing, requiring no additional tools. The meat had none of the dry hardness common to insect tissue, proving that the skill did more than purify. It genuinely changed the cooking result. My hunger disappeared rapidly, and my physical condition improved noticeably. I opened my personal attributes. A yellow marker had appeared beside speed. Temporary speed +1. That matched Qin Lu's subjective experience. The lightning killer bee specialized in high-speed flight and electrical reactions. Its product providing a speed buff was not random. From this, I could infer that a monster's species and rank affected the additional effect of the canned food. Higher rank materials might provide stronger buffs. The temporary speed +1 had a countdown and would not permanently change the attribute. It was suitable as a pre-battle supply, but could not replace permanent enhancements such as Divine Blood Serum. I would never use the bound and loyal Sky-Piercing Centipede King or Bloodthirsty Raven King as ingredients. A pet's long-term combat value far exceeded a one-time can. The fact that the system allowed something to be cooked did not mean it should be used. The truly sustainable source was the enormous number of hostile monsters across the city. I returned the remaining cans to infinite inventory. Cooking all things changed more than my personal meals. Players needed food every day, while prepared food from the system shop cost slaughter points. If I could reliably turn slain monsters into safe cans that restored stamina and added buffs, I could exchange bodies discarded by other people for guns, medicine, vehicles, and rare resources. The World Channel soon began forwarding the tasting result. Several guilds asked about bulk supply through the trading center. Others tried to learn my location and contact information from Qin Lu. Some were willing to pre-order with ammunition, others proposed long-term exclusive purchasing, and still others accused it of being a new monopoly created by the player ranked first on both lists. Whatever their attitude, the central question had already changed from "can we eat it?" to "how do we get it?" Qin Lu told me only that people had offered her high prices for information. She had disclosed nothing. Our long-term trading relationship therefore continued. Instead of negotiating guild orders immediately, I first tested whether ordinary zombies could be processed. Lightning killer bees were too rare to support reliable production. Ordinary zombies covered almost every street. If they could also be purified, food supply would change from random discovery into repeatable production. As the RV continued forward, a zombie horde several hundred strong appeared ahead. This time, I did not burn the bodies away with world-ending heavenly fire or allow Maria to use heavy artillery that would vaporize the materials. Ghostly blindness made the entire horde lose its sight. Infinite combo and precise attacks destroyed only vital points in their heads. Kill notifications appeared continuously, while intact bodies remained on the road. I did not use world-ending heavenly fire, tornado slash, or heavy artillery, all of which would burn or pulverize the materials. Maria guarded the RV and prevented third parties from approaching while I controlled the horde. Ordinary zombies slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Ordinary zombies slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 slaughter point. Once the horde was cleared, the entire road was covered with material the skill could extract. If ordinary zombies could also be processed reliably, canned food production would no longer depend on the number of animal monsters. I left the vehicle, stood before the remains of the horde, and activated cooking all things. The skill's range covered the entire road, processing every selected ordinary zombie at the same time. 1 tap cooking in progress. Cooking successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 cans of zombie luncheon meat. Cooking successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 15 cans of zombie luncheon meat. Cooking successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 9 cans of zombie luncheon meat. Ordinary zombies could be made into far fewer varieties than the lightning killer bee and produced only luncheon meat. Differences in their size and usable tissue also meant each target contributed a different number of cans. Several hundred zombies ultimately produced 3,600 cans. I opened one at random to inspect it. Its color and smell were not noticeably different from normal luncheon meat. It even smelled better. The system label also clearly marked it non-toxic and able to restore stamina. But knowing that the ingredients had come from zombies transformed from humans, I still had no intention of eating it. An opened can could not be traded, so I left it beside the road and took the remaining 3,599 back to the RV. This batch was meant to test the market, not become my dinner. I created an automatic trade in the World Trading Center. 3,599 cans of zombie luncheon meat. Safe and non-toxic. Quickly satisfies hunger and restores stamina. Each can must be exchanged for supplies worth at least 1 ordinary handgun. Limit: 5 cans per player. The initial price could not be too low. Food was a continuous necessity in the world of slaughter, and these cans also had a recovery effect. If the first batch sold for the price of ordinary food, establishing a stable value in the future would become difficult. Limiting each person to 5 prevented one guild from purchasing the entire supply at once and allowed more players to verify it personally. Some people in the comments still rejected the ingredients. You actually wrote zombie meat in the name? You aren't even trying to hide it. When you're about to starve, will you still care what it came from? The lightning killer bee cans worked. This batch should be edible too. Their verbal hesitation did not slow the trades. The stock began falling by hundreds. Multiple guilds submitted weapons, ammunition, and survival supplies at the same time. All 3,599 cans sold out in a short period. The Invincible Guild bought the most, obtaining 300 cans in one purchase. Actual consumption reports then began appearing in the World Channel. It tastes like normal luncheon meat, and my fatigue disappeared quickly after I ate it. Confirmed, no infection. 3 people on my team ate it. The people who said they would never touch it are already asking about the next batch. Those public reports were enough to replace the internal guild taste tests I could not observe personally and prove that cans made from ordinary zombies were safe as well. I examined the proceeds from the automatic trades. There were 15 shotguns, 24 rifles, and 9 sniper rifles, followed by a large quantity of handguns, ammunition, clothing, medicine, and tools. I had to scroll a long time to reach the end. Random equipment enhancement gave these ordinary weapons a second source of value. Even if I did not use them, I could enhance and exchange them again for rarer resources. More importantly, the market had accepted zombie luncheon meat. Once players regarded it as reliable food, the next batch would no longer require free tastings or lose endorsement. A stable supply and uniform minimum price would gradually form a medium of value recognized across regions. Slaughter points could be issued only by the system, and the quantity of universal gold coins was limited. Zombie cans, however, were something I could continue producing. They kept well, were portable, were needed by everyone, and restored stamina. If the supply became large enough, players might use them to measure the prices of other resources, just as currency had been used in my previous life. And I controlled the only method of production. That did not mean I could manipulate everyone at will. If the price were too high, guilds would turn to the system shop or search for ordinary food themselves. If the supply were unreliable, the product could not establish trust. The truly effective approach was to maintain enough basic cans while creating more expensive buff foods from high-rank monster materials. Ordinary zombies would provide general rations. Special monsters would provide higher-tier products offering speed, strength, resistance, or recovery. A 2-tier product line could increase both my influence and my profits. The road in front of me was too narrow to continue gathering enormous zombie hordes. I opened the map and searched for an area that could hold more monsters while allowing the RV to retreat conveniently. The final destination was Wanshin Plaza. It was open enough and surrounded by multiple roads. Map-wide monster lure could filter ordinary zombies within 10 kilometers. Ghostly blindness would control them, Maria and the pets would block the exits, and I would preserve the materials intact for cooking. Producing small batches repeatedly would waste time on travel and repeated settlements. Only one large-scale clearing operation could truly test the production capacity of my canned food currency plan. I started the RV and set Wanshin Plaza as the destination.